dairy cow was very dynamic. Nelore is a little bit different. We just judge everything first and then come the commentary. We can stop to listen the MC calling out the classification, and we can tell the viewers what they are seeing now. In the Tabapuã, if they can do it, so we will be helping you. But if someone has questions about other breeds, we can help. But in the morning, we will talk about Tabapuã. So what can we highlight? We began with Nelore, and yesterday we had Gir dairy cows, and now we will begin with Tabapuã. Tabapuã is a real Brazilian breed. It's the second breed with the most registrations. It is a breed that has a philosophy. That's the animal that's on the pasture. That's the animal on the track. It's the animal that deserves to be assessed on the track. Yesterday we were talking about it with Marcelinho Toledo. It's a breed that there are no difference between track animals and pasture animals. Yesterday we had a great auction with really good prices, average prices. And the animals that we see here, they are really well evaluated inside the PMGZ program. And I talked to Marcelinho, that was or is a judge for Tabapuã cattle, and we see the animals, and we see the genetic improvement, and we see nice animals that are very beautiful. So we are very happy with Tabapuã to have this event, and we are able to prove how important a contest track is. And the Zebu breeds in general get where they are through the fair and through the contest. So this number from the PMZ, the genetic improvement work, goes together. We see it, and we know that the centrals are understanding every time better the PMGZ, the genetic improvement program, to look for better animals, to have a better breeding program. This is what we have as tools to improve our genetics, to choose better animals. And that is what we are seeing at the breeds, and I could see that with the Tabapuã, and it's clear to see. And we see the central doing that, but the conformation must be good, and visually the animal must be beautiful. And I want to say to everyone, I was very happy yesterday, and we saw animals on the contest, and nowadays we have animals that are really good breeders. The Nelore is one kind of breed, and Vuzerá is another, Tabapuã is another. And we have a great database, and you get and have a better database on the animals. People that waited, that measured milk outcome, took a little bit longer to discover where the good animals are. Based on the genetics on a certain lineage, and the summary of everything, and the evaluation, when you have more data, becomes better, more consistent. And we will never forget this, and we commented on that at the first day. In the United States, to choose a good Angus, ela ainda é escolhida porque o biotipo tem correlação em pontuação com o que se está na pista, com o que produz. Even if a cow does not have a good milk output, maybe she can be a good mother, and that's why this cow is caught. And we try to do something similar in Brazil. We try to keep good data, clean data of weighting. But Tabapuã has a very interesting characteristic. Tabapuã is a Brazilian breed. It's more adapted to the heat as the Nelore, and it's hornless, and we cannot. There's not any callosity approved, no horn approved, and they have different ears. That's why it's separated. You see, even being hornless, there's a little bit different. The eye, the hump, are a little bit different. You see the costals, the ribs, and we see that these animals are very close to each other. But in thesis, we want good legs, rib volume. Why Brazilians, for example, it's a question that we hear a lot. Why do Brazilians have Brahman breeds if they have Tabapuã? Tabapuã was discovered and created in Brazil, was recognized by our Ministry of Agriculture. But the genetic is a Zebu genetic and is a breed that is recognized by the Ministry of Agriculture. So Nelore is the big breed in Brazil, but we have other options to have the Zebu breeds. So there's some characteristics that are very interesting that we can talk about. And just out of curiosity, the contest of the Tabapuã breed, again, there are 3 judges to assess the animals, 3 colleagues that have the responsibility to identify the best animals of the Tabapuã race. We see already a movement on the contest track, and can you please explain what is happening? So that's still Nelore, it's not Tabapuã. The judges are already evaluating the animals. So it's 188. So it's animal 188. So let's see in which category we are already. We will have a short break and then we will come back with the update of the contest of the Expozebu 2022.
Conozca más del trabajo de ABS, el centro de biotecnología más completo de América Latina. El complejo ABS cuenta con modernos laboratorios de semen convencional, genética sexada y embriones, para entregar las mejores soluciones de progreso genético con estándar de calidad tipo exportación. La selección de toros ABS lidera los principales programas de evaluación. Durante 80 años, ABS ofrece soluciones y resultados, garantizando la rentabilidad a través del progreso genético.
Conozca más sobre AgroExport, un país generoso en productividad agroindustrial. Lo mejor de este Brasil lo lleva AgroExport a todo el mundo por AgroExport. AgroExport exporta por aire y mar animales para reproducción, semen, equipos, animales vivos para engorde o sacrificio. Contáctenos. Tenga la marca de garantía AgroExport en su próximo negocio. AgroExport, tradición y confianza más allá de las fronteras.
Conozca más sobre la calidad JLT Tabapuã Granja Agua Marinha por el empresario Julio Laure. Animales de excelente genética con las características más deseadas. Capacidad materna, peso de destete, peso soberano, fertilidad, estructura, precocidad, musculatura y características de la canal. JLT Tabapuã, amor por la raza.
Alta Brasil, líder del mercado de mejoramiento genético bovino, está localizada en Uberaba, la capital mundial del ganado cebú, y es en nuestra central de donde sale al menos una de cada 3 dosis de semen vendido, producido o exportado. Solo en 2021 hubo más de 8.6 millones de dosis. Así crece el agro y nuestra credibilidad también.
Conozca más sobre Alvo Agro, una empresa 100% brasileña enfocada en la exportación de animales vivos. Con estaciones cuarentenarias estratégicamente localizadas para embarque desde los puertos de São Sebastião y Vila do Conde en Brasil, ofrecemos a nuestros clientes una diversificación de raza y especificación de los animales que Brasil ofrece. Piense, Alvo Agro, soluciones que alimentan el mundo.
Agropecuaria Baguazú desarrolla un excelente trabajo en el mejoramiento genético de la raza india en Brasil. Tras 10 años de inversión en genética diferenciada desde los criaderos más tradicionales del país, conseguimos un ganado de alto valor genético, multiplicado por donantes como Babalú y Fortuna, aparte de todos de destaque nacional como nuestro premiadísimo Canrifif Baguazú. Agropecuaria Baguazú, lo mejor de la genética india nacional en medio de la exuberancia.
We're back. Now it's 7:51 with all of the info from Expozebu and the tournament track directly from our VIP room in our Zebu World Cup. We see now the judgment of the Nelor in the track, and the commentators are going to update you on what is going on, what are we seeing right now in the track. We are having a side view here, and what you see is the judges choosing a few animals that they consider to be a bit superior to choose from them. So since they have a huge number, they pull to the front, and they have no result. They just look at the skull and the outline and a bit of a side view, and then they put another animal that they consider to be good, and they alternate in order to compare. And then, before the result, they go back to the respective places according to the number. So if you started watching today, and it's nice to tell that because some people who are watching are not breeders. That's very nice. Those boxes behind, now we are great. That's a great shot for us to comment on it. You have the front animals. Theoretically, they are the ones that the judges consider to be the best in length and the width of the hind part of the rump, and they want to check a little bit of the physiology. We are all talking, right? We're here learning together, because yesterday during the dairy year we had less animals, and I said it was easier to understand the catalog. It was easier to understand the movements. Tomorrow it's going to be even more movement, because we will have many more animals. So you can follow us with the catalog if you have it already downloaded on the website. We are on page 205, and these are the animals after 205. These are the animals.
Obviamente nós temos muito mais animais da raça Nelore aqui, né? Então como é que essa divisão, essa subdivisão de categorias, como é que isso funciona?
How does it work with the category? Well, you have the subscription for the animal. They are registered. According to age, now it's 16 to 18 months. And there is no limit, really. And if they get a certain number, you can judge up to 12 animals. And you should confirm that info. I think if you have more than 12, you start subdividing the groups. So here we have probably more than 30 animals, and then we divide by numbers around that, right? It shouldn't be 3 groups of 8 or 3 of 10. If you have 24, you just have 12 and 12. And here, in this case, you have many more animals. You have the same category with the first place yesterday and another 2 groups, and they come back and go through the contest for the championship. So I think it's easy to understand. So we have 30 animals. They registered 30 animals for that category. Since judging 30 animals is too much, they subdivide in subcategories. And they follow according to age, and they subdivide. In example, 3 groups of 10, and then they take off the first award of the first 10, and then the second, and so on. And then they classify from 1 to 10 3 times, and those 3 first places will be back to compete among themselves to choose who will be the grand winner. And it's nice because then the championship will be big, right? You have 4 categories of bigger animals, but you have many subdivisions, and you have 12 animals there. Let's listen. Let's listen from the track. Oh, it's not coming anyway. Now we have 2 MCs. One is only for the other races, so the breeds. So this one is for the largers. Now they are focusing on the Nelore, but they are coming with the Tabapuan as well. Yeah, in this case, Paulo, since we have 33 animals, so we'll have 3 categories with 11 animals each. 12 is the maximum for each subcategory. That's it, yeah, confirming. Wilson José Brandão Jr., 46 years, he's from Brasilia. He is an agronomist from the University of Brasilia. Graduated in 2000. He's a specialist in judging Zebu races from FAZU. He got his specialty in 2002. And the introduction to ruminants in USPs in 2005. He's a master's in agrarian sciences, animal production by University of Brasilia in 2008. He's a judge since the 25th of June 2004. He has been taking part in 3 judgments over his throughout his career. Genésio Jocondo Jr., 48 years old, from Arapongas, Paraná. He's a judge since '98. He has a postgrad in judging Zebu races from FAZU since 2001. He's been a postgrad in managing slaughter cattle raising in Pará by Reagro University. He's a judge since '99. He's judged already 25 tournaments. Auxiliary judges Gustavo Henrique Reis and Túlio Gomes Araújo. And we are beginning the judgment work right now with the Tabapuan breed in on the track. Good luck to all of you, and have a good job to all of the judges. So we have seen the announcement of the judges for the Tabapuan breed. And for us, when you come into the Fernando Costa Park, to your right, if you turn right on the track, you will see the judgment form for the Tabapuan race. This is the official judgment. Now you have on this shot we are on the upper left side, and there is the Nelore also on the left side. Here they ask to move the animals around, and that is the dynamic assessment of the animals. And they can see the silhouette, and this is a category that you can, just like on the GIR, you can see how it goes. Yesterday we were telling that we had a category by the end that we would say, well, we believe that this category will be quote-unquote quicker because you only have two animals, but that was the one who took the longest, because they were two very similar animals. Yeah, and even the judges thought, well, they look the same, and you have to understand and find some flaw there. And when you have two perfect animals in terms of general outline, and they are very different in type, the decision is very quick because you have that specific time that you want for that breed. But when they have the same biotype, defined silhouette, and they have no problems, well, you have to put them together and walk around and see the silhouette and the harmony and the outline, and they will measure the rump, the ribs, the thorax amplitude, and they will compare both, but they always have a very open eye to that, from the head to the hoof. And now this is the Nelore. You can see they have been scored, and now they are regrouping. They are coming in, and they will show the classification next. It is interesting, right? If you are watching live through our lenses from ABCZ TV, we are broadcasting the judgment from 2022. We are bringing to you a new way to understand how it works, you know, the contest and what goes through the mind of the judges who will be responsible for judging those animals. And this is the difficulty that the judge has. And there you have the difficulty to judge, you know, to say, to vow how good are these animals. You know, it's very hard on the Nelore to see a very strong head, a very large animal, wide animal. It has been already selected. You know, the small breeder will bring some weaker animals, but the majority won't. So they know what they're doing. The jury like what you have sometimes. Some situation where you can penalize the animal, and now in this case you only have virtues, so it's really hard to do. And when this dispute is, that's how it has to be, right? Because when the animal has some problems, it's less difficult. I'm watching the catalog right now to the Nelore. It's amazing. What you have. I have 11 animals here. And when you see to your right, who's the father? They are, they are all sons of Kayak. Yeah, in the first day it was different, right? It was very exciting because during the first day we had 11 animals with 7 parents. And now this new crop, so to speak, is they worked with the bull that goes to the best result in the track, but now they don't have that good genetic assessment. And I believe from my conversations with my colleagues on the track, I think they have to change that in order to bring some genetic diversity and to make things interesting for the auctions. Because we have been talking about that, right? We have been judging in Londrina, Paraná. They had progeny from 5 with the same parents, right? For the judge, they have to choose the best animal, but it's a bit frustrating, you know. It's a bit frustrating, but that's what the breeder does, because that reflects what the breeder really does. And that's an interesting thing, too, because when we... yeah, that's what you were saying because of it. You know, they're very, very similar. And the eyes make the animals similar, even though they have been bred together. But yeah, I'll tell you something very interesting. from the tracks. This is such a selected cattle for growth and cleanliness, especially the Nelore, that you have to have many different bulls in order to see some differences between them and their sons as well, because otherwise you won't change the frame and you won't have such a leap, because they have the same genetic basis in the female, the height, the length. So sometimes the bull comes in and then you get to get some spaces for work on height and everything. So now we are going to see the track. They have the Tabapuan result. Yeah, it seems like the number one is 002. They have two tracks now, right? I think Tabapuan is the last breed in the catalog. It's almost the last. Page 303. If my glasses are not failing me. This category here, right? 303. First category from 8 to 9 months. Number 2, Frida Fivdaga. Well, I didn't hear it, so I didn't hear either, but I'm guessing. Yeah, I don't know who got the award. They didn't organize the way out, right? Well, I wouldn't be sure of it, because we should confirm who won, right? Yeah, Melissa, I think, is on the track now. She's soon we will talk to her so she can update us. Anyway, let's speak about the bulls here, because we had the open, right? In the first category, we had two animals from Tabapuan. Tabapuan, 10th category. 193 Odalisca TLBR. 195 Elice Poderosa. 9th 191 Elice Jacir Five.
Oitavo 94 Expressiva Five CRL.
Expressiva FIV CVL. Angra FIV da SJ. Sixth place 189 Elegância FIV CRL. Fifth place 187 Seda FIV Neri. Fourth place 188 Dandara FIV da Sabia. Third 190 Aphrodite FIV. Second place 192 California CMF. And first 196 Cheyenne FIV Brun. So Renata, in this category, the breeder who is accessing us in our catalog, the females have measurement of weight. They have overall weight gain, length, width, and the posterior height. For the female Nelore, they don't have that in the form, the ultrasound for the carcass. Oh, wait, okay, we are going to have some movements here because we are exchanging categories for the Nelore, and then we will update you guys about the Tabapuan. But we have Elcio Fonseca with us live with info from the events that we have on Expozebu 2022. Elcio, welcome. Good morning. Good morning. I am here in the room for the Noble Room with assistance from technicians and general systems for Faiene. And tell us a little bit about the day that we are about to start with the discussions. Good morning. That's it. We are having a very important day. We are bringing to Expozebu an event that we call the integrated defense in agribusiness system. So we are talking about with the technicians and everybody who's interested about the actions and the norms that people have to follow in order to be okay with their animals, considering the sanitary conditions of animal and plant products. How are we going to have the presentations here? Throughout the day? Yes, all day. We are having some interesting discussions. The main agenda today is for foot and mouth disease and vaccinations for it, and we have the tuberculosis and some other substances that we use in agriculture, and we are going to guide the producers here. And just to tell why is it important? Well, especially because the sanitary problems today have been in many problems with commercial barriers, and we have a huge and very rich heritage for sanitary substances, and we had foot and mouth disease since we didn't have it since 1996, and now we are free of it with no vaccination. So this is going to open the doors to other markets that buy the meat from the rural producers. So in order to keep the status nowadays is keeping money in their pockets.
Thank you very much, Bruno, for the information. We wish you a great job. Thank you very much, and now we go back to you in our studio. In our VIP room of the World Cup of the Zebu breeds, following all the details of the Expozebu 2022, on the track we have animals from the Nelore breed, and we had also the begin on the other side of the track, the Tabapua breed contest. And we have another category, as the 11th category, that is subcategory A.
Pela quantidade, vão dividindo as categorias em subcategorias, né?
In this case, sorry to interrupt you. So the first one had 14 animals. Let's check if every category has 14. So I believe they did it that way because there are so many animals that they had to create 14 animals, or category with 14 animals. So the first was 14, the second 12, and we have just 2. So they were just too many animals inscribed.
Da 11ª categoria, é isso. Estamos vendo aí na pista.
So you see on the track, you see it change a little bit. Here in the previous, we had just kayak as fathers, but still part of the group, right? So these are the most used bulls in FIV, and they are beautiful. They have a good bone structure. This track cattle eat a lot, and the bull must have a good structure. And so you begin to separate the good ones and the not that good ones. So the track people know about that. They need to work on the structure of their. So they just use the champions, Alami, Logan, Kayaki, Landau. This volume that we see here now, that the technology of the fifth, it's a speed up of the technique, and the interval between generations is smaller. So we have a fifth with 100 children in the same mating process. You just have 1 or 2 animals that were not fifth. And you really need to take care not to get very close in the breeding to avoid very close genetics. The genetics, can you give an idea how much milk you will get, how much meat you will get? So this is a tool that is available, and for some years now the breeders are trying to work with it. This technology of FIV, in vitro fertilization. Okay, fifth means in vitro fertilization, IVF probably in English. So you may have 6 young bulls with 2 brothers of the same matrix. Because we have to really evaluate also the females. When you use the FIV, in vitro fertilization, IVF, you have to really think about the consanguinity. So I really need to talk to Annalisa Achico, that is the president of the young ABCZ, because tomorrow from 8 a.m. on we have the 10th Young ABCZ meeting, and this meeting is talking about the 5V in the agribusiness and the impact of the technology in the agribusiness. So, hi Annalisa, welcome. Good morning, I'm very happy to be here with you, taking part. This opportunity to be able to disclose and show you our meeting that will happen tomorrow beginning at AM. So please tell us what you have prepared for this great meeting. So we are having this 3-in-1 fair after 2 years without meeting each other. Now we are gathering here at the Fernando Costa Park. What have you prepared? We are very happy to see this comeback, this presential meeting this year. So we are preparing this meeting with a lot of care, paying attention to the technologies, and our topic will be the 5G in the agribusiness, to have this talk to the young people. That's exactly what we're looking for, to show the importance of the new technologies. We will have many great participations, many great people to talk to discuss with, and the great news in this event is that it will be the first international event. We will have the and we will have simultaneous translation into Spanish and English, so international viewers will be able to participate. And was a goal to, that's a great expectation for tomorrow, that we will have our guests from abroad. There's some great names that are already confirmed. Luis Antonio Bianca, that's our technical superintendent. Daniel Guidolin, that is vice president from the Brazilian Association for the Industry and Mineral Supplements. We have marketing specialists. We have Luciana Rodrigues, that's also manager for rural, agricultural, agrarian education. And so it's very great to discuss these topics of technology and see how this will develop as a whole. So that was exactly the format that we wanted to bring to this discussion to talk about the technology topic, the 5G in the agribusiness. So, and this talk will be just great. So thank you very much for participating here in our broadcast and to bring us the information about this event. We know that Anna gave birth to her first kid. We wish you the best health, happiness. So I'm also a mother and I'm getting emotional. So we hope that tomorrow will be a success. Thank you very much. I thank you very much for your attention. And we are following everything that you are doing. And we always watching, we are watching the contests, we are watching everything that is happening in the Expozebu. It's just like being there. It's the young ABCZ. Exactly. Thank you very much, Anna, for your participation. And now we are back into a VIP studio with all the information. We were talking to Anna. So we had the result of the Tabapuã breed, 9 to 10 months. The first place was number 3. Was H3 and the second place was H4. This first category, from 8 to 9 months, we can observe that there's a very young bull. And number 2 is a colt of a very old bull. So these are some of the work that the people from Tabapuã like to do, because they want to keep the characteristics of the old bulls. They don't use it very often in this genetic evolution. You normally use a young bull for the genetic improvement of some details, some breeding, some mating. You use an older bull, but with a high maternity probability. And so they use this maternal properties. And maybe the breed was losing a little bit this maternity property. So that's why important to choose correctly your bull. So this is a son of the Radiado, and that's a very interesting lineage. You had the industrial. The Radiado came from industrial. And industrial is positive in the genetics. It's the great-grandfather from this animal that here. So you see that is a chain of succession. So you have the Cadeado, the Vinho, and you have 4 generations, one each after the other. And the other category, you have still 2 different bulls again, Bradock and Radiado again. So you see that the Radiado that is son of Cangado. So Radiado actually was the great champion on the track. So you see that it's everything is very close. Tabapuã is very interesting. In Paraná, south state of Brazil, we have a lot of fairs, and we have a lot of Tabapuã cattle there too, in small properties. And sometimes I call Marcelo Toledo, Paulo, my colleagues, to find a semen of old bulls or older bulls to find interesting characteristics. And Tabapuã is important to have a good breeding, and it's important to demystify and to translate what Paulo said at the beginning, that the cattle that goes to the track and is on the field is just the same cattle. You have different niches, and they bring their bulls to the track. Tabapo is very simple. If it's good, it's good. They gain weight, and so the evolution is softer, is smoother, without thinking about just carcass and other. So together with Nelore and Vuzera, they really think about weight gain. And Tabor also always worked on the problem of weight gain. Only in the 80s it was a good breed for weight gain. We are from the ABCZ, and we recognize that, and we must recognize that the ABCZ offers the biggest and best genetic improvement program, the PMGZ. And we have to recognize also that the first places were all from the PMGZ. I want to show you that people want a genetic variability, and this is very nice. It's good for the specialists to see that. With this genetic variation, the H8 animal, it's the son of the assessor, that
e que vai a protestor CC, que também foi grande campeão.
Tem dois irmãos próprios nessa categoria, né? O número de catálogo 8 do Tabapuã e o 9.
O 9 são mesmo.
Age 8, age 9, you see they came from the same lineage. They are very well evaluated on the track and in the PMGZ. Number 7, Iluminismo. So these are the older cows, and it's a grandfather of Brutus. That is the father of number 7. You see in the same category children of the same mother or the same father, and they both got great results. So they have a high cost to be in the stables, daily maintenance cost, and it's high for any breed. You have the workers, you have the feed, you have the illumination. So if they are here because that means that the mating went well, the breeding went well. So what I will allow you to talk. So that's exactly what you're saying. We need to understand, and the people at home need to understand, that the visual evaluation, the importance of the contest, together with the genetic evaluation, it must be a group, a framework that goes together. It must be a showcase where they must show where the breeder wants to get, what he wants to achieve. And we also want to remember our visitors, that we have a totem at the breeders, where all information can be found.
Ele mostra o desempenho, né, do rebanho, então o criador, ele mesmo participante ou não participante do PMGZ.
If the breeder is taking part in the PMGZ or not, they can see the development of the herd and what is happening. There's a summary on the screen. Elcio is there. Elcio was here yesterday. Fernando is also there. And he was also, and we really shared the table with him at the first day. So whoever has any curiosity about the PMGZ, we are there for you. Come and ask us. That's the best and greatest improvement program. He has the same from graduation as we do, but he is really focusing on the PMGZ and on the fomentation of the PMGZ. How do you see this fomentation of the PMGZ when you visit? How are the breeders seeing the PMGZ and how is this working? When we see that the people really accept the PMGZ,
a aceitação ela é muito fácil, porque a busca por tecnologia hoje em dia, ela tá só aumentando, né? Então o criador já está tendo aquela percepção de que se ele não adequar as tecnologias,
the breeder knows nowadays that if he does not get up to speed with technology, he will be left behind, and so they need to understand the herd, and the commercial PMGZ has a format where we go into the herds to clear, and we show to the breeder and that he has to know the females, and when the breeder knows his herds, he will not use any animal. When he has information, and I want to make an analogy that Ricardo Abreu does in his speeches, when you have a crop plantation and you prepare the soil, you will not use any seed. You will use the best seed. In the same way, when the cows are the soil, the earth where you will plant on, you will use the best seed. If you know the potential of your females, you will not use any seed, any bull. So when the bulls have the identification of the PMGZ, and you have the identification of the best evaluated animals and the worst evaluated, even if they are not good evaluated, they don't bring income to the breeder. And selection comes with the selection, correct selection. This is one of the most important topics.
I was in the first farm of the region I go to as a business representative, and we had more than 400 females. Now we have 600, and we have been. Eduardo has written down more than 2,000 matrices, and just an interesting caveat here. The field judgment is similar to the track judgment. They are not. It's just the difference is that the bull is not stopping and posing for you. So you have to check, and I have been doing that. I've done that. If you want to get into a known genealogy system, you have to go with some specialists from ABCZ to register the first moment with 30% of gratuity. So the first 30% that I've done, ABCZ didn't buy. So we look at the breed, we of course look at the harmony, the outline, and here you have a tighter filter. Not in terms of breed, because over here you can have a heavier school and people are judging, of course, but they are going to lose. But if you have a flawed school, people will not approve it. So what I want there is a harmonious development. I don't want to be in a sealed cow with lordosis or with a problem in their spine and unbalances. So this is a judgment for a registration as well, and here is for the track. So it's different, but the basis is very similar. So the commercial PMG is very interesting. Before the GIR, the whole team went to the farm, and I was meeting with them there. Ricardo was with me. Since we used the commercial matrices there that have been weighted with the calves, and they have been sent here, and they had the genetic assessment done. We had the female, a young female with the evaluation and the ABCZ index as well. Of course, it wasn't a pretty Nelore herd that nobody ever waited and visited. No, this was one that we had data since way before, because they had a software for animal control, and it was accepted and compatible with the PMGZ. And we also had the first breed the first offspring for Deca 1 with 20-some days, but it's a bit different. But it's of course, we could also have a great herd for years, and you have never waited anybody, and you can bring somebody from fermentation, and they will explain about it. But the basis, at some moment, it will be the same, and that's interesting that you mentioned. It's a different experience. We had a herd on the commercial PMGZ. It was different. It was commercial indeed. So you had all kinds of and colors of cows. You have the hornless, horn with horn, without horn, all kinds of cows. And they do have PO, but they said, well, I know I'm using the commercial PMGZ. And they had some animals that would use PA, and they said, no, I do have mine already. I made my choice. I went to make my own herd and being organized. That is the main word, right? Organization. And that was they started with 300, and then they went to 500, and now they have more than 1,000. And what they were doing is the whole process, which is very cool to see. You know, when you were a herder, they started to think and said, well, Paulo, I was beginning not to know how am I going to eliminate my calves. I don't know which ones I will be bringing back. I cannot just return my PO calves, female calves, to the getting back to the herd because of the reasons you just mentioned. I cannot mix them with the commercial cattle. I have to discard them. So I want to have a commercial herd, and they started to organize their herd. So it's very nice. Well, let's see if we are listening to the results. Yeah, it is the Tabapuã result. Well, we are having a, let's see, number 5. Tabapuã, 305. Hey, Paulinho, can you update us? Yeah, you have 8, 9. Yeah, and you have the panels. You have the 2 sisters there, right? Yes. The 2 sisters have been awarded the first and second place. So this is in this subject of commercial PMGZ. We started using the PO bulls in order to test those young animals, and that closes the cycle, right? Yes, another thing that surprised me was that during the first year they had Angus, and then they started with Tabapuã, and then the second year it was Tabapuã, and then what was left? Well, it was good now, right? 14th award, 203. 203, 210, Kirigi, of A4526. 12, 204, Tentação, Fix Schwab. 101st to Tokaia, 205 Tokaia Fix Schwab. 209 Americana da Sabiá. Ninth place, 208 Sunseara 50 LBF. 8th place, 207 Jolie NDF. 7th, 198 Vileira. 202 Pintura IDM. 5th place, 201 Mary GLDJ. Fourth, 206. Ramaya GLDJ. Third, 200. Vitoriosa do Calunga. Second place, 211. Eterna FIV CRL. The first place, 199, Extrema CRL. They are crossing the score now, 199. Yes.
É, olha lá a nota dos juízes.
Around the judges over there.
É bacana. É bacana, ó.
No, it's cool, yeah. No, and there they can have the first and second, and they are just disagreeing from the fourth on. Yeah, you explained how the score goes, and with the first place it's 20 points. No, I prefer you to speak, because we have to repeat because the public's not the same. The judges are individually judging. They have the possibility to talk to one another, and they were very close to Nelor. They only speak to one another in some moments. They alternate. They choose the top, the best one. And the first place will be more with higher score than the third, and then they have when they have a match, they will have some criteria to decide who's the first, be it by age or whatever that is. So the first, the fourth, the second, and the third. So they will do this independently, but they have the freedom to say, look, what do you think about that aspect? And they said, well, I think we can. I didn't see that we can penalize that, but when they choose the best animal, they don't have to talk too much, because everybody will get to their final analysis. But it is important to have the freedom to communicate between themselves, right? Yes, excellent. So we will be back with more information about the Tabapuã and the lower judgment here at the Expozebu 2022. Now we will have some space to speak about a new technology that is available as a service by the Ministry of Agriculture. And we have the so-called B panels for veterinary use. The objective is to make the information easily accessible for veterinarians. So in order to speak about that, we will have live on a link with us Isabella Avila, who is a federal auditor. She is in the Ministry of Agriculture. Welcome to ABCZ Expozebu 2022. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for your invitation to share what the ministry has been doing. In this case, the Department for Animal Health of the ministry, but especially the Veterinarian Products Coordination. It's a pleasure to be here in such an event. Thank you. We appreciate you being here, Isabella, for your participation here and your availability to talk to us today. I would like you to explain already what are those panels about the establishment of the products for veterinarian use. Well, the panels, the BI is business. Oh, BI is business intelligence. Panels is they are solutions to manage info and also visualize data. So they match data that is sometimes data that will not transmit too much for whoever is not in the area, interactively. So they allow for interaction and easy to understand information. So they allow to visualize and share results in order to make decisions, which is what MAPA, the Ministry of Agriculture, wants to do. So this is to help the producers and society as in general. In these panels and products, in this kind of establishment, the MAPA, the Ministry will show you the facilities that produce, import, export, or manipulate some products for veterinary use, and data regarding pharmaceutical products and biological diagnosis kits. So you can identify what are the products that you have registered in the ministry. So, according to raw material which has been used, and what are those products that have been registered. So, in general, we can detail that later on. Those products that have been analyzed in terms of efficacy and safety, stability, and they have been validated more or less like what we do with Anvisa, the health surveillance agency in Brazil, in order to use products in humans, such as COVID-19 vaccines that have been discussed recently. It is a way to inspect all of that, right? And, well, tell me about the vision from the ministry of the official goal. What are the main gains that you have with this project, thinking about the relevance of the info access that you have? Well, the gains are amazing. There are many. It's the target audience goes from the service, the workers at the ministry. We have the central entity and the tip of the spear in the states and municipalities. It makes everything easier, since from distribution to use of public resources and decision making, they have a regulating sector, the industry, the capacity to identify risks and opportunities and understand the market. The consumer for veterinary products, the producers, the farmers, and I'll speak more specifically about the panel and how it can benefit the farmers, and the governments of exporting countries to understand what is used in the animals here in Brazil, for instance, and in more generally speaking, and the controlling agencies that will inspect what we do, CGU, the prosecution office, and so on. So we have the pertinent information about the productive chain, and it has many implications. I could spend hours here speaking about it in detail, but generally, in our case here, thinking about the farmers here at Expozebu, what matters to you is that you can seek information about the registered products. Yes, I would like you to speak about that very thing. You said, well, I'll speak about that later, but here in our audience, we are speaking to the farmers, so we want to show them that precisely the benefits of these panels. All right, so when a product is registered, the producer has an assurance that the product is working and it is safe to use and is not putting their animals in risk. So they buy that from somebody who do research and development in order to put that on the market. So they have good practices for identification. It is a producer that is legally producing. It is stimulating the market to keep producing with modern products with less flaws and less side effects. And they are going to contribute to diversity in the agribusiness sector. For instance, speaking about more specifically about the facilities that, well, we have in the panel the identification of the facilities from the producers to the commercial facilities, so with geo-referencing. So you can identify all of them by state and by municipality because they are registered in the ministry and they are authorized to commercialize the products for veterinarian use. And that's very important because we have some facilities that commercialize the products that need special care. Vaccines, controlled substances, and that you have to have an authorization for it, and anesthetics, and the trader is going to have an authorization to do to trade with it. So they have to be registered with the ministry and they have to be valid. With shelf life should be okay. They have the labels that they are all regular. So that's why we have to assure that the product is okay. If it's not stored properly, it's not going to work. If they have to be refrigerated, such as vaccines, they should be in the right temperature. The products that are registered are acquired from facilities that produced it according to good practices for production. The legislation of these regarding those products should be obeyed. The products are in the original package with no violation, no fractioning, because when they come out of the original packaging, they could be unstable. So we have a person responsible for this directive, about the proper handling of the product. And in terms of managing it is easier for a veterinarian doctor. They should talk to the producer and use the panel to understand the products that are available in the market, such as it was determined according to the main ingredient, the active ingredient, and they will be able to identify products that have been launched recently. They will compare the periods that they need and the usage, all in the same place. So the panel will compilate data with all of that info. If you allow me to keep going, how does that translate to a lesser sanitary risk for the producer? It is common nowadays to have autonomous sellers and people representing illegal companies with no registration that offer illegal products, false products and counterfeit substances. So before the panel, it was not possible to check the products regularly, and we mentioned about the registration of the products. We have safety and stability being proved. When you have a counterfeit, you have to let go of all that. You're putting in risk the entire health of your herd, so that is problematic for the producer, because they can be sick, the animals can be sick, but they can also have an effect, a negative effect, which is not perceptible to the producer. They might have a problem with food conversion, less weight and productivity. And there's another aspect.
And we need also to think about the people that are eating these products that come from animals. If it's an irregular product, irregular meat that was not studied, these products that were not allowed by the ministry, they will be applied on animals, and these animals will be eating. And we need to think about how much time it's needed before this animal can be slaughtered. So you can have residues in the meat, in the eggs, in the milk that can be bad for human health. Furthermore, with the limits over what is permitted, we can have a violation. The Agriculture Ministry has a program for the contaminant products and for the food from animal sources. We really can track it back to the producers. And sometimes the rancher is investigated inside his property if they use irregular products. So it is a series of implications related of the good use of medicaments and veterinary products. Thank you very much. There are very rich information about these topics of the panels, these new panels that were created by the Ministry of Agriculture and Cattle Breeding. So be always very welcome to our program at the ABCZ TV during the Expozebu 2022. You are very welcome. Thank you very much. I will extend here the invitation for you to access the web page. It's very easy to access these panels, and you have the first part of the panels BI, and you can just click on it. A lot of information that may be used for better management. And this will help the production of the farmers and ranchers. We thank you. Thank you very much. Now we come back to our VIP studio of the Expozebu World Cup, live from the contest track in the Fernando Costa Park. And I want our specialist to update us what was happening while we did our interview. We had a 11th category of the Nelore breed. They already circled the animals around, and now they are evaluating the animals in the static phase when they have to keep still. It's important that in this format with 3 judges and each judge with his helper. And we are just waiting for the Tabapuã result. When the animals in the PMGZ, some animals are not. But some animals are. Gustavo Alumínio is not. So what happens? When they registered the animal at a fair, sometimes the animal is in the PMGZ, but the animal is transferred to a breeder that is not in the PMGZ. Some animals think it's not in PMGZ and actually they are in the program. Renato, we can also talk about evaluation sheet again. Here, at this point, at the cows, when they become adults, and you have also some information about the calving. Tabapuã, they have the weight, the age, that is on the evaluation sheet. They have also the weaning weight official at the PMGZ, the length, and where's the classification in this group, where's the... You have a very long deviation of the average with 11 points. But it's very young animals, but they were weighted, measured, and they were compared to the average. In this case, height, length, width, and there are some judges that don't look at this. And the 4th category of calves, 5th place, 11, Felix Kundaga. 4th place, number 10, Caio. 5th, third, number 14. Second, number 13. Gagiroba FIV, and first place, number 12. You see that the MC sometimes just pauses a little. You see 5 animals, 4 different bulls. And the main animals came from Minas Gerais and São Paulo. Now we see the grades. We see that Genésio, there was a difference in the first place and second place. That's exactly as it happens in the Formula 1 racing. And you have 16 points for the first, 14 for the second, and so on and so forth. And there is the difference of this sum of points. It's very interesting, this aspect. And we're talking about great champions in this evaluation of the Tabapua. Matum was already champion. Acesso was a champion. Hackeado was a champion. But they were track animals. I believe Rambo was a track animal. I don't believe that he was already a champion. I don't remember exactly. He was a very well evaluated bull. Then you see that this absorption, he was Penaki. So you see this coming together of the Tabapua. And now we had a different calf subcategories, and now we will have the calf championship of the Tabapua. And you have the adjusted weight. Animal that is weighted earlier or later, and they have an average weight for the morning and evening weight. And they had an average weight that is being considered, not the weight that the animal has on the track. So you see a more harmonious type, like in the carcass. They had a weaning weight that was one, and here in this case was the second heaviest in this group. So the judge does not look only to the weight information. One has 142, 130 of height of the front legs, and at the back they has a more going down back, although she's a young calf. We cannot talk about it, and it maybe have influenced because it's not balanced. The importance of the evaluation sheet to have this data to support the judges. So we have to highlight the things, always keeping the sobriety without exaggerating. So the ABCZ offers us a lot of security, safety to judge these animals. And we can do it, evaluate these animals very safely. Also was a judge on a parking lot because they didn't had a track. There was no grass, no sand. And the next year they had grass. It was a beautiful track. But the first year it was on a parking lot. You need really a flat surface, a prepared staff, and the breeder can appeal to the commission if they think there was a mistake then. So it's impressive. Everything is online, palm tops. And we commented, Renata, if judge has the objectives of the fair that we read here the first day. The judge can be penalized, or even if a breeder offends a judge, the breeder can be penalized. So it's very serious. If a breeder offends a judge, this breeder can be penalized. We had a case where a breeder offended again and again and again the judges. The director just suspended him for 6 months. He was talking very loud. He was not naming me in person, but he was talking really loud. And they sent someone to ask, stop with that, it's not necessary. So what we see in other places, in other tracks, there's no security, there's no nothing actually. So a judge must keep a cool head and keep himself focused. But that does not happen everywhere. This is the pressure of the breeder, and we understand the pressure of the breeder. We live in a big brother situation as a judge. And we need to be very certain about our decisions. That's it. So see the image of the handlers to position their animals the best way. They want the animals to look at them and have their ears in a symmetric position. So that's what they try to do. The experienced handlers, they look at the three judges. When the judge comes, he goes to the side to allow the judge to see the animal from the front. You commented yesterday or the day before that there are courses for the handlers. Yes, some private entities offer these courses. Sometimes they are experienced handlers. It's just the same as training a new cameraman. You need to study. Regarding the handler, he needs to learn every day how to tame an animal, how to brush him. There are many handlers that had a lot of experience, came to a BCZ, and they said, I never learned to brush a cow or a bull like I did it here. And they learned to tame them in a very short period. So this is very important. It's important to position them correctly. When the judge goes between the animals, they maybe see or not see an important detail. We are all together, judges, handlers, animals, breeders. Before the pandemic, Neuza, that is also a judge, can you please ask the handler to stop hitting the feet of the animal? And I talked to him calmly, and nobody accepts that the animals are badly treated anymore. And on the track, the animal is a little bit impatient. The handler knows what to do in these cases. And they are very calm. They know how to handle these animals. The handler is paying attention, and this calf was trained on the farm. Some calves are moving more or moving less, but they're trying to position them in the best way possible.
Ninguém mais interessado que o próprio criador que esteja de acordo com o que as pessoas, o mundo percebe sobre o que a gente faz.
It's important the world to see what we do.
Às vezes querem culpar o fazendeiro não quer. Ele quer ser orientado, ele não quer.
The rancher doesn't want to destroy the environment. He needs to be oriented what to do. The first vaccines for me. The first vaccines for hoof and mouth disease were created in Brazil, and we use it a lot.
Olha que bacana.
E aí foi aquele fuzuê, já comprar aquela bezerra e sai até mais cara do que uma bezerra.
É normal.
Era uma bezerrinha TO, boa, tranquilo, né? Mas foi aqueles vai, quer dizer, são os criadores.
So the breeders really recognize the great work of the PMGZ.
Da porteira para dentro, tudo certinho, você vem para uma Expozebu e o tratador não é preparado para apresentar o animal, você perde seu trabalho.
If the handler is not prepared to show off the animal, you may lose the hard work you have done on the farm, on the ranch. And when you have more professional handlers, the respect for the animal increases. That's very beautiful to show here. Once we had a congress in Foz do Iguaçu for all regulatory organs. And I was called, the specialist of the house cannot go. Can you go to Foz do Iguaçu? Yes. I were there. We had a very active president. And they asked me what was new on this congress. Fantastic. The veterinarian colleges are great. They have the animal science in the United States. They have much more pets in the United States, more horses, and they have the same number of veterinarian colleges as São Paulo, Minas Gerais, and Rio de Janeiro. And they do not accept any shock, any brutality, any violence against animals. That was 7 years ago. You may begin to discuss this on your board. And we're talking about swines and birds to being slaughtered. We are not talking about reproduction.
So you can imagine, I've been a chairman like 7, 8 years ago. We had some lectures about that, and some countries are not dividing that anymore. So thank God ABCC can show that according to the rules, and they can do animal well-being, because they should do, right? Yeah, so here we are following the... let's wait for the final part of the... of what the judges have decided. Our team, if they want to go there, they're about to get the result. You just have to announce it. Well, and in the Nelore we have category, the 11th category, from 18 to 20 months. Category B, is that B? Subdivision B, so how many animals? 14 animals. Subdivision 14 animals. Okay, so for a fair that has been away for 2 years, we didn't know the number of animals. So this is very good to see. Not to mention the auction animals. If you are following us on our YouTube channel, you can send us questions and participate. I've seen messages from Ricardo Abreu with all of the problems and commitments that he has, and I'll send. He has a boy for that. And he's visualizing everything, right? Yeah, and we are watching everything, right? And here on the chat on YouTube, we have seen some messages asking about the judgment in Brazil, and they are starting on Thursday. So if you are waiting for it up to starting on Thursday, we had a message from Jarretes Meira from Bahia. He's watching us there. Look how nice that is. We have seen messages from Mexico, and we are very international here, right? It's cool to see, yeah. We are very much international. We are around for the world. Ricardo Santos saying, hey, please, can you just show the Nelore judgment? No, Ricardo, we have to show everything. I've been dealing with Nelore since I was a kid, and the importance of the other breeds. I really like the Nelore, but the other breeds are also important. They are as important. Ladies and gentlemen, defining the female calf, the champion for the Tabapuan race breed from Expozebu 2022. ABCZ informs you.
Essa é a hora que o criador da bateria.
Nós não escutamos o áudio aqui. O áudio não veio pra nós.
Well, yeah, we didn't have the audio here.
Nós temos a Melissa lá no...
Do we have Melissa over at the track to bring us the info? We didn't hear it. If I'm not mistaken, she was number 8, the third category. The third category, number 8. Yes, it's 8. Gabriel, let us know about the father. Let me see. Assessor, Industrial and Grazi. Those are the parents for a big champion in 2019 and Grazi 2017. 135 length, height is 129, posterior is 141. It is heifer in the group. This is interesting. In the group, she is not the heaviest. She is very well balanced. In this case, she's the heaviest, right? I think so, in the championship right now, yes. But she's balanced. She has a good measurements and weight and highness. Everything is very good. This is 8, 7, and 5. It's a very nice judgment, right? It's cool to see, yes, and you get to this position, you know, it's you can go and see, everybody agrees with that, right? Yes, she has good structure, a good outline, and look at the thorax there. And now we are going to hear the comments right now, right? No, it's we will see the second place now. The second place, then she will parade around, and then we will have the third best. Yeah, the dairy ones are different from the slaughter ones. We have to incentivize and value the third prize as well, because they are going to dispute for the third place. It's not automatic like it was for the Gir. Yeah, we have the second place and then the third best. Now we will have a judgment again. The animals are coming in. So there is a dynamic within the circle on the ground, and then the judges will be seeing the animals again. They are parading around, and now we will have the new rating, because now they will be assessed within the others, with the others. They are coming back to assess the others again, because they will be this is a new group, so I will change a little bit my environment in the studio now, because we are going to speak about business. We are very well in good company here, talking about business and opportunities here at the Expozebu 2022. I have Roberta Gestal from Melhora Mais. Welcome. Good morning. It's great to be here, Renata. Thank you for being here, for bringing me here to see this scenario and see our colleagues here. Oh, by the way, this Expozebu is here at ABCZ, at the cradle of Nelore and all of the Zebu breeds, and we see the Tabapuan judgment as well, and all of the races, all of the breeds. It's very nice, because after 2 years of pandemic, we can see everybody again, and that's brought some warmth to our hearts, people were looking forward to talk again and speak about business in person, to be together and discuss the technical matters. And I was watching you speaking about the judgments and the categories, and this brings joy to our professional life too, for sure, Roberta. And you're taking part in this as well with us, and I want to invite you, because we are live showing all of the info here from Expozebu. We have the result for the Nelore. Let's hear, and then we'll be back with you. Number 8228. We don't have the audio, right? In the studio, we have no audio. Seventh place, 224. Ducati FIV. Seventh place, 220, Hara FIV GLDJ. My memory is still working here, right? 5218. Yeah, we still have no audio, it seems. Third place, 215, Liana FIV HVP. Second, 219, Guapa FIV TLBF. First, 216, Rima FIV Realiza 1.
Sim. Maravilha. Uma variabilidade.
Mas a variabilidade genética aumentou no jogo. Coisa vem mudando. É que agora daqui para frente até as vacas e tudo.
From now on to the cows and bulls, we will have some more variability. But for the cattle that we have seen before the pandemic, the pressure of selection, of course, it reflects the assessed cattle, of course. You always have a little bit more difficulty to test, and you have more limitation to test everybody. And now we see the 4 or 5 bulls that have been more selected for growth and gaining weight. So this is awesome to see. The first places, they reflect that. And I always tell them that what we want here is to see what we have here in the fields in terms of musculature and balance with a wonderful category. So, well, I'm having classes here, right? Since Sunday, when they started judging, Celinho became my guru, and Celinho is my veteran here since the first day. So everything that happens here on this track, we are talking about the relevance of the racial characteristics and also the PMGZ, the gathering of all of those animals. They are very important animals for the evolution of cattle raising. Let's speak about the 4th auction, the Terra Brava auction. We have had 2 years of virtual auctions. Now we have the in-person auctions. Let's see what Terra Brava and Additiva Genetics prepared for us. I will take from where you left. We have spoken about genetic variability and young animals, the relevance of the generation interval, and this union, as you said, of the improvement programs. They are very engaged in all of the segments, not only in the farm or in the track, of course, but bringing this, gathering those. Because we were speaking about the Zebu races, it's the same race, right? What we have to value in the track is what we have to value on the farms as well. And the Terra Brava and Genetica Additiva have a proposition for supplying what we say that it is something that you have in the farms. You have the animals on the front lines, on the lots, you know, the heifers, the calves and cows, and you bring them to commercialize. It's not what you don't decide, it's to show what each farm has to offer. So there we have a category, a baby category, which are wonderful animals because they are donors. They are categories of donor heifers. They have been in the top of the improvement programs, the genetic improvement programs, they have been unparalleled, and they have been affected because many of those have been already assessed, because we now have the technology that respect the well-being of those animals. And I've seen you speaking about animal well-being and treating well the animals. You do follow that. I know you know how much those farms value that, how they are worried about this. And we have technology for reproductive techniques adapted to aspirate those heifers. So this is a huge differential. You know what you find here, in addition to high genetic value in those females, you also find variability, genetic variability, and let's hear. We'll hear what's going on, and then we will get back to the auction. Okay.
Com certeza.
Tem.
Nós vamos falar dos destaques também daqui a pouco.
Reservada campeã bezerra, animal número 12.
Number 12.
Gratuita
FIV G05, Expozebu is João Neto.
05, São Gabriel do Oeste, Mato Grosso do Sul. Convidamos a número 13.
Excelente. Com certeza. Com certeza. Vamos ver se nós vamos ter o comentário do juiz.
Vai o terceiro, segue daí, que aqui tem terceiro.
Tá, então vamos lá. Então vamos seguir aqui, a gente estava falando sobre o leilão.
We were speaking about the auction, the fourth auction of Terra Brava, and now we have a guest here. You were mentioning all of the work of the two farms and looking for bringing those breeders, the donors that are very different. We will have many different female animals there for reproducing. They are all donors, right? Yes, we have Zebu, we have you bring representatives from all of the categories. So I spoke about the heifers. I'm watching the judgment here. I'm very impressed with the quality, and yeah, you mentioned the structure and the quality. And the whole memory set, you can see that it's going and evolving, and you can see the evolution of those races, those breeds. And you can see the work that is being done, and this is an evolution of the races, but the other economic characteristics as well, such as motherly ability, its environment, not only the reproduction of milk, but also the environment for motherhood, the interaction of the female, the mother, with the environment where she lives, and also having a good offspring. And you can see that not only in the programs, but also from the secondary sexual characteristics that we can observe in the breed. So when you speak about the females and the evolution that we had with the Zebu breeds, we have sexual precocity, and they are coming, and that is a very real thing now in the commercial programs. We know about the bull crossing as well, which is a challenge, but now it brings us results, and it's very enriching, the relevance of the Zebu basis. And the crossing is a reality. It is a resource, a genetic resource. Heterosis is a good resource, and we have to evolve. You know, we have the market that is signaling for the necessity of that. We have to have animals that wean while being weighted, so we have a precocious. We have to have a precocious female and male. So those economic aspects should be imbued in the breed, because that is the ability of cattle raising. We are disputing for space with agriculture. It is a full set of things going on. So they all should be feasible within the rural properties. So when you mention a female, a highlighted female, she brings a set of characteristics that is not just, she's not the single one, the only one. She shouldn't be a leader for weight or a leader for only skill for being a motherhood ability. They should have a set of economic characteristics, and of course we should refine that according to the standards of the race. Of course, we have to have the differentials because all of these animals are certified by the association for each breed. Yes, for sure, and we have been speaking about let's hear the announcer and then we'll see the highlights of the auction. We have an auction for 28 lots. We have all of them are highlights. The third best animal of the Bezerra Championship, it's the animal number 13, Gariroba from Pouso Alto. Edgar Martins is the expositor from Bela Vista Farm. We have Silva Jardim from Rio de Janeiro. And then we have number 9, number 1, and number 3. The considerations are, we have for me it is an honor to be here in Uberaba with the Tabapuã breed. It is a breed that is personally, I am very much involved with it because my father is a breeder and I really like the breed, and because of that I live with these animals every day, and I would like to thank God and for your invitation to be here, to all of you, and I would like to say that the judges, we really like this championship. It's a very good championship. It's a good event that represents the Tabapuã breed very well. In 7th place, we will have the minor heifer. It is a very female animal with a neck that goes over the torso line, and is a very well balanced animal with the width. It's very harmonious, it's very well balanced, but it does lose a little bit in the depth compared to the other ones.
So it is a little further from the ground. It has long legs, okay, but we wanted it to have a little bit more of convexity. It has a little bit of pigmentation that we have to be careful. Okay, we have the ears flapping. Okay, but this it didn't receive a penalty for this, but that's why it's in 7th place. Okay, you can stand here on the side. Okay, another one, the next one. Here we have the youngest animal of the exhibit. It's a beautiful animal, totally balanced. It is a heifer that attracted our attention because of its femininity. So let's start. The head, the skull, the format of the skull, it's superior to the one that came before it. The format of, or the shape of the ears is better. Okay, so the neck here, it is a very feminine heifer. The passages are very balanced. The hump is well formed, okay? Okay, the dorsal line, everything is balanced. The navel is a little superior to the previous one, but then its bones, the way it walks, its posture on the tracks attracted our attention. attention, and it's the youngest. And so that's why it only came in 5th place. In 4th place, next heifer, please, we have a heifer that amazed us because of its structure, the length of its body. It's very feminine. The hump is well formed, well placed. The neck is beautiful, but when we start analyzing its posterior area, I believe that we have a little interference here. Okay, the convexity, she missed a few points because of the convexity here at the posterior area. We were expecting a better posterior. It's a deep heifer with beautiful passages, and it has developed its body well. Next animal, please. And then now we have the 3rd place. Now here we have an animal. You can stand here. We have an animal here, also extremely feminine, and the skull is superior, and this is the 4th place. A very feminine neck. The hump is a little well developed, but it's okay due to its size. But its bones and skeleton are amazing. Okay, we have the long dorsal going to the hind. Okay, can you please place her here? The perineum is a little longer than the previous animal. And so the size of the parts where we have the noble beef cuts is beautiful as well. Now we have the reserved animal. The reserved animal impressed us due to its volume, the convexity of its ribs, the deepness of its ribs, the convexity, and so it is very feminine. The neck is a little shorter, but also due to the volume of its carcass, and also since it has a shorter neck, it is less feminine than the previous animal. But when we start comparing its posterior area, okay, and its palate, okay, it has a corrected navel here. And what attracted our attention? The development of its reproductive organs, okay? So the udder is very well developed, so this kind of udder, okay? And we have quality and quantity of prime beef cuts. And so when compared to the 1st place, please make it stand here, sideways. And then the champion now, please place it here. We have an animal that attracted our attention because of its structure. It's a deep animal, it's a long animal. Its dorsal is stronger than the 2nd place, okay? Okay, the posture is a little better than the 2nd place, and here, even though we didn't have a certain volume, its arch impressed us, the deepness of the ribs, and also the length of the rump. It's an extremely feminine heifer, well balanced, extremely well balanced, and I would like to attract your attention. This is the Tabapuã that we desire, okay, for reproduction. This is a sample. So thank you and congratulations to all of the handlers and to all of the breeders of the 2 heifers. 1st place and the 2nd place. And so now the ABCZ would like to invite the breeder to receive the Gustavo de Oliveira Souza and Luiz Figueiredo, so that they can receive the prizes, the 1st and the 2nd prizes. So the championship, okay, the Tabapuã winner or champion, and then soon we're gonna talk to our commentators to see how this was. Can we please lower the volume here inside the studio, please? And so now we're gonna discuss the 4th auction. Okay, Roberta is our guest and she's here. We have already discussed the heifers offered. They are gonna be the cows that had their first calves, and they're gonna be the heifers. And so we also talked about the highlights of the auction. The auction is going to take place tomorrow, May 4th, at 1 p.m. with Kardec. What are the highlights for tomorrow? So, Renata, for the category, we have unique animals, okay? We also have special guests, okay? We have Terra Brava, Aditiva Genetics, we have Boi Bravo, Crispim. They are part of the auction, Tulipa, and all of them, they brought heifers of high quality, high genetic quality, high genetic standards, unique animals. Wonderful animals. And what attracted my attention regarding these lots of heifers, they are donors. They have already had calves. They have already born calves. Their productive history is impeccable. In the case of the heifers, they are young. They are young. We were talking about the pillars of the genetic improvement, the interval between the generations. The intervals were very short. So even the cows, they are cows that are daughters of young bulls, And so we have Dourado, Izet from Tulipa, young animal, and also pregnant cows, and the bull that impregnated them are the bulls that impregnated them are also very young. Hey Gruber, which is the reserve from the Aditiva Genetics, is the first time this bull was a genetic reserve, the father was a genetic reserve, the grandfather was a genetic reserve, and so we have a history. We have daughters of Porto, daughters of Reitolus, and so they are being presented, okay, and it's a highlight. They have a high genetic superiority, and they are female animals, okay? I believe we have 27 lots of females and one specific lot of a bull. It's a Rolex. The bull is called Rolex. Rolex is from 2009. It has already been hired by Alta Genetics, but there is a unique differential because it has a set of economic characteristics that are very strong, mainly the characteristic related to its reproduction capacity, maternal characteristics. It's the first yield of this bull in the market, yeah? So this bull produced semen on the farm with 12.7 months of age, and I can see Gabriel nodding his head because he saw this at first hand. Translation apologizes. We cannot hear the gentleman. I don't believe he's speaking into a microphone. Now okay. And we went there to see Rolex, this wonderful bull. And I went to Terra Brava. I spent some time there, and it was beautiful to see Eduardo. And he was making the best available. He was making the best of what the Terra Brava had available. And so, and we had donors, so I would like to send my regards to Terra Brava. Okay, it's worthwhile paying a visit to Pavilion 24. Auctions, they hurt the owner. Otherwise, it's not a good business because you have to offer the best, something that is going to be a differential because the event is unique. Because if you offer what everybody produces, so it's not unique. So if you are here in the park, why don't you pay a visit to Pavilions 24 and 25 to check out the animals that are going to be sold tomorrow at the auction, okay? And so we have the Melhora Mais, the Terra Brava, our entire team is there. We work together, carrying out many actions together, but when you pay these visits, you're going to find opportunities to chat about genetic improvements. What have you been doing on your farm? What are the new technologies that have been arising? You can talk a little more about the Genomica tool. I can can see Paulo here. We are from that time, way back when, and we had the privilege of watching all of these changes. And I'm totally fulfilled because I'm being a part of this, of what everything was, what everything is, and yes. So yesterday we had an expert from Embrapa talking about genomica, and we had here us on the podium discussing this, watching the contest, but we asked her, we begged her, please talk a little more about that, okay? And so we have to update ourselves. So it's this exhibit is very, very rich, and this interaction. We are here meeting people from farms and ranches that don't take part in the contest, but they're here bringing some samples of the work that they do. Yes, at Expozebu, which is the greatest, the largest fair in the world, Zebu fair in the world. And so we have Expozebu, we have all of the technicians, all the professionals. We're showing everything that we have, the best that we have, not only to Brazil, but to the world. So, Roberta, we have an invitation. Tomorrow is the 4th Terra Brava auction. It's going to start at 1 p.m. at the Rômulo Kardec Event Center, and people can also follow everything up virtually. So I would like to invite you, please come here, check out the high quality of the animals that we are selling, okay, and trading and auctioning. Thank you so much for your participation. Now we're going to talk with reporter Elcio Fonseca, and I believe he has more information for us. Yes, we have Gustavo Oliveira de Souza from the state of Goiás, and the winner of the Tabapuã Heifer Championship was, wow, you must be happy, right? You're taking the first prize. Yes, I'm very happy. I'm so happy that we won. But the most important thing is
tudo muito bem organizado. And
I'm happy to be here. The victory is just a result of hard work that was well done. And the main word here is gratitude, because it's not every day that we take a prize home in this fair that is the greatest in the world. So it's wonderful to be here. It's wonderful to be here because we have the most beautiful and the best Zebu breeds and the best Zebu animals. So a lot of work done by the handlers. The handlers are the best. They have worked hard with these animals. So handler, how was the work with the calf, the female calf there on the farm? Oh, but it was okay. It was okay. Wonderful, wonderful. I wish you all the success in the world. Congratulations on the first place. Okay, and let's have many, many more. Yes, yes. God willing, we're going to have many, many more. Renata, we're going to go back to the studio now, and soon we are going to chat with you. Thank you, Elcio, for the information. And now we're going to welcome here on the live coverage of the 87th Expozebu. So the FPA aims to develop public policies. President, welcome. Good morning to you. The president of the FPA is now taking part in our fair. I believe that, Mr. Sérgio, we had a problem with your audio. Now, good morning. Good morning, Renata Paiva. So the FPA is the Agribusiness Parliamentary Caucuses. And so we have Senator Eduardo Gomes. We were discussing the agenda and the vetoes that still need to be voted here at the National Congress of Brazil, okay? And so we have all of the...
Nós temos aí alguns pontos
And we have some points that do not optimize everything like we would like this, to reduce the costs of our production in the agribusiness, okay? And we want to associate this to the railroads here in Brazil. Sir, please talk a little bit about the work of the FBA, thinking about 2021. You guys worked really hard and you passed many bills of law, and I would like you to highlight a few for us. Thank you, Renata, for that question. And I would like to greet Mr. Rivaldo in a special way, Mr. Rivaldo Borges Jr., the president of the ABCZ. They are the member, he is a member of the institute that has the name Thinking About Agribusiness. Yes, in Portuguese it's a little different. And I would like to greet the organizers of the 87th Expozebu, and because it's really successful, I know that in the last 2 years it was done in a virtual way, and I even participated myself, and now I am here face to face, and Expozebu shares technologies, genetics, it has a high productivity potential, and it takes everything to our Brazilian population. The FBA is based on topics, specific topics. We discuss agribusiness, agriculture, livestock, and when we talk about agriculture and livestock production, it's not only focused on the production of animal protein or grains. We discuss logistics, we discuss the regulations necessary, we discuss the resources necessary to fund the entire agricultural and livestock sector. We discussed how to lower or reduce the costs. And for the last 2 years, Fushi's bill of law that is going to make the 5G internet connection available all over Brazil with a national coverage. This is a very, very important bill of law. The FIAGRO, which is the fund to finance agribusiness, and we created this at the FBA, the Agricultural and Livestock Parliamentary Caucuses. And we have also the owner of a factory or a plant or a slaughterhouse. They are going to be able to carry out their own surveillance, monitoring, and we are not going to need to have a public servant or a civil servant from the ministry there in person. In the last year, we advanced a lot, and this year we tried to vote many bills of law that were extremely polemic, like the environmental licenses. It's going through the Senate now, and the environmental licenses, they have been created to reduce our costs. And so sometimes it takes 10 years for you to allow a mineral mining company to do business, for you to install a railroad that goes through an indigenous reservation or through a park. Everything is difficult, and this increases the costs.
And it gets paid by the consumer, so this licensing is already in the Senate. It's been voted in the House. It's a project that goes back to the Senate again. Last week we have been discussing with Mr. Chairman Pacheco also the regulations and the defensives for plantations, which is another bottleneck that we have been having for decades. These defensive substances take a long while to be analyzed. Not their approval, but it takes too long to analyze them, 8-10 years. So we now have the possibility to have legislation that comes and brings more efficient defensive substances, which is the safer food law, as we call it. We use less substances, and then you have, as a consequence, more healthy food being produced and with less cost. The agenda is extensive. It's still pending on the House and in the Senate, and we have have that a lot. We can't deal with everything at the same time, but we have been advancing a lot, and especially with the partnerships that we have with the executive branch, with the president Jair Bolsonaro, and we have been advancing a lot for the agribusiness sector. Sure, many agendas that you mentioned right now, especially with this meeting that you had with the chairman of the Senate, Rodrigo Pacheco, that you mentioned some matters about the licensing and other points that you have approached. And when we think about the work that the parliamentary front has been working with, doing in order to impact the cost of production, that is something that you highlighted, and we should deal with that. The increase of the production cost that goes to the consumer, for sure. Renata, what happens is that the fertilizers are a plant food, so we have to feed the plants so that we can produce grain, and from those grains we can process, and that will come up with that will become the ham and cheese and the chicken and pork and so on, and meat, beef and milk and everything. So we know the whole process that we have in having food for the plants. So Brazil is a tropical country. The southern region and a bit of the southeast has some of the richest soil. The Midwest and the Northwest, the Northeast have poorer soils, but we learned to do tropical agriculture. Brazil is the inventor of this kind of agriculture. Back in the day, 50 years ago, when Embrapa was creating all of the technology for Cerrado savanna cultivation. So we created that. However, we need to use fertilizers, and the fertilizers, we depend on them for 90-some% of the market, for the international market. Most of it comes from Russia, Belarus, Canada, and then Asia. But what we have seen during the last few years, first because of the pandemic crisis, of course, worldwide the world has been consuming more material goods. It has demanded more logistic capability. Of course, we lacked ships and containers, and then we had an increase in the prices for fertilizers. For instance, potassium would be bought for $300 a ton. Last year and this year we had $1,000 a ton, and now it's about $150. $1,000, due to the war between Russia and Ukraine. But when you have those difficulties, you start to learning how to swim. We have to do what we can, right, to survive. It was cheap, now it's very expensive. So we have to invest internally at home, right? We have been studying this for a few years now, and we have seen the impact of it. But now we have another situation, which is the exploring of mines here in Brazil. We have the potential for producing potassium, which is the main fertilizer for grains. It makes us go through the way from the root to the leaves and doing photosynthesis and bringing in beans and grains, other grains, and potassium is we have a huge reserve in Brazil, and considering what we use today, we can use it for, we have still a reserve for 500 years, but they are in regions that are still not really well explored. They are in indigenous reservations and also in national reservoirs for nature, and we have to expedite the process and understand what is the important part for the country. Is it to assure food safety? Is it to assure quality food at a good price. So for that we have to go forward with some legislation such as environmental licensing and indigenous lands, and that is a constant work that we have to deal with, and we in our group have as a North Star the reduction of production costs, because in the end of the day two people will pay the price, the producer and the consumer. Precisely, that is a very very good way to wrap around your rationale, and I think it is a huge problem that we have. We have to reduce costs for everybody, especially for the final consumer and the producer, because the producers work for the consumers. I talked to Sergio Souza, who's the chairman of the group in the Parliament for Agribusiness. Thank you. You are always welcome here to share knowledge with us. I appreciate that, Renata. A huge hug to you. Rivaldo, our chairman of ABCZ. Very much success to all of you. God bless you all. Now we are back to our VIP room at the Zebu World Cup. We have seen Celinho is out now. I know that. I noticed. Yeah, I can see that. Sometimes people go missing, but today is a bit weird, but it's okay. I've been talking about the opportunities of the auctions, and now we have been talking to the chairman of the interest group in the Parliament. Now I would like you to update us about what's going on here while I was away. Well, we have Tabapuã, now we have the Heifers Championship, and then you have from 12 to 13 months, you have the results now, and goes to 15 and 16, and now we have the minor Heifer from 13 to 14, and now they are judging the category that has only one animal, but it has to be judged as well because it has to be assessed to check whether or not it is within standard, and it is of course in the first place. I have seen some cases of a single animal competing and it was in third place. It didn't have any qualities, so yeah. I have never done that and I regret it because it does matter, you have to assess the animal, and then if you don't take off the category and you have some serious problem, it goes to the front when you have to speak on the microphone for that group, and the jury will look at it, it will parade around and do all the movements, and you declare if you have any problems or if you have any outlines problems or locomotion problems, and if it really deserves it, and if it deserves to be there. And that shows how important that is, and it goes to show that is you have to assess that very carefully. Yeah, the judge will assess just like as if it was with 10, 15 animals. That is individual, right? You can see that in the comparison. And in the Nelore breed, how are we? We do that just like in a championship. Nelore has gone already. We saw the results, but if I'm not mistaken, we are about to see the 12th category. It is subcategory. I think it is subcategory 241, right? It is already on B. I've seen some results slowly. They could bring in the subcategory A, and it's a classification, but then we will update that. From the second one on, we have 235, 228, 230, and 233. And now we will be back then after a while with the info from the judgment of Expozebu 2022, Nelore breed and Tabapuã breed as well in the track today. And now we are going to the experimental farm of the Equi Show. Reporter is Fabiana. She's bringing us info. Good morning, Fabiana. Hello, Renata. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It's a very special day in the experimental farm, and we have an exposer here, many exposers here with the project Anjos do Bem, Angels of Good, women and men and young people who have some kind of limitation. They have the opportunity to interact with Shai, which is a horse, a female horse here, a very docile animal. And they are in touch with this animal, they're touching it, and some of them are even mounting it. And now I have the handle of the mare. She is here with a very special moment for those people, and now I would like you to speak about the project a little bit and what is the importance of this interaction with the mare that is so important in treating and helping these people to improve their quality of life. Well, our project is dealing with people with intellectual limitations. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to bring all of the elderly too, but it is a very valuable project because we understand that they have a great interaction, and it is a very docile mare that is here. It's kind of communicating with them, you know, and for them it's a great opportunity. It's an awesome opportunity for them. And tell me a little bit more about the project itself. Well, the project is we have the assisted who are elderly patients and people with intellectual limitations. I deal with those the latest group, and we have been dealing with them for a long while. I don't know how long because I'm a newcomer to the house here, but Marcio and Tiago have been doing a fantastic work with them. They are very responsible, and we are many caretakers, and we have a lot of love going on here. That's what we bring to them, and that's what they give back to us. Thank you so much, Sandra, and that is it. We will keep going with this interaction of those very special people with Chai, that is also a very special mare that is here with very positive energy here for Equishow 2022. And if you are watching us, if you want to come here, you can spend the afternoon at the experimental farm in the field with very much with very good energy. Back to you, Renata. Thank you, Fabiano, for your info from Equishow, and then after a while we will see more of you to see what's going to happen throughout the day. Now we are going to speak about the opportunities for Expozebu 2022, another auction that will take place here today. We have here Adaljo Castilho, who is from the Cindy Castilho. Welcome. Thank you very much, Renata. First of all, I have to say congratulations because the studio is wonderful. I didn't know it yet. I haven't been here before. I knew about it, but I didn't visit it. And we also have our shows here. We are making everybody aware of everything that goes on here. And more than that, we will still have an auction from City Castillo, right? What did you prepare for this year? After 2 years of virtual auctions with the pandemic and everything, now we have the new reality of again seeing people in person. What did you prepare for this fair in Expozebu 2022? Well, we have prepared a high-quality cattle. We haven't had Expozebu for 2 years. This data was my auction. Since I wasn't able to do it here, I was in the farm. And since I have the data, the date, I should come here because this is the showcase. This is everything. So I invited Angedu for us to auction here for the guests, and this worked out very well as a partnership because everybody is breeding wonderful cattle, and we have had success. Last year it was a virtual auction, and now it is in person, and everybody was very excited and anxious about it because they wanted to show the cattle and leave it with, see it in person, exchange information, visit. This is very important to all of the cattle breeders here. And in this auction we had We brought what we have the best. The advisor is Geraldo. He is dealing with the lots, and he has the freedom to come both in the breeding grounds and also with the other members and the guests to choose the animals, the high-level animals. And we have this commitment of providing genetics of the best kind in order to shorten the way of whoever comes in right now. So every breed, for it to grow, the breeders, the most traditional breeders, should give the opportunity to the newcomers so that they can come in a high level. So that's what we have been doing throughout those years. Sure, Adalgio. When we think about the animals that you have selected and also the guests, you have some special guests. When you think about the superior genetics that you are offering, what are the main characteristics that you are incorporating to your herd and to decrease the cycle and to produce more with less space and time? Well, we have a selection method that are animals that have a racial beauty that is good, a plastic beauty. You are looking at the animal, it's pleasant to look at. It is an exotechnical beauty as well, the balance between the parts, and also the balance overall, that the animals that you want to buy. When you put an animal to sell, you have to have the will to have it, you have to wish for it, because then you have you're pretty sure that you're not mistaken, right? That's what I've been doing. I put that in the market, whatever I would like to have had in the past, and thank God I was able to work the genetic to multiply the quality, and now we can offer what we have best. And that's what we are doing now, and we have been doing it for all those years. And for sure, now it is the second auction from Cindy Castillo and the guests, and we have some lots, right, that we can highlight. Well, we have many. I will speak about mine because I will put on a bull that is the leader of the PMGZ program for the Central Bulls. That is Giral. It is a fantastic animal. It is a modern bull in my concept. It is a genetically evolved bull. I have been using it a lot. It is index 2605 Deca 1, and it is a bull that you look at and you can see in it everything that is expressing genetic assessment. That is a superior animal in my point of view, since I have been committed to have to put what I have best, and also in our auctions every time I put animals there before judgment, and many times when I sold Querente and Frida, they were both champions. We have high-level animals. So Giral is a bull, a central bull, and he represents the genetic evolution of the kind. So we have also many heifers. Laris is pregnant now. It's a cow that represents the Cindy breed in all senses. She is going to be pregnant of Giral. There is a donor called Jenicoa. She's a fantastic cow and the daughter of UNICEF. UNICEF was the great champion. Is the bull that produced the most offspring if assessed in terms of food efficiency. I've implanted the waiting rooms for the Intergado at my home. In the first test, 2 sons of UNICEF. Now in the second contest, I had 1 more.
And they came to FASU, the university. In all of the categories, they always win a prize. Its offspring always win a prize. So it's a bull that is improving the genetic quality of the herd in terms of food efficiency. And this is what I aim to have in the future. My animals live in confinement, okay? And this is going to reflect positively in the future. It has a daughter. It is Mana. It is a beautiful cow, a wonderful animal, and we have many other wonderful heifers. Yes, only the top animals are going to be made available in the Expozebu auction. Yes, me myself, I would like to be buying them if I could buy them, and so that's how I can see an Expozebu with a huge growth of the Cindy breed, yes, and it's very meaningful. And when you look on the boards and the plaques, you can see my first auction was in 2011. From 2011 up until now, we have already carried out, I did 11 auctions, and now we're going to have another one. And we also have the Cindy Castilho Week. The same level animals, but they have not been tamed. So we are very glad to see this growth of the breed, yes, and all the contribution that Cindy Castilho has already made, yes. Are the animals here? Yes, the animals are in the park at 11 a.m. approximately. We're going to show them off, okay? And the animals are going to be there. If you are watching us now, I would like to invite you, come to the park, see the quality of the animals. I don't know if this is going to be shown on ABCZ, but it's going to be on the cattle channel. So what is your official invitation for our audience so that they can come, visit the animals, see the animals before the auction? Yes. So thank you for the opportunity. I would like to invite all of the breeders, all of those who love the Cindy breed, those who like the Cindy breed. If you're interested in breeding Cindy, it's a safe breed. We have been working hard on top of the truth that the breed has to offer. So if you have this opportunity of analyzing the Cindy breed, come here, be here with us. It's a great opportunity. Today is going to be at 8 p.m. and on the Cattle TV here in Brazil, which we call Canal do Boi, you're going to be able to see the auction and have a great auction. Have a great auction. Wonderful, Renata. Thank you, ABCZ. I'm very grateful to the ABCZ. I am a person who can acknowledge and recognize the well-being or the good that each person gave me so that I could be here today. Mr. Orestinho, the ABCZ, they invited us to bring a couple of calves, a female and a male one, and so we are now a big family. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So the second Cindy Castilho and Cindy OT and guests, okay? Okay, coming back to the VIP box of the Zebu World Cup that is taking place behind us, okay, in the arena. We have the Tabapuã and the Nelore breeds being judged, okay? So we in the 18th category, okay? If I'm not mistaken, 18th category. Which category of the Tabapuã? If you're following up in the catalog, page 306 and 307. In the catalog, pages 306 and 307. Okay, we have the younger heifers here. They are beautiful. They are beautiful. So this is the 8th category. Okay, they are beautiful. We have from Napoleon, C2T. Let me see. Oh, the Nelore animals are further away. Let me see if we can ask the cameraman or the camera woman to show us the animals. Oh, the animals that are being assessed now, judged now. I believe this is in the 24 months. I'm sorry, just a minute. I don't know exactly.
242. Isso, está na categoria de mais de 22, é isso?
Isso, na 13ª categoria, né?
The 13th category, okay?
Página 211.
Page 211. So the page is page 211 in the catalog, okay? So this is the 13th category. So more than 22 to 24 months, okay? So this is a young heifer. Okay, so they must be pregnant. So the weight, the CDP, the measurements, plus the information that they are pregnant, and this is a requirement. So they select who can be on the track and who cannot, which animals can be on the track and which animals cannot be on the track. And we were also discussing the following. At this first moment of the Nelore contest, we don't have the comment of the judges. We just have the contest, okay? The Tabapuã, okay, animals, we had the comments from the judges. So on Friday, if you want to hear the comments, come and watch us on Friday. And so the ABCZ respects this in the promotional offices. And so we have the subdivision, we have the regulations, the requirements, the registration, but the logistics of making comments depends on the promotional offices. And so since we have this all over Brazil, or maybe we're going to go back to the traditional system, and the ABCZ respects this, okay? Okay. And the number of animals is way higher. Imagine if we had comments all the time. It would take forever, yes? So since we started, 90% of them only make the comments at the end. And so it depends on the board of directors of the CNP. So the Brahman breeders had their offices in São Paulo, and so it is an indoor contest, and they wanted comments, all the time. For the judges, specifically speaking, if they comment right after they judge all the animals, it's easier, it's better technically, because you have just judged the animals. So all the information is on the tip of your tongue. And so we have many activities. How many important people did you interview about the auctions? There was a national representative, congressman. You interviewed people who were taking part in auctions. We have veterinaries. And so if you focus according to the ABCZ and to the Confederation, maybe we're going to have more people attending the event on Friday, because all of the comments are going to be made on Friday. Now, with the creation of the ABCZ TV, maybe the owner is going to be in his or her office following up everything on YouTube. So I believe that this may change in the future, because the others didn't change. What a beautiful image of the arena, of the tracks. Today is Tuesday. And so we are going to have all of the categories, all of the winners, all of the reserved animals. I usually say that for the judges, each person is different, but I am already judging the animals. I'm going to see all the animals. We are going to have the reserved animals walking around. What is the biotype for that year? And so this is a short judgment. And so, as you mentioned, okay, we can have a different visibility from this position. And so a natural evolution, Paulo and Renata, it's possible for us to have the technical aspects and that we're going to create to have images or audios to do what we did yesterday. You can freeze the image and then we can use this in our classes. Yes, it's going to be like a print. And what the ABCZ TV is generating for us, these beautiful images, we can use these images in the future in a different way, to teach our students. So we have the regulations, the ratio characteristics, the best ones, the ones that are going to disclassify the animal. Yesterday we were able to do this with the Gyr breed, So they were respecting the ratio characteristics of the animals. And then maybe in the future with these images, you're going to be able to analyze the animal, to assemble the ideal animal. How beautiful. Look how beautiful these animals are. They maintain their femininity. They are totally harmonious. The hump is at the right place. The volume of the ribs is amazing. The posterior part of the animal is amazing. They are well developed, and the judges at this moment, we have 2 judges and their assistants checking out the animals. They are still reaching a conclusion. And they have this possibility of moving the animals around, place them sideways, analyze them from the back, from the front. They can compare the animals. They can ask 2 animals to move forward. And the arena coordinator, what he or she does is the following. They say, we're going to have a certain level of flexibility, but allow your friend to make the animal move forward. Use that movement to arrive at your conclusions. Are you happy with this? Now, the other one wants you to move the animal a little bit. So this is a practice that we have. It's a tradition that we have. So now we're going to receive the audio from the arena, if I'm not mistaken, because the audio in the studio has disappeared. Oh, okay. 7th place, number 28. Number 28. 6th place, number 26. 5th place, number 24, Fulana Daga. 4th prize, number 23, Grandeza Five, da G05. DG05. 3rd prize, number 27, Butterfly. 2nd prize, number 22, Gaiosa Five da G05. And 1st place, number 21, Dara Five from Tabapuã. Exactly. We can hear everything that is happening on the tracks now. They were announcing the winners and talking about the diversity of the status. Rio de Janeiro, the states are Rio de Janeiro, Mato Grosso do Sul, Goiás, Mato Grosso, Amazonas, Minas Gerais. Wow, we have heifers from all over Brazil, yes? From the south, from the north, okay? And so the Amazon state is a new farm, there, a new breeder. He has just arrived. Paulo, I'm just starting. I'm in the state of Amazonas and I have to improve my cattle, my herd. And so he has to come to Beraba to compare his animals. And besides comparing the animals, okay, how to handle the cows, how to handle the calves, and then they can arrive in the bay. The bays are very comfortable, and it's not like a truck that you go, they have some bays, they have some corrals.
O criador pode escolher de outro lugar, mas são os de Uberaba que vão para lá registrar porque não dá número para morar.
And so sometimes it's difficult to have a technician living in the city of Manaus, in the state of Amazonas. Okay, so sometimes it's expensive to have a technician there. And sometimes we send the technicians there regularly to help them out because it's not worth living in the state of Manaus, in the state of Amazonas, in the city of Manaus. But it's really nice. It's really nice. Okay, we're going to have a brief commercial break, okay, and we're going to be back soon with the information, with the contest during the 2022 Expozebu.
La Coima, una empresa 100% brasilera con 70 años de vida, siempre contribuyendo con los avances de la pecuaria en general. La Coima ofrece para usted ganadero 5 modelos de cepos, 2 modelos de balanza electrónicas y también las balanzas para la carretera. Nuestro objetivo es contribuir con los avances de la pecuaria para producir más carne que el mundo tanto necesita. La Coima, ubicada en Dracena, Sao Paulo, Brasil, atiende a toda Latinoamérica. Visite nuestra página coima.com.br.
Olá, conozca CRV, con más de 140 años en el mundo y más de 50 años en Brasil, siendo pionera en mejoramiento genético en el país. Somos el proveedor de servicios más grande de la América Latina, elegida la mejor empresa del ramo en Brasil. Ganamos el selo ICAR y creamos el selo IFERT, que atestigua la fertilidad superior de los animales. Por lo tanto, CRV es garantía de evolución para el rebaño. CRV, Better Cows, Better Life.
Estamos de volta aqui ao vivo do Parque Fernando Costa. Você vê as imagens aí do estúdio da ABCZ.
We are back with ABCZ TV. We have our little bit of reflection over at the window. You can't see at the image, but we are here transmitting live to all of the judgments of Expozebu 2022. This morning, these judgments from Nelore and Tabapuã, moving all of the track here at the Fernando Costa Park. Very nice image. You can see we have ABCZ here showing the movements in the judgment track. The awards are being given. The judges can rest a little bit when they are able to, and we can open a little bit more to see the whole structure of the track and the Fernando Costa Park here in Uberaba. It's beautiful, isn't it? It is. We have a very well organized event, and we have seen the Nelore category result. Now we can update people, Celinho. It was the 13th category, 24 months old animals with no subdivision, right? And we have 7 animals, and then we have the 247, Valentina, Fiv,
and so 242, and then we have 246, 246, and then we have 242, and then it was 243. Oh, I apologize. It was 243, 245, 246, 245 in fifth place. Okay, so you have the results of the 13th category of the Nelore breed. Okay, animals between 22 and 24 months old. Okay, and so we saw the aerial view, and okay, it was really nice. On the left side of your screen you can see the Nelore, okay, and on the right side you can see the Tabapuã animals, okay, and then we can see from the top, okay, from the top, the chalk markings that you have on the grass. Can you see the markings? The big circle, okay, the stands for the judges are here, right? You can see them in blue, and then you have 2 circles for each breed. Okay, the wider circles, and so they can go there. The judges can go there. And so everything that encompasses the small circles is to help them so that the breeder can see the details. And then when the category is very big, when you have 10, 12 animals, and then in the contest, when the contest is happening, they have to go to the small circle. So we have the Nelor, we are judging the categories. And so they are waiting their turn so that they can go. So we have the Tabapuã, okay, in the small circle. So whenever there are many animals, the judges have to decide what's going to happen. But when you have only 10 male calves or 12 female calves, okay, so this diagram, when the ABCZ made this many years ago, it improved, because in the past it was only a line, a straight line, okay? And so you go from the youngest to the oldest.
And it is the best for the jury and also for the handler. And they have to assess that while they're standing still, because the small squares are for each animal according to age and subscription number. Now they are parading around the small one. Now we've seen the first one stopping at the first box, and then they will be parked, so to speak. That's what we are going to see until the last day. So we have the option to judge 5 breeds, right, at once. Even 6, I think, because if they have small numbers, but usually that's 5 at the most. Sometimes you have more. It really depends. It's well organized now, and sometimes we do have a team, the IT folks helping us in the track, the genealogy folks also working, distributing numbers and identifying the animals. Computer is done. Everything is done by informatic personnel, so they have the capacity of doing that with more animals. There is a team that is helping us very quickly, but now they are our own team, right? They are, yes, the Nelor. Now they are coming out of the circle, and now they are going to stop on their boxes. Yes, this is the sequence from the youngest to the oldest. The animal that's closer to the public is the younger. Is the youngest. Well, I think they didn't come to the box yet. They are a lot, but they are parading around on a huge, bigger circle. In the female, they have to be more careful, because they have other categories going on, and they have A and B, right? This is the 14th category, 24 up to 26. And as mentioned before, Nelor is respecting what the genetic improvement and what happens in practice in the field. So they are giving birth earlier. So I remember once we were in a judgment in Linz 2 years ago, and it was wonderful because we had the allowance to give birth earlier. So we have the conditions very similar. And in the commission, we chose to use a female that was giving birth. So the cattle that is on the track should be challenged, because it's the best that we have. It's the best condition. And the regulations are changing every year, so we have to demand milk and everything very early, because they are submitting to pregnancy with 12 to 14 months, and they demand that, of course. And the upgrade is one more thing that we have to do in order to get them pregnant at the right time. And if they don't give birth, well, we have to deal with that, right? Exactly. That's a criteria going on. Yeah, there are those who will have the full set, mother and calf, because you have to see that they have given birth, and you can see that right there. It is important to have that, because it's one more point for the judge to assess, and they have to evaluate the whole thing, right? If the calf is bad, they will observe that very carefully, because then you have to deal with the whole set of the animals. And there you have, you know very well that we have this, if you have to deal well with the offspring, of course. Well, if I start speaking about that, you can watch me. If you are watching from your home and you deal with animals too, we always get some relationship with the animals, right? With the offspring, the ability of being a mother is not the best. I do have milk, but I can't feed my child sometimes, you know. Exactly. Yes. And work will be good. Thinking about the humans, it will be nice because they're pregnant again. So it's going to be very good. But my motherly ability is not the best for the first time, but in the second place it will be best, I think. I hope the experience will help me. And they have to be good reproducers as well, right? They should be fertile too. Yeah, I think they have a boy already at a certain age. Yeah, they have a milk breed already, right, Celinho? We have an animal, the bull, 10 years old, and they should be competing together, right? Yeah, you have the chance, Paulinho. Yes, I have confirmed that already. You have the chance, right? Look at that beautiful image. We have the judge and the auxiliate, the support, and you have the handlers on the center of the track with a huge volume there. It's difficult to deal with, which is they are difficult animals, heavy animals. They have been with the mothers, and they are analyzing what they can do while they're moving and parading around, because they can see the sideway view and they go with harmony, and you can see the posterior and anterior chains. Tell me something, they are walking around here, are they going to change sides to move? Well, one thing that people who are watching don't like is this lack of organization in the track. They have to be very well organized in the moment to work, right? Otherwise they won't understand everything, and you have to be aware. They will start with the last one to the first, and we go until Saturday with that. You have to be organized and you have to be logical with that. And that has an explanation. And when I was starting, I wanted to explain that. One thing is to favor the handler for it to go with it. If it is right hand or left hand, they also have an explanation for that, because on the left side you still don't see who is the single series of the breeder, right? So you have to identify that. You have many small details. Well, but that's interesting to explain, right? Because then the judges are going to judge without seeing where the animal comes from. So they have to be thinking about the handler as well. Otherwise they ask them to go to the other way, otherwise they will be on the right-hand side, and they are right-handed. Yeah, and that's something else that happens, you know. They have to think about it when it runs from the counterclockwise direction. They have the way out of the calf there. And sometimes you have a small exhibition, you have the different animals that are ill-prepared. Sometimes they have to be prepared from the gate when they join, because sometimes they want to come back, and if they are in the gate coming from their head, they sometimes want to leave, right? Because they are doing something that they don't really like doing. The animals, they become uneasy, and when they deal with that with their right hand, most of them are right-handed, but everything has a logic, right? There's a rationale that has been thought about and repeated many years. And if the races are doing something that is not in favor of the jury or the handler, they should be dealing with that. It's dynamic, right? Yes, it has been employed up to this day. And we have continued now with the championship. I spoke, yeah, the boys have been here. We just have to announce that. Nelor is standing there in the correct order. The organization is also important to be in the order according to the catalog, so that people can follow along according to the age of the animal. It's not according to the owner, it's the age of the animal. And also Nelor has been working for many years, and they tell both to come in, and they have the support to identify the animal. And they go according to the jury, right? They say, hey, go, and they have a responsible person to do it. It's not random. They have a system for that, and they check that and say, well, you're going to parade around that many times, 2 or 3 times, and now it's hard, right? Yeah, usually you go there and you can see it, just like the year yesterday, you had some more turns because they had to be more careful and deal with the result. And you have Jerominho as if he was guiding people, right? He's guiding like the airplane going through the track, because then the judge shouldn't be speaking too much with the handler, right? They can speak to them, but they should keep a distance there. Are they pulling it off? No, they are just working and dealing with it, going to the front. They are dealing with the preference. We can see the Nelor images. Let's see if we can handle also the Tabapuã, because they are now announcing, right? They will announce, yes, they have judged already, and now they are processing. They have been sitting on the shade. They will be comfortable there because the sun is very, very hot now. It's very strong. They even have some calluses in their feet, right? Do you have that? Yeah, we are used to that actually. We stand a lot, but on our daily lives, you know, dealing with horses and cattle, we do that a lot. We're dealing with the 9th category, right? Oh, the 9th in the championship. Yeah, minor heifer. Page 307 on the catalog. I was in the other page, the next one, the smaller one, right? Well, you have lots of information now, and you have to interview. You have to interview online. You have to have the conversation and take note on the catalog. It's not easy. Sometimes I lose that. Well, I have some coffee going on, so it helps. Now we will have soon the information. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the champion for the minor heifer here, the Tabapuã breed, the X from Expozebu 2022. ABCZ is informing you. The champion of the minor heifers, the number 21, Dara Fiv de Tabapuã. Exposer is Edgar Martins da Silveira Júnior, Bela Vista Farm, Silva Jardim, Rio de Janeiro.
Convidamos a número 22.
Number 22. This is from Rio, right? Yes. They are very traditional. They are very traditional breeders, and for the basis of the breed. And he's not a newcomer. He's very experienced. You know, 10, 4, 5, up to 10 years. You know, it's not really a novice. So now he is going to take the 2nd place, and then the 3rd, and then they will take off the others. This song is beautiful. This is only after they call them, right? They are revivifying those moments of judgment, right? In Brazil and in the world. And here we have Elcio Fonseca, the reporter on the track. Can we call him? He is already there. I think Elcio is following along with the songs that we have, right? Elcio is following us from the beginning in the judgment track, and he's bringing important interviews, right? Yesterday we had the great Gileteiro spectacle, and everybody was crying.
aqui ao vivo chamar o Elcio Fonseca, que traz informações para nós. Elcio, seja muito bem-vindo.
Welcome. Hello, Renata. Thank you. Hug to our specialists and our commentators in the VIP room. I am in the judgment track here. Let's check another race of Tabapuã here. I have the chairman of the Promotion Association of the race here following everything up close. And we are seeing a show of quality here, right? Of those Tabapuã animals on Expozebu 2022. Good morning, everybody. It is an honor to have the Tabapuã here again after 2 years again in Uberaba, Expozebu. One more year with a lot of quality. The animals are amazing. They are with the farmers here who are spectacular breeders. It's a great show. We just had the minor heifer here. They are younger animals and the quality is showing a lot here too. I can only imagine what comes, right? What's about to come. We have the youngest animals now, right? Yes, so according to the increase of the age of the animals, they will be having more characteristics, positive characteristics, lots of good things. They are just beginning. So we are very happy to be here again. The association is with a spectacular auction and everything is going very well. It's good to be back. Great. Thank you, Sergio. We will speak more later and please have a good time here. I hope everybody has good luck. Good luck to all of you. We know how much everybody is working in order to get to this level. And we should be up close with the Tabapuã. We have some commentators there that also know about the race, right? Yes. So please enjoy and follow on ABCZ TV. Thank you. Thank you for your partnership. Renata and friends from the VIP room. Soon we will see the award in the Novilha Menor Championship, the minor heifer. And then we will be back with those amazing interviews, talking to the handlers, the breeders. That is what moves us, right? This is the emotion that we have. We have met him first with his father in the past, and we would see, you know, when you become the chairman, you have more responsibility. But this was such a nice guy. We would see that he is. That was his thing, right? His father would say, "Well, that is something I'm doing with my son. My son is on charge. It's up to him, you know." And I was amazed by that because he was a very young guy and he has a great result. And he's a good professional too. And we have seen some young Nelore, but then I was more with the race than with the breed than with the traditional Nelore. And this is an amazing guy, you know, he's very well engaged, he talks to everybody. And it is so good to see the renewal of all of this, you know. Yeah, it's very good, and it's funny that we have been through the pandemic together, and it was hard to elect a new guy, and we started to, you know, being the chairman is so difficult. It's not easy, right, to conduct that. You have a leader that is always being demanded, and yeah, it's not easy. So we have said, well, what now, you know? People say, well, we don't have any other solution. You're going well, you're doing fine, the pandemics, you know, you can't just elect people. You only have more difficulties. It's going fine, so let's keep moving, right? And he was fine with it. Now in Paraná they allow for the re-election, but the chairman said, only if I don't have any fares, then I don't want it. If they had something like Expozebu, they wanted to stay because they can innovate. But in this case, they are in a very hard situation, right? And they wanted to do that, and they are now fostering the next one, the next chairman, and they are talking to the breeders because it's really hard, you know. And who is it that was telling me that he has been the chairman and also re-elected? He said, Paulinho, for me it was something, the biggest mistake for me, you know, was to continue because I have done well for 40 years, right? Yes, I was done for 40 years. It was very traditional until he came to me and said, hey, I don't know anybody else, you know, I don't know people, because we can renew people and people have been coming and going, and we really have that aspect, you know. Renewal is important. Okay, so now we will have the results of the Tabapuã, but we will have a short break and 1 minute, and then we will be back with the results.
Conozca más sobre la calidad Hotel Té Tabapuán, Granja Agua Marinha, por el empresario Julio Laure. Animales de excelente genética con las características más deseadas. Capacidad materna, peso de destete, peso soberano, fertilidad, estructura, precocidad, musculatura y características de la canal. Hotel Té Tabapuán. Amor por la raza.
Alta Brasil, líder del mercado de mejoramiento genético bovino, está localizada en Uberaba, la capital mundial del ganado cebú, y es en nuestra central de donde sale al menos una de cada 3 dosis de semen vendido, producido o exportado. Solo en 2021 hubo más de 8.6 millones de dosis. Así crece el agro y nuestra credibilidad también.
Estamos de volta ao vivo aí, você vê imagens.
So we are now back live. You can see images of the arena, the contest arena, and it's 10:51 of this Tuesday with all of the contests of the 2022 Expozebu. We have the Nelore and the Tabapuã breeds being judged, okay? And this afternoon, we're going to have the double aptitude jeer and the dairy jeer, and tomorrow we're going to have the contest of the Guzerá, the Brahman, we're going to have Sinji, we're going to have a model matrix, okay? We're going to have a special prize for the model matrix, and then we're going to have double aptitude, Sinji, jeer, okay? So we're going to have a lot of movement here in the ABCZ, in the Fernando Costa Park, in the city of Uberaba. Wow, I need to drink some water. We now have the result of the 8th category, okay, of the Tabapuã, okay? We have Bridget, the daughter of Cacife, from Uberaba, right? Yes, from Uberaba. So the Brahman, the field Brahman for tomorrow morning. Okay, so they are free in the base, okay, and the model matrix is also not going to be here, right? No. It can be a field cow, okay? In the field Brahman the system is similar, and tomorrow we're going to give you more details regarding this, okay? And I'm sure that one of the reporters of the ABCZ TV is going to be there, okay? And then when we start, we can, and so they're going to be weighed, they're going to be measured, they are going to undergo the carcass ultrasound, okay? So it's the idea of judging the cattle in a simpler way, okay? And so it's doesn't need we don't need to bring the animal here. So the images you can see, we have the smaller heifer, the smaller Tabapuã heifer, okay? And then we're going to see the 3rd place, we're going to see the winner, and then number 21, the Dara Filha, and the reserved is number 17, Bridget, or Brigitte. So the judges asked the handlers to make the animal stand in a line, to analyze the deepness, the harmony, and the legs, the proportion between the legs and the body, because they had not decided from the front or from the back. And so they had not seen this before, yeah? Okay. And we have a doubt. They are analyzing the posture, they are analyzing, they're trying to see the width, the length, when does the next starts. Okay, young heifer. Here's the classification. The 12th prize is going to go to Quebec FIV. And then 249. We have Rima, Fiv, Ramalhete. 9th place, 255. Okay? 255. We have Lady Gaga, Fiv, Junk. We have 258. 259. Shaman, Fiv, Brun. 6th place, 256. Rima, Fiv, Queens, 1. 5th place, 258. Vina, Santa Irene. 4th place, 252. Odalisca, Fiv, Sausalito. 3rd place, 253. Luana, Fiv, da Sabiá. 2nd place, 250. Herringer, Aloha, Fiv. It has already born a calf. Ladies and gentlemen, we have also defined the 3rd championship of the Tabapuã Heifers. The ABCZ would like to inform you.
Fazenda G05, São Gabriel do Oeste, Mato Grosso do Sul. A sequência, número 16.
The translation booth apologizes. We can only hear the music. We cannot hear the announcer. Pardon us.
As considerações. 22. A raça Tabapuã, jurado.
Okay, the final remarks by Judge Genésio Jr.
45 dividido por 3 é 15 pontos. Então, o primeiro lugar é 15 pontos.
Não, hein?
É sim. Tem que ser, velho.
So we have the Nelore breed. Can you hear the comments, the remarks made by the judge? We cannot hear anything in the studio. Sorry, we don't have the audio.
Sou amigo da imensa maioria dos senhores criadores. Por todos esses anos de labuta e militância em prol da raça Tabapuã.
Thank you so much for all the hard work that was carried out towards increasing the Tabapuã breed here in Brazil and improving the Tabapuã breed. And Expozebu now is only showing excellent animals, amazing animals. So the championship of smaller heifers, the 6th place, the animal that was by itself in its category, but an animal that is well balanced, has a wonderful carcass volume, a great posture, and in the 5th place, when we compared it to the 5th place, we chose the female in the 5th place because we wanted to prioritize and value the heifer's functionality. It is very, very young. It was not mandatory for it to be pregnant, but it was already pregnant. So if we can see volume here, we were able to see the same carcass quality, the same muscular quality. Okay, it had more volume than the 6th place, so we wanted to prioritize this functionality of the 5th place in the championship. Okay, When we assess the fourth place, the animal that attracted our attention because of the carcass's design, her biotype was interesting, a lot of volume in the ribs, and so it had it as sub-external ribs. The ribs and the members were well adjusted, and so the carcass volume was interesting. We could see the width of the dorsal and the chest, and the posterior area is excellent, and it adds a lot to the breed, and so it's well defined and it's very expressive. When we compared the fourth place to the third place, the heifer that came in third place has a volume that amazed us a lot during this championship. It has more volume when compared to the fourth place, and also I could see in it lots of femininity and attracted our attention more than the fourth place. And when we analyze the dorsal line of the two animals here, the difference becomes very clear. So the quality of the dorsal of the third place was way higher than the fourth place. Okay, you can move your animal now. When we compare the third prize or the third place, please turn it sideways. Turn it sideways. When we compare the third place to the reserved heifer and to the winner, and so the volume, the carcass volume attracted our attention. But if we analyze the entire volume, we can see a body length that made all the difference in the carcass, in the weight of the animal, in the champion and in the reserved one. And it was not so much in the third place animal. Another thing that weighed our assessment, not that is something excluding, it's within what is allowed, but we wanted to see an animal that had a fur that was more well defined. And as I had mentioned regarding the dorsal line, this heifer is superior when compared to the fourth, but when compared to the first place and the second place, it does not have the same constitution of the dorsal line. And this also weighed on our decision, on my decision and on a decision of my fellow judges. But due to the racial volume, the neck, beautiful posture, an animal that adds a lot to the genetic improvement of the Tabapuã breed. When we analyze the reserved, okay, and the smaller heifer, two animals, the first place and the second place, that are very similar in terms of design, femininity, and the posture, also the racial expression, okay, from the dynamics, and now when they are standing still, all the time the neck was forward, and so they're very feminine, and they must have a neck that moves forward or that goes forward, and so they have this condition, a phenotype that we're always trying to find. The champion and the reserved, they are well balanced. The dorsal line is flat. They grow from the posterior to the anterior parts. We want animals that grow. Oh, sorry. We want animals that go from the anterior. And so the champion and the reserved, okay, they have 2 months difference in terms of age. When we assess them, the winner was superior to the reserved because of the volume of its ribs. It had a wider width when we compare the dorsal to the chest. When we analyze the posterior part, the the muscles were strong and evident, and but it still was very feminine. And we had to also mention the posture, the beautiful posture of the winner, okay, and it was way superior to the second place. And I bear in mind that we have two animals that they are the ideal of what we are trying to find in terms of this breed, the structure, the alignments, the neck moving forward, the harmony of the body, the beauty of these animals, okay? And these, they represent the Tabapuan breed well. Congratulations to all of the owners and breeders of these animals. All of the animals in the championship deserve congratulations. Wow, what a wonderful explanation, okay? The images were brilliant, okay? Fantastic, fantastic. And we have played our role well, okay? The production, the judges, the comments, everything was wonderful. And so our commentators there, the judges commenting there was perfect. And I can see the live chat on our broadcasting on the ABCZ TV. We have many questions. Ariel Gonçalves is asking, have we already had the contest of the Guzerá breeds? No, not yet. They're going to start happening tomorrow. And many people are congratulating, and Rafael Thiago is asking, when are we going to have the Cindy contest? Tomorrow, May 4th, on Wednesday, we're going to start. They also asked us to show the contest. Érico Ribeiro saying, good morning. Wow, the images are so clear. And we can even have pedagogical material to show to our students. With all of these comments, Jahé from Fernandes Meira, wow, the comments are excellent. And this is helping us out. We are lay people. And also, we who have a degree in this area, we are also improving. And Érico is complementing, say, the Zebu World Cup VIP box is wonderful, and you guys are helping us out, teaching us the details of the contest. Celinho is our professor, our forever professor. Thank you so much for your comments, okay? Okay, I would like to send my regards to him. He's from the state of Rio Grande do Sul. He came to our university. Yes, thank you, Rio Grande do Sul, to all of the support. He has been coming to the ABCZ events since he was a young boy. He would come and he would have a great time. He would enjoy himself. And people from the Tabapuan breed, they are receiving their prizes. And Elcio, live, he's bringing the information to us. Yes, I'm here on the contest tracks, okay? And we're going to discuss the next champion, and it is receiving the award, so smaller heifer. We are inviting the breeder. Oh, they are hugging one another. And they are hugging the breeder. And the second place and the first place, they are there hugging one another. Fábio. Just a second, Renata and my friends from the VIP box. Whenever we have live shows, we have technical issues and problems. Don't worry, it's always like this. Hey, how are you, Edgar? How are you doing? So you are already taking an award home. How are you feeling? After 2 years, we are coming back, participating in the Expozebu. We can see high-quality animals. What an honor to have our animal chosen in first place, yes? And so thank you to everybody who worked on the farm all year long, yes? And the quality, wow, amazing quality, yes? And we can see the champion as well, okay? An animal that is going to produce unique calves, animals animals that are going to be welcomed on the farm, and we are just going to replicate the quality. Oh, show us the trophy in Edgar. Oh, you really, really wanted this trophy. Yes, yes, this trophy, everybody wanted it. We worked hard throughout an entire year to be acknowledged today, and it's wonderful. It was wonderful. This is the fruit of lots of work. Yes, lots of work and investment, 24 hours a day on the farm, and we are always working. Everybody's working, doing unique work, and this moment paid off. This moment has made everything pay off, okay? Thank you. All the success to you. Okay, so we have the smaller heifer, and we're going to have many, many animals on the tracks.
Thank you, Elson, for your information. Thank you for bringing such an emotion from the breeder in getting this award. And Paulinho was saying that, do you know everybody there, right? Yes, I do. Even from the farmer he used to work before coming to ABCZ, it was the breeding grounds that he bought. Well, we have 30 there. You went from ABCZ to there and then back again, right? Yes, I like working in good places. Oh yeah, you're not stupid. He knows how to choose. It's the biggest advantage of ABCZ TV to bring that within the track, right? These images and people going hand in hand with the jury and meeting the breeders and the owner of the animals. If I was at home watching, I would, if I had a farm to work, and I could look at them before, I would be looking at those images as well, you know. I could see that, and I would expect the commentator to say something. And now that we are interviewing, and now we are speaking and responding to the chat, what we are doing here today is, I'm sure, even outside of the country, we are looking at it. People are looking at it, and they are going to comment about this, right? With this team here, this heavyweight team, it's very good. So I'm now going to change the studio, the part of the studio here. You pay attention to what's happening here today in this wonderful track. Yeah, I see that you know everybody already. I will just check now, and for sure, yes, because the Expozebu is bringing breeders from all over the country, and here for sure we have the best of the best. And one of them is here with me from the Balsa farm, in order to speak about the Balsa creation, Balsa breeding grounds. It is a pleasure to be here using this such amazing commentary. Wonderful people speaking about our dear breed Tabapuã. I imagine how much you have, how emotional you must feel, because you have animals there as well, right? Yes, I was seeing the judgment in the TV as well, because we have a very nice view, and it's very nice view to see also the comments of our dear judges and also the commentators here, right? A very good team, right? Well, I would like you to tell a little bit of the history, you know, the work that you have been developing, because you have been years dedicated to the Zebu race. Yeah, I'm so excited to be here because we are living through a very delicate moment in the country. People are telling their stories, they are reinventing stories, and these past stories, you know, have been published in the books, and they have been done by researchers. Our Tabapuã breed is here with us, with an exhibit here, being shown to our association. But the people, I think it's a trend, right? And all over the world, people are inventing the stories, and younger people are not reading. They don't do that. They go to Google, right? So they find something new, and they believe that. So today I'm here to tell you a little bit of the history of our family, my family. I'm the 4th generation. It is a well-documented story from 1903, and it tells about the passion for the Zebu breed. My great-grandfather, Salviano Guimarães, was a tradesman. He would bring goods to be sold in Bahia. He would bring cattle from the center-east to the southeast, and he would come to South America to distribute that. And back in the day, the cow rides, which was the most valued, was for the horns, because the hornless cattle wouldn't be very valuable, because it would come hurt and injured with lots of injuries and very thin. So it was a cattle that didn't have lots of value, but when they came to the farms, they could use it. And he observed, and he would slaughter and sell the dried meat, and he would bring more horned cattle and get some money with that, until he got his own selection properly created, called the Mocho Nacional, which is the hornless cattle. And in 29 he was exposing for the first time, in the first exposition, the agribusiness exposition in Goiás. So the governor was Brasil Caiado, and back in the day all of the media would be documenting that, about the beauty of the hornless race. It was a turning point in the state of Goiás to the breeding grounds of the horny breed. So we have that contribution now in our family, and that is the history. And that goes to show the bull called Japão, which is a confluence with the Água Milagrosa farm, and the race, the Tabapuã race, has such a beautiful history, which is gifts, you know, that one breeder gives to the other, and the things get mixed up and they form this wonderful breed that we have nowadays. My grandfather then started to worry about the carcass, and he was worried about the freezer and the weight on the freezer. So he was worried about not only the phenotype. So that is the contribution with the carcass maintenance. And my father was very linked to my grandfather, and he would deal with that in the 60s, and he would be worried about the metrics. He would worry about the visual. If you knew my father, he was a genius. That's it. You know, that's the best description. He was the man, and he had that refined eye to that. And what he would do was to be worried about the metric. And what we could see is that he would have the cattle. It would be in the family, but he had other breeds as well. And then he would bring that to the Anglo freezer. All of those animals, and he was camping there for 15 days, right next to it, because back in the day it would be only 50 animals, and they would be assessing the carcass one by one. And when then here we have a worker that was following him, Valdir, who is here in this Expozebu 2022, this experiment, and he found out that the cattle that they were selecting could be almost 1 unit of weight more than the others in the same pasture. So immediately he stopped dealing with the races, and then he could increase the filtering of what we have nowadays as the Tabapuã race, the breed that we have nowadays. So my mother in '84 joined the family, and it was spectacular to see both of them together. And now the farm is not only Bastos, it is the Onda Verde farm, the Green Wave farm, and the Green Wave has been receiving lots of awards now. They have been there for 8 times national champions, best breeders with all of the model matrices, and they have a wonderful partnership. And I'm a doctor, and where is my role here? Well, I'm the 4th generation. Well, all of the breeders back in the day wanted to see their children away from the farm. The women should be well married, and they should be have a degree. And I became a doctor. And I have a vocation for that. And then I was interested in technology, and by the middle of the way my father regretted it. And he told me, "Hey, daughter, please come back home. It was so much easier to get cattle fat than to thin women, right?" And those are the words that he used. And back in the day I was completely in love with my specialty, and I would say, "Hey, father, please, now?" And well, my father was telling me this, and I would hear a call to go back and to reassume my I felt the goodbye, you know. and I take advantage of my specialty to do endocrinology, reverse endocrinology, right? So I take advantage of my knowledge in this area, this beautiful hormonal beauty that is our body and the live animals, and I promote that both in the city. I would be getting people to get thinner, and I would do more fat to the cattle, right? And so we deal with reverse endocrinology, and our contribution is that what we want to do now is also to help a little bit, you know, and maybe write one line in history of cattle raising in the country, and for the Tabapuan breed, to have a better quality meat, so that we made an inventory of the entire herd, for GS and marbling of the meat, and all of us all of them are directed now by us, and we look not only at the phenotype, but we are very, very careful with that. We don't want to miss the characteristics of the races from the 3 generations, so we have to include within it the meat that we think is the best and that the consumer really wants. So we use technology to join history, and we bring those innovations together to bring that beautiful history that I have in my family, in order to contribute with a better meat for the future. And we bring some exemplaries of our work too. They are very well known, right? We have been speaking about that in the judgment, you know, to show the animal that is beautiful from the inside and from the outside as well. So yeah, that's my motto, you know. We have found out that during the inventory making, we heard that the farms for the Tabapuan breed are going to find the same thing. We have never had confinement. We have 6% of marbling in our herd. It is a treasure. You should only look for it, you know. Yes, this identification, it is indeed, we have to find the good eyes that you guys have. You're the specialists. You help us see that, and taking advantage of that technology. I'm pretty sure the Zebu cattle has an amazing way forward in feeding the world. My herd is awesome with milk, you know. Yeah, the marbling is also amazing. The gene is linked to the female. The gene is linked to the female and the motherly ability. So this is something that Tabapuan really has. You can add to that. This is an amazing race, a hell of a race. I'm his fan, Mr. Aldir. I have been following him on Instagram, and he got to know me today. And he was saying, hey, I judged a bull that was called Bailey. You know him? Yeah, he's the first register. So he said that when he was judging the bull, he told us, hey, Tabapuan has to be handled, because it will be the best, it will be a blast throughout the world. And he just told me that right on the track. So I'm still in love with the breed. My father wouldn't let go of the breed. He has an amazing testimony that he mentioned. We have a great association, a very fraternal association. Yesterday we had an amazing auction, and we can see it. We can see it there on the animals, right? They are amazing to see. The judgment was amazing. And at the Fernando Costa Park, if you want to know more about the history, if you want to exchange information and share the whole knowledge, where are your animals, so you can get to know it. Well, we are here at the pavilion number 10. We are called Balsas. Balsas Onda Verde. Balsas was the first name of the farm, but also it means my journey in this history. That is so enchanting. Valeria, and you are enchanting too, so we are very honored to have you here. And during any moment here, you know, there is few minutes of conversation, we can feel your passion for Zebu, or your passion for the race, the breed, and also your family that has been also mixed up with the history of Zebu in Brazil and the history of Tabapuan breed as well. I myself, as a representative of ABCZ TV right now, I'm very honored to have you here with me, listening to this story and your emotions here as well. Thank you so much. I'm kind of soft, you know. Yeah, no, don't worry. We have enjoyed talking to you, and Valéria Guimarães from Balsas on the Verde Farm. He's here at the Fernando Costa Park in our studio. If you want to come to the Expozebu 2022, come here and get to know more about the Tabapuan breed. Talk to Valeria as well and seek knowledge. They are all here. All of the knowledge is here with this family that is wonderful, that we managed to get to know now. Thank you. And it was a pleasure to be here with a woman as well, right? I'm even glad to see that. It's good to see a bit of that history too, right? Our commentators are applauding Valeria now. We know more about the Balsas farm too. Now we're back in our VIP room with the World Cup, with our commentators, and we should finish off this interview with Valeria from the Balsas family, bringing the whole history of her family and their emotions, just like you mentioned, Paulinho. You have those are the stories that show us why Zebu is going so well, and why the Zebu is Zebu, right? And yes, indeed, we have had Valeria here, and you can see that she's been here, and she's now doing what they always did, right? They have always been together. She's always in the front lines. It's easy to find Valeria. If you want to come here, you can find her. It's a cool work that she's doing. And we have that news that is very nice to see. I really like her because she would be having a birthday here at the Expozebu. So every year she would be here, right? So it's very nice to see. If you knew her father, you won't forget it. Yeah, precisely. Let's go back to the track. And while we were speaking, Valeria is still here. Thank you, Valeria, for being here. We are going to update people who are watching. We will have the young females now. Page 213, if you want to follow along. This is the 15th category from 26 to 28 months of age. That is the first award. Animal number 260. Second award was to 266. Third place was 264. Fourth was 265. 263 was the third, and then the seventh would be 262, and the eighth place would be 261. There you go. That's the outcome of the 15th category of animals with 26 to 28 months old. So all of the females have been pregnant already, and they are all either kayak or landau. And that is the story I was mentioning, you know, that's the older cattle. And that corresponds to the demands of the breeders that we have here. And they have some demands with gain too. So it is a wonderful category. And just to understand better the Nelore breed, do they have a break now or they're still judging? No, they have, I think, 2 categories from 28 to 30 months. Now we have a championship going on now. Yes, the 10th category. No, yeah, the category from 28 to 30 days. Yeah, 2 animals, yes. Animal 268 and 266, right? Yeah, she's so used now to the Nelore. Yeah, I was thinking we were going to lunch break now. Yeah, but don't worry, no problem. So we have Nelore, and on the Tabapuan side, we will have. We will try to understand the moment we are right now. Tabapuan is in the category 9th category from 16 to 18 months. Okay, so this is we have a higher number of animals, 10 animals in this category. The 9th category. Now Tabapuan is a bit different, right? From Tabapuan, if we come and see, if we could talk about that with the breeders, we would see that they had some are pregnant and the others are not. Some You can see the 18 months now range. They are judging the lore, and Tabapuan is on the opposite side. So they are valuing the breeders too. So last time we had ABCZ discussing with them, and they will follow regulation, right? We have 5 animals. They have 5 animals now, and the others, we have the breeder here. Yes, that's go from the 23. And they are just disclosing that so the technicians, the specialists can interpret that. That is a way for the breeders to join the challenge with not so much of a demand, right? But working with the challenge as well and showing that they have the challenge to deal with. Look at the beautiful image of the breed. Always checking, if you were not aware, Tabapuan is a Zebu, Brazilian Zebu breed. Of course, we have Nelore too as a basis, but you identify the characteristics that are homozygotic for the in order for it to be hornless, and you can see that you have good weight and activity. Everything that you have to recognize a breed, ABCZ would recognize that, and they have the hornless characteristics. The skull and the ears are a little bit longer than the Nelore, so the fur is also similar. And they are very well known, very well acknowledged in the center east, the Midwest of Brazil, and they are amazing in the Amazon jungle as well, and Amapá state, because it is white and they reflect heat very well. They have the hump that is very good for fat, and it's tasty as well, and also just like the original Zebu breeds, they also have they are docile. If you can see that in the field, the majority of the times they are very docile, and they are very good mothers too. If you are a small breeder, it's important to you as well. You can handle that very easily, and you can see that in the future. You can be very precise with the milking and the carcass. You can take advantage of, and you can use the lore as well. And as you mentioned, Tabapuan is a genuine Brazilian race. He's like Adam without Eve, right? Because when they were born in the desert, it was a bull that it was a miracle, right? Yes, because the cattle would come from Goiás, and then it would come into São Paulo and then Minas, and he would be in Mato Grosso and Goiás, you know. I was going to speak about that. We were in Mato Grosso, coming and going, right? It was in general because on the valley it was they were businessmen there dealing with meat, and they would come and catch cattle and deal with that in São Paulo. So in this friendship, Dr. Roberto started to bring cattle, and they said, well, you can choose a bull and start a farm. And he created his herd like that. And he saw a different bull, and he had a sixth sense there, you know, to see the ears. And he can say, well, that's Adam without Eve, right? Because that was random, like just like Brazil. You know, Brazil, it happened in Brazil. You had the Nelore and the others with Gir. Nobody was directing that. And Santa Gertrude's farm, right? So this cattle that came to Agua Milagrosa caught the attention of the family, and in the future they caught the attention of people from Goiás as well, just like with the people in Nanu in the southern part of Bahia.
And then Dr. Alberto was one of the people who organized everything jointly with Osvaldo Fujiwara. They had lots and lots of contact with the ministry, okay, and so they organized themselves. So the origin of the Tabapuan breed sometimes concentrates a lot in that region. No, it's not. It was the beginning. They carried out the scientific work, and then they already had the standard of the cattle, okay? And in the Nelore, okay, we have an Indian cow, okay? And they were being registered in the state of Bahia. They had to come to the city of Uberaba so that they could be conducted. And then the registration took a long time. We don't know what documents were necessary, okay? And in Rio de Janeiro, I had the opportunity to get to know this. They started in the city of São Paulo, and then they changed, okay? Because the assemblymen there, they found it very bizarre. And so the veterinary that helped Indiana, okay, okay, now let's listen to what's happening outside, okay? So we have the winner, we have the champion, okay? Indiana now, Indiana now. Yeah, they said it, they said it. Durval. I have already interviewed Durval, and in Rio de Janeiro, in the case of Nelor, and that's the name of his grandfather, yes, that's the Durval S. de Menezes, and he was the veterinary of the Indian bulls, okay? Oh, we have lots of stories, lots of stories. It's a beautiful history, right? Let's see the result of this smaller heifer category. It's the 16th category. Somebody on the tracks is going to have to be able to help us out, okay? Can people hear us? Can Elcio hear us? From 33 to 36 months old, okay? And then we're going to update everything, okay? We're gonna invite people to come. 276. Sapoti Savoave, Rima Five, Peri 8, Hortência Five, Paraná. The Tabapuan breed now, larger heifer. Okay, 9th category. The 10th prize goes to number 31, Chloe Balsas Roda Verde. 9th position, number 36, Agatha. 36. 8th prize, 35, Ardia. 7th position, number 29, Freia da Pouso Alto. 6th place, number 30, Luz Five TJG. 5th place, 34, Maruca CCC. 4th place, 37, Favorecida Five from G5. G05, pardon me. Third place, 38. Florada Five from AG05. Second place goes to 32, Literatura TJG, and the first prize goes to 33, number 33, Aphrodite to Daga. 33 is the president. 32 is the president. Yeah, TJG. And 33 belongs to Daga, Renata, okay, I can speak now. The parents, Radiado, Napoleolista Rambo da Prata, assessores already appearing, younger bulls. And we have already mentioned that property in the state of Goiás, Mandela Five, C22, Radiado. So it's a mixture of mature and young bulls, okay? And they do this with excellence. So this moment shows the strive for better performance. And we're going to continue having morphology. In the future, if we test younger bulls, more and more younger bulls, maybe we're going to stop using older bulls. Okay? And they had to try to find older bulls to adjust the type, right? Yes, to adjust the type. And so those who love Tabapuan, they can see this. They can see this clearly because we start adjusting the Fives, older animals. Yeah, this is extremely positive, right? And okay, it's spectacular to see the females. The females are modern. They are old but very modern. And then we have the importance of the technician, the breeder. The technician follows everything up, and the breeders, they discover that they have to use a technician. They cannot have the mating that happens naturally. And at this moment, we have techniques and the breeder. It's a new breed, right? So it's a new breed. And then you can have the ratio profile of the animals. So in Paraná, they had the Nelore PA. And so the cows that were not registered in Bahia, you can find a PA, and otherwise you're gonna miss out, and then you're gonna have inferior animals. That's why it's important to standardize the breeds. And this is what's happening. When we go and start using the younger bulls, and then the older bulls, they have already produced a lot. They have already produced. We have Cacife, we have Vinho. Cacife has already produced the bull called Embaixador. And then sometimes those who like cattle, they have to remember that Tabapuã is a new breed. Tabapuã was identified. Some of the bulls had not been registered. They are hornless, yeah. And now we have been selecting them for 30, 40 years. And it's very important for us to know.
Você pegar a abertura de livro do Tabapuã, quando a BCZ reconheceu o Tabapuã como raça e entrou, foi em 1970.
When the ABCZ recognized Tabapuã as a breed, it was already the 1970s.
Foi em 1980. Então, 80 já
And so in the 1980s, we had the PA group. In the past, they were called LA. There were contests, and through a period of time, there was an assessment. Is it going to be a breed or not? So this process took 10 years. And so we had to judge it to see if it was a PA. And so the Tabapuã breed appeared. It became a novelty. We had people from the state of Goiás, Bahia, the south of Bahia, São Paulo. They went to the ministry and said, hey, we're going to start breeding this breed or raising this breed. They organized themselves and they were able to do that, yeah? So we would like to inform you regarding the program for the contests. We're gonna have the contest of... So pretty soon they are gonna come back with the results. We're gonna have a brief commercial break, and then we're gonna come back, okay, with our broadcasting. Thank you.
O que importa é que ao consumidor final chegue uma carne de qualidade. Quem é que não quer uma boa carne, mais macia, mais saborosa, mais saudável? Isso tudo num ambiente de preservação do meio ambiente, pensando no bem-estar animal sempre, mas sem esquecer do bem-estar das pessoas.
La Coima, una empresa 100% brasilera con 70 años de vida, siempre contribuyendo con los avances de la pecuaria en general. La Coima ofrece para usted ganadero 5 modelos de cepos, 2 modelos de balanza electrónicas y también las balanzas para la carretera. Nuestro objetivo es contribuir con los avances de la pecuaria para producir más carne que el mundo tanto necesita. La Coima, ubicada en Dracena, Sao Paulo, Brasil, atiende a toda Latinoamérica. Visite nuestra página coima.com.br.
Estância K presenta.
Estamos de volta ao vivo aqui com imagens ao vivo aí da
So we are back live with live pictures from the contest tracks, okay, of the 87th Expozebu. It's 11:44 a.m., okay, and I believe this is the last category. Is it the last category? Yes, it's the last category to be judged before lunchtime. No, I believe it's a championship. I don't think it's a category. Okay, so it's the beginning of the championship, okay? The beginning of the championship, okay? And we're going to have the adult females. The adult females. We have 6 animals between 30 and 33 months old. And so the judges are still assessing the animals, and they are assessing the animals live, okay? And this is very interesting, and I would like to enjoy this opportunity and excuse myself with my professor, okay? Because he talked about the characteristics, yes? About the characteristics. It's very important for us, as you have already explained. It's important for us to explain because people talked about. So sometimes this assessment or judgment or contest is a matter of aesthetics, but not only that, all of the characteristics, they are part of this breed, the zebu breeds, in our tropical environment. So the rump, no, not the rump, the hump, pardon me, the hump. The hump is like a reserve of energy, okay? There is a lot of fat there, and that's a reservation of energy for them, okay? And so Brazil is a tropical country, and the zebu breeds adjusted really, really well to our climate, and the pigmentation, not only of the fur of the animal, the skin of the animal, it's really black, it's full of pigments, okay, and around the eyes of the zebu breeds, if you're watching us now, the eyes are elliptical, okay, and this protects the eyes against sunshine, against the sun rays, to avoid any problems, okay? And so this is one of the characteristics. People have already mentioned the ears, okay? The ears have the shape of they look like a spear, they are not symmetrical, okay? And there's also the skin. What is the ideal skin color? And we also, it's important. The skin of the Nelore is white, but it's the fur, So sometimes it's black, highly pigmented, okay? And if it's pink at places where the sun shines, they may face difficulties. So when you have the stomach area, it's clearer, it's lighter. And whenever the sun shines all the time, the pastures, the preference is black skin and white fur. So we have Nelore, Tabapuã, the light gray of the... and they don't sweat, right? They don't set. And the fur is well groomed. And so the animal, as a defense mechanism, they launched some fur. And this is from the south of Paraná, yes? And there's a lot of color. And there is an endocrinological defense. And some people have already imported cattle from Brazil to Canada. So since it was really, really cold, and they had long fur, long hairs, okay? And they adapted themselves beautifully to the climate in Canada. And we don't register a short tail. We never register a short tail. In the gyr, it's a little longer than the guzerá, because if it's too short, and they cannot remove the flies from the hump, then they're not gonna have a healthy life, because they need to be able to make the flies go away. Yeah, it's like as if it were a duster. They use their tails as a duster to remove the flies from the hump. And so the technical council said, this is the tail in the zebu breeds that came to Brazil, and they have a specific function. They have a specific function. And so each detail that is judged, and each part of the body of these animals, they have a specific function, okay? What is important? And so what are the main characteristics of this breed? And people discuss this. Compare them to other breeds, to other species. Okay, and some of the organs are not evolving. They are going backwards, yes? And so if they have weaker ligaments, okay? They don't suffer lesions. They don't have problems with lesions. And the hoofs are similar, but it's loose in the skin. It's loose in the skin. They don't have a bone connection. But I believe it's something that we can discuss, that we can debate, that at one moment in history they needed a certain change. Okay, now we have the Nelore breed being judged, okay? Now, they have asked some of the animals to move forward, okay?
Gabriel, quantas vacas estão paradas?
No Nelore são 6.
São 6. Todas já tiveram filho.
Todas já estão paridas.
Mariana Five CRF. Third place, 370. Second place, 275. 275. First place, 271.
Socorro.
Elcio, the reporter outside, can you hear us? We cannot receive the audio.
Quem vai sair primeiro? Primeiro é 271, moçada.
First place, 271. First place, 271.
Segunda, 275.
Second place, 275. Third place, 270.
Quarta,
Fourth place, 273.
Na sequência,
and then
272.
272. And the last place is 274. Because the methodology is the same, okay? Okay.
E a filmagem, o câmera estava bem na hora. Ajudou. É. Que legal.
Quer colocar? Quer colar?
Vamos colar.
271 primeiro.
271 is in first place. 275. Second place. Third place, 270. Fifth place, 272.
Que foi a 17ª categoria, campeonato
which was the 17th category, adult females from 33 to 33 months old.
A última foi 274.
Okay, and so after the 17th and the 18th category, we are going to conclude the championship. And I believe they're going to stop, right? They're going to stop, I believe, yeah?
Estão lá 5 já.
So we have 5.
As vacas estão saindo aqui que foram julgadas. Elas saem por aqui, impressionante.
E agora eles levantaram um pouco a idade do Nelore.
Now, the Nelore is a little bit older already.
O macho baixou para... Não.
The male went down to 30 and the female went up. So up to 42. And there are differences in expectations too, like the Jur cattle. So they will call it the Matrix Championship. And they, in the Nelore, they want, nobody at the Nelore wants to use older boars. It's a different way of thinking. We are here in a very privileged place. We have a fantastic view, a lot of cameras in our front, showing us different angles of the contest of Nelore and Tabapuã cattle, and who passes in our stand. We really can't see who is walking by. Sometimes we see someone that we know. We work with a lot of technicians from the ABC TV, and it's very spontaneous. And now we will see the young bull Furtada Five Pouso Alto. Third place, 40. Second place, 41. Mapfre and Five CCC. First place, 42. Lila Five. Renata, is there someone from our team at the track? No, track. Elsio's not at the track anymore. But we have a lot of people in the chat. The results should be on our site. I will confirm that information. Yes, I don't know how long after each category. How long does it take to have the results on our site? They type it in the aquarium. It's just the time of the update of the screen. People are doing it already and doing it very well with the grades for each judge. So I was also want to comment the increase of the age of the female. And so the cow remains in the herd 3.5 years, and that they gets the 100%, or she will get to the result or not. And the program is fractionated. It depends on the grandmother and the great-grandmother, and depends on the reproductive efficiency. And what happens? They extended this to allow these cows to come to the track. If you have productivity and you have your income and rentability, but some people like that. So in this age, it's a great technical work they have done. And in this aspect, you can use the female that had 2 calves and you go beyond that new female that just has to calve all the time. So there's a conjunction on this track. should you do it the same way as you do it with the male, you would have only young cattle, female cattle on a track with just one calf or something like that. They would be too young. So this was a really interesting decision. And meat cows should do the same to show the longevity. And the technical council fought it through, and it's very interesting. And it's very interesting to have the meetings of the technical council together with the Ministry of Agriculture.
A gente não se reuniu, teve decisões que foi feita entre o presidente nosso, que é o Marcelo Toledo, com o Josaquian, e uma pessoa virtual, né? Quando você faz uma reunião, é muito difícil botar votação.
So it's very, very difficult. Sometimes they have to study it for 2 days. So there's some decisions that the ministry are asking us to make. It's like 3 in 1. You have to update everything. So what we went through in our generation, we got our education and were working at the same time.
Ela não consegue falar os números e a letra. Talvez tem que recomeçar, né? Desconecta na onde a pessoa é mais rápida a conexão.
Que nem fala, o chip dela tá vazio.
O que é isso, né? Que pode ter gerado de coisas por aí, de melhores, mas muito de piores, né?
Quando a criança tá com
For sure, when the head of the children is empty, they learn better. It's like a sponge absorbing everything. The psychologists say, the pedagogues say that. So a 30-year-old guy learn a new language is very difficult, but he can. Yes. Here at the table with us, we are up. Let's talk about new opportunities at Expozebu 2022. Thales Monteiro is with us here in the studio, and he will talk about the Vusera auction 2022. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, good day, good afternoon. As you said, we have an auction tomorrow. It's a 4th edition of this auction, the Genetic of the Champions. We began in 2019 with this project, and we have our focus set on the Vusera breed. We have our promoter and many invited guests. Tomorrow, 2:00 p.m., that's the auction, the only auction for Vusera breed during the Expozebu 2022. How is done the selection of these animals? 2 years without being here because of the pandemic. During 2 years, now you are able to exchange experiences, see the animals. Tell me a little bit about that. We lived that experience from the pandemic, of the COVID, and we will have a presential auction. The auction begins tomorrow. And then came the pandemic, and we have a virtual auction in 2021. We were preparing ourselves for a presential auction, and then we were not able to do it again. We had an online auction with the support of the BCZ, and thanks God, now that the pandemic is almost over, we were able to confirm a presential auction. And now we were preparing already the next year auction. So from tomorrow onwards, after 6:00 p.m., we will begin to prepare the auction of next year. Together with our partners, we begin to segregate the animals. So So I need this animal inside our auction Uberaba. That's the capital of the Zebu cattle. We try to offer support to bring the best of the Vuzera inside of Expozebu 2022. And please talk a little bit about the genetic quality of these animals that are here. As you said, when you finish one auction, you are already thinking about the auction of the next year. So what kind of animals are you bringing to the auction? We say that Vuzera is an animal that gives you profit. So that's the genetic of the champions. We will have animals that is the big champion of the last exhibition. We will have children of the big champion of the Expozebu. So we have a genetic that is ready. We have track animals, contest animals, and they can buy animals tomorrow that in the next year will be champions. We have embryos, and they may have children to be champion. And we are working all these aspects. We are working with genetics that are great. These are the genetics of the champions. And we are very happy to see new ranchers wanting to work with Vuzera. We have 200 animals inside the Expozebu 2022 in comparison to 120 animals in the last year. So this is an auction for the investor that wants to improve their herd to get a better genetics. So we have a market for everyone, for the new breeder to get a new animal to begin to be in exhibitions and in contests, and we also have animals for the very experienced breeder rancher that wants to improve their herd. So the auction has a lot of quality animals. We have one auction that is the Vuzera action. We have 16 invited guests, 16 partners, friends. They are really highlights. We have one main bull that's a high genetic bull that came from the Vuzera. We have the champion from the Goiânia fair. We have 2 lots that are children from the record of milk production. We have calves that are ready to be on the contest in Uberaba. We have donor cows from the national rank in 2017. So we are having since the milk until the donor to the meat. So it's really a genetic of the champions. These animals are here in the park. Yes, the Vuzera is in the pavilion 29, 30 and 60. All these animals are here on the park. Tomorrow we will have the contest of the Vuzera breed on the track, and we have also the presentation of the animals after lunch. You can look for us in the association. We will be happy to show you the animals. All the animals will be present, and obviously you have the animals here in the park, but if you want information from the catalog, where can they find this information? The auction will be transmitted by the TV Minas Auctions, Minas Leilões in Portuguese, and you can get the catalog with us from the Valor Assessoria on Instagram, and we can send you the catalog. And tomorrow, after 1 p.m., we will begin with our live broadcasting. And we will answer your questions if you want to bid on the auction. We are here to help you as good as we can. Thank you, Thales, for your participation. So now leave with us your invitation for this genetic of champions of the Vusera breed. So thank you very much, ABCZ, for the partnership, and I want to invite everyone, friends, breeders, artists that love the Vusera breed and all the people that love the Zebu breed. We will have the auction of the genetic of the champions, and we will have a live broadcasting through Minas Leilões. It will be a pleasure to receive you. Our doors are open, and please have lunch with us. Thank you very much, Thales, for the information, and we wish you success. Now we have officially the opening, the World Congress of the Zebu, and our President Rivaldo Machado Borges is already talking to the guests. We bought the time in a TV channel and use it for 5 hours in the morning. We now are broadcasting to 90 countries, and we reach 164 cities in the cities. And so we are working. Once the fair is over, we were able to create and prepare the ABC TV.
So if you can think about the technology, we brought the best things available to this place, the best assemblers, the best architects, and then we aim to offer high quality work so that we can help our Zebu breeds. This is the second week. And then the ABCZ was able to show to Brazil and to the world the high potential of this breed, the great potential of this breed. And the opening ceremony could count on the presence of our president, the president of the Republic of Brazil, Mr. Jair Bolsonaro. And then what happened? Okay, we are arriving and broadcasting to 149 countries, okay? And this brought us to a new level. So in these 2 years that we struggled a lot, we worked hard, we dedicated ourselves. This is the home of our members, and we were able to bring 5,040 members in these years. This was the result of our hard work. We were able to advance in the genetic improvement program, and to the program, to the PMGZ, we were able to bring over 115,000 females of about 900 members. And so we have this registration. So the Nelore breed, for instance, has 66,000 registrations. So we did wonderful work, and the Zebu breeds are always highlighted. And we have the Zebu Monument. Please check it out. Please check it out. It's a monument that we built in the city for the livestock producers of Brazil. We have 9 Zebu breeds, okay? And so there is a beautiful garden around the monument, and we started working and we did things like that. We have a very modern headquarters. And then we built the ABCZ TV studio. It's a highly specialized studio. and people can film and produce the best. And believe it or not, we are going to do business with people from Bolivia. And so the studio, we have Sausalito presenting everything. And besides the main stage, to value all of the women who work with Zebu breeds, we created the ABCZ Women. And so we built a multifunctional building for them. There are many stores, there is a beauty salon, so that the women who work with the livestock production can go there. And Minister Teresa Cristina is the name of the building. And why did we choose her name? Because she was the woman who made the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, and Distribution become famous all over the world. And I would like to mention the foreigners who are here. So the experimental farm is ready to receive you all year long. We are there to welcome you, to work with you, to show you the technologies that we have so that you can take them back to your home countries. So that's it. I'm totally at your disposal. My office is open to receive all of you, and it's going to be a great pleasure. And we would like to say that this Expozebu is very important and special for us from the board of directors. Thank you so much, and count on us for anything. So we were looking backwards because we can see them. And we now followed up the speech given by the president of the ABCZ, Mr. Rivaldo. And so soon we're going to bring more information to you guys. Everything that is going to happen in the 2022 Expozebu. So now we are back at the VIP box, okay? And we are covering the contests. Okay, so we have Nelore animals, Tabapuan animals. Let's update everybody who is watching us now. Translation apologizes. Now, so we have heifers up until 22 months of age, yes? And the judges are still judging the Tabapuan, and the Nelore has already been judged completely. And I believe they have already chosen the heifers that are going to receive the prizes. So this is the first phase of the morning. Do you think it's all over? Do you think the morning session is all over? Yes. And then we're gonna be moving to the wrapping up of this phase. The Tabapuan, I believe, is gonna be the last round. And so the animals have already been tied here. And then we're gonna have the larger heifer competition or championship. They are already calling the... Are they calling the winners? Can you hear the audio? No. I believe they are calling the Tabapuan. I believe they asked the animals and the handlers to stand in the shade. That's what they did. That's what I believe they did. We cannot have a shade all over the arena, yeah? But standing in the shade makes things better, yeah? Yeah. Just a minute, we're talking to the production guys, and the Tabapuan breed, the judges are here. I believe the Nelore animals are going to leave first because they have already been assessed, completely assessed. Oh, I believe they are already there in their stands. Expozebu is having a meeting now. Expozebu is having, it's the International Zebu Federation. I believe they're having a meeting. And their audio is mixing with ours.
Agro também mandando. Léo Chaves mandou aqui muito top.
Muchas gracias, doctor José Santiago.
Belíssima cobertura.
This coverage is beautiful. As you can see, Reinaldo Lima is congratulating us. We are now reading some of the live comments and remarks. Gilia Ferreira da Silva said, I'm gonna pay a visit to the Fernando Costa Park. Wait for me. I'm gonna go there. Yes, enjoy this opportunity and come and come. Expozebu is beautiful this year. And so we have this contact. Brazilians need this. We need these beautiful shows and fairs. We need to exchange information. We need to update ourselves constantly. And our main objective here at the ABCZ is to keep all of you updated, to share information with you so that we can recycle ourselves, recycle our knowledge. You can get in touch with the breeders, with the owners. You can get in touch with the companies present here. So this moment is very important for the livestock sector, for our producers. And this is a very important moment for us. And Gilliard? Yeah, we are here to help out. We are here to help out. And we're still going to have lots of time. We received a remark from Alejandro Zambrano. Congratulations for the broadcasting. I'm watching you guys from Venezuela. Oh, so greetings from Venezuela. Oh, he used to be a student of Professor Olson. Thank you, Alejandro, for your kind remarks, for watching our broadcasting. Welber Tiago Carvalho Campos is also sending his regards from the south of the state of Minas Gerais. Thank you, ABCZ TV, for showing the 2022 Expozebu to us. And so it was a project, it was a beautiful project, and the ABCZ wanted to create this. I'm going to broadcast everything, even if we have to do the event virtually or online. Yes, okay. Okay, so let's update everybody. We're having the live broadcasting of the contests here in the 2022 Expozebu. And so since the beginning of the morning, we have been judging and assessing all of the Tabapuã and the Nelore breed. And after tomorrow, we're going to start the Brahman contests. We're also going to have the Guzerá contest, Cindy, Tabapuã. We're going to have the model matrix, okay? We're going to have a special award for them. We're going to have the dairy jeer. We're going to have the Brahman, and we're going to continue with them in the afternoon. And we're still receiving messages on YouTube. Congratulations. Oh, Wagner Silva said, congratulations to you guys. The broadcasting is amazing. Giliard is sending us regards from the state of Alagoas. We have many people watching our broadcasting. Hey guys, thank you so much for being here with us, okay? Okay, if you are watching us now, send us a message. Where are you from? What's your name? Okay? Send questions, send suggestions, send your remarks, okay? Maybe we can show, ask the cameraman and women to show you the arena from a different angle, and we are always here aiming to improve our broadcasting, okay? And then if you send us your questions, we're going to be able to answer them live, to maybe help you if you are in doubt about anything. Tabapuã? Oh, they have already analyzed the heifers, and now we're gonna see the final results of the championship that is assessing the bigger heifers. Okay, and we're gonna have the bigger heifers, okay? Is this the 20th category? No, this is the 18th category. And we are also going to analyze the dairy gear. And Nelore is only tomorrow, right? Yes, Nelore is only tomorrow. Nelore is only tomorrow. And tomorrow afternoon, we're going to have double aptitude gear and Tabapuã. And then we're going to continue with all of the contests. Just to remind all of you, we're talking about Tabapuã, Nelore. Who are the judges responsible for the contest? In the Tabapuã breed, we have Genésio Jr., William Cury Filho, and Wilson José Brandão Jr. And in the Nelore breed, in the arena, we have Mr. Carlos Alberto Marino Filho, João Augusto de Faria, and Rodrigo Cansado. These are the judges responsible for assessing all of the Nelore animals and also the Tabapuã. And they are competent judges, they are highly competent judges, okay? They are wonderful people, and the ABCZ selects the main judges by using a draw. They put the names into a hat and then they draw a name. And so the first 5 judges were selected, and then the 3 finalists were chosen to be here. And so everything is clear, everything is transparent. Even the selection of the judges is broadcasted live to avoid any problems. So if you are a breeder, if you are owner, you can recommend names, you can recommend the names of the judges. And we have many judges who are competent, okay? They are part of our list of judges. And now we can see that there is a possibility of having newer judges, younger judges, yes? And they are highly qualified, they are highly technical, they have all the expertise, the knowledge, and we can change this after 2 or 3 years. And we would like to greet a gentleman here from Costa Rica. He's watching us. And it's a lady, Maria José Gomes Morales. She's watching us from Costa Rica. And so they are also breeding Tabapuã animals. And so kind regards to you, Maria. And now we have the broadcasting of the contest, okay, the Nelore breed, and also the Tabapuã. I believe that the studio is using all of the audio here inside the park. I cannot hear anything from the arena. Yeah, this is part of the fair. Yeah, sometimes we have some technical issues, okay? So it's important for us to have this, okay? And we're going to wait for everybody, wait for the results. And so, guys, if you send us a message here in the chat, we're going to make sure to reply to you, okay? And so look at their udders, the passage, their ribs, okay? And you can see the greatest choice. You can see them. Nobody is moving. Everybody is there with the right posture. They are standing still. You cannot see problems. Okay, they are longer than they are taller. Yeah, longer than taller. and they are totally well balanced. And this word, well balanced, that's a good adjective. That's a good word, yeah. And you can see that they are balanced, and also they are the sexual organs are okay, and and they have fat. They have the right amount of fat, and this is gonna help them reproduce, yeah.
A função de dar o play de todo o sistema reprodutivo da fêmea.
And the fat in their bodies is like a play button that is going to start their reproductive capacity. And so some researches have been done analyzing the carcass to identify the amount of fat that they have in their bodies. And so they had the carcass ultrasound. And in the Nelore breed, we analyze this too. And physiologically speaking, the fat releases the leptin, and then it goes to the gonads, which in the female calf is the ovaries, okay? And so they have to release the leptin. So if they have little fat, they're going to release less leptin. And the other way around doesn't work. They have to have the right amount of fat. It cannot be too little, it cannot be too much, otherwise you're going to have problem. Sometimes they have to go to the gonads and then go to the ovaries. Good.
So very well, you see the images from the judges. These are the judges for the Tabapua breed. They are exactly behind us. And we are finishing some categories of the Tabapua breed as well as for the Nelore breed. So we are waiting for the results, we are waiting for announcement. So Tabapua have some left, but sometimes they're just getting. It is a World Congress. He's from Mexico, I'm not sure. We talked of the PMGZ that's up there. That is, they are calling people for the Congress of the PMGZ. Very well. So let's leave the contest a little bit. You can follow up. Please write down the information because we will bring to you more information of the Expozebu 2022. We have some teachers from the FAZU, from the University of Uberaba, and with information that is important for the cattle breeding. Fabio, welcome. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a huge pleasure to be here with you at the beginning of this afternoon. Fabio, let's talk about cattle breeding with low carbon emission. What is this cattle breeding with low carbon emission? So it's a very discussed topic inside the different media and in the own cattle breeding sector, because it's one of the sectors that are talking about emission when we talk about the Brazilian market, and this improvement, the surge to break these paradigms that are ways to get a discussion, ways to talk about this topic, how effectively this topic is being discussed a lot because we are in fact looking for an improvement to develop this cattle breeding with low emission. So we really need to demystify this topic. We are always really bombarded that the cattle breeder is the villain. The breeder needs to understand this topic, to bring this real information to the public. We have so many information that this information do not have a scientific basis. So it's important to know what is really happening exactly. This is one of our searches, what we want to do in the academy. We want to walk hand in hand with the industry and the rancher to break these paradigms so people can see what we have the best in our cattle breeding, the potential efficiency and this potential of high technology for the productive and also in the academy. And that this cattle production is also sustainable. For the rancher that is watching us, what are the real potential sources for the emissions of the greenhouse effect? The cattle ranching has the methane as the main gas that is created, and we are discussing if this gas really has a greenhouse effect. And when we evaluate the animal itself, it's a methane gas that it comes from the digestion of the gas. And what is the scenario today in a national level when we bring the good practices for the environment and the rancher? So what we try to do is that we are directing our efforts towards this efficiency to produce more in the same area and a smaller productive cycle. This evaluation is done nowadays based on the product. If the product is meat or milk, it doesn't matter. So we want a very emission efficiency. And the production system of bovines has the problem to mitigate these emissions. Yes, the more technology is used, the more intensified is the system where you control these emissions through good pastures and use of technologies that is used a lot actually, and it is produced a lot. That is the integrated systems. We have a potential not only to aggregate value in the development of the animal, but we also can be useful for the mitigation, the sequestration. And the main key here is to have good pastures. Can we measure that? Yes, we have some methods that were already tested and they were already certified. They were developed in the United States and were adapted to the tropics through our researchers in the end of the 90s, beginning of the year 2000. One of the methods is the SFC6. It was developed in research centers and on some properties. And this measurement is done on the field, in the field, That's the green feed tool, and we also developed other tools for estimates. Nowadays, the researcher, the scientists are looking for these alternatives to estimate emission through mathematical formulas that can be used in different production scenarios, actually changing these production systems through mathematical equations and modeling. We can show and demonstrate this high efficiency through better food, for better feeding, for better pastures, where this food is transformed in energy. The animal uses energy better, and so there is a lower loss of food in terms of gas. And Fabio, to get to an end, please give you a tip. Give us a tip for the cattle breeder that is watching us. Our main public are breeders, so help them to have arguments when they hear that they are the villains of the gas emissions. What is the main argument that the cattle breeder can use? Yes, we emit methane gas, but we do our homework when we're talking about greenhouse effect gases. I think the main argument, the initial argument, is the consciousness that we in fact produce methane gas, but on the other side, Brazil is one of the countries, one of the players with the biggest players to mitigate, to sequester methane and carbon out of the environment, to produce cattle in areas that use areas that we can produce cattle in the same area with less time and sequester carbon. And we have numbers in our Brazilian research that this is possible. Our potential in this market can still be increased in the next decade. This is our commitment that was already agreed, that we will help in this research between the academy, the rancher, and the industry. So it was very interesting interview, and it's important to talk about it in a very objective way, because in ABCZ, regarding BCZ, we need really to offer arguments to the cattle rancher to defend his work. Yes, we are here at your disposal. We from the faculty keep our doors open to support you with whatever you need. Thank you very much. And now we are going back to our VIP room. Let's go back there. Thank you very much. So I will go back to my VIP room with our specialists and commentators. Now, let's talk about this morning. Let's have a summary. Not to stop our president. They just showed the results on the computer. It was not announced by the MCs. Now we will have Gir, dairy cows. So, I will be able to judge the cows. So please summarize the morning. You as specialists and commentators, what was shown here from the Nelore breed and Tabapuã breed, the animals, what you have seen, so on and so forth. What we saw when we talk about the track and the contest, but we really can see that it's really needed. Célio said it already. It exists in the whole world and it will exist always. In Texas, in Europe, and it's a fantastic tool to understand the evolution of the herd, understand the breed, see the development of the breed, use the improvement programs, and everything comes together on the track. And the most important part is that how many competent technicians are working, and we really can comment what is happening with safety. And the result is, some people will like the results, others not, that's normal, but the result is very good, it's safe. So this technical stuff will always be necessary. And I was really happy to be here to comment on the contest. I had a lot of fun, and we can pass on a little bit of our experience. So thank you very much for this opportunity to have been able to take part of this great team, of this great idea. I thought it to be a great idea. Thank you very much to all of you. And if I have the opportunity, I'll come back. Yes, you're already on our rooster. So we will have other specialists talking to us during the day, but now we will have a short commercial break, and we will be soon back with more information from the Expozebu 2022.
O que importa é que ao consumidor final chegue uma carne de qualidade. Quem é que não quer uma boa carne, mais macia, mais saborosa, mais saudável? Isso tudo num ambiente de preservação do meio ambiente, pensando no bem-estar animal sempre, mas sem esquecer do bem-estar das pessoas.
Reconocida en el mercado nacional e internacional, Genial brinda grandes inovaciones para el sector agropecuario. Somos un canal de proximidad y referencia con el comercio exterior. Genial es habilitada para la exportación en diversos países y realiza servicios de clonación animal, banco genético, FIV, ADN y beta-caseína. Desde hace más de una década, somos un laboratorio completo, somos Genial.
Conozca más.
Estamos de volta aqui ao vivo com as informações.
And we are back at Expozebu 2022. Now we will see the results of the auction L of the breed. They had 32 lots with high first calves, female that are very precocious, have a high genetic quality. They were really selected for this event, a night that will enter history. The duel of we broke the record. She was sold for 3,600,000 reais. The Expozebu 2022. Zebu, the passion that moves us and moves good businesses.
Estamos de volta aqui ao vivo agora.
We are back live.
De 47 e a gente volta com
12:37 p.m. We have more information on Expozebu 22. In the last years, the government of the state of Minas Gerais is investing in better herds, healthier herds, and this is a work that was a challenge on the countryside. And now we have in the studio Altino Neto, that is the general manager of BCG, and works also. Both of you, welcome to the ABCG TV. João Gilberto, our host at ABCG TV, bringing a lot of good information. Welcome. It's a pleasure to be with you. I will talk a little bit about the history of Altino. Yes, let's talk about history. Let's talk about the foot and mouth disease, but Altino also needs. Let's talk about evolution, about the sanitation history. Let's talk about health or animal health in the state of Minas Gerais. Yes, we have a lot of stories to tell. After 60 years vaccinating the herds, so I'm not part of the 60 years, but at least I'm 40 years in the market, and we have a lot of history. João was part of it for a long time of this history, and has a great importance as a big Brazilian that was Pedro Camargo, and he began to change this history by creating a private fund in São Paulo, and nowadays almost all the states have this fund. So the foot and mouth disease has a long history, and the Minas Gerais had a very interesting characteristic. It was very strong in our state, that Brazil was divided in cattle breeding circuits. And in Minas Gerais we had two circuits, on the west side and on the east side of the state.
E o Centro-Oeste que fazia aqui com Goiás, São Paulo, Mato Grosso do Sul, né? E nós tivemos que dividir.
And we had to divide our state into. So the exhibition here in Uberaba, the animals of the east side that also had Sergipe, Bahia, Rio Grande do Norte, could not take part in the other region. So we had 2 years. It took us 2 years to have this control.
And we have some unique and interesting stories that we lived through, yes? We had fencers who would cross the San Francisco River, and there was a group in the front. The others would download the truck, unload the truck, okay, pardon me, and then we had this historical moment that we were going through. And so we were, they were retrieving the vaccination. We changed the level, So in terms of health care of an underdeveloped country, we went to a first world country in terms of health surveillance, and because of the excellence of our cattle breeding, this is a historical moment. We have to celebrate it, and we have to carry out surveillance all the time, because when we remove the vaccines, we're going to have to take many other measures. Yes, absolutely. We have to be super careful at the moment, pay attention to everything, because up until that moment, the vaccines, they were playing their important role of protecting the herds in Brazil. Not only the herds from the state of Minas Gerais, but the Brazilian herds. The immunity levels are very, very high, okay? And so when we reached the top of the curve, it was about 95% of the herd was being vaccinated at that time, and the immunity reached such levels that almost all of the outbreaks of the disease disappeared. And the surveillance was there, observing, paying attention, trying to find cases. And then for 25 years, an average of 25 years without any cases of foot and mouth disease. So that was the moment to stop vaccinating the cattle. So when you eliminate the vaccines, the cattle that receive the immunity from the vaccine, so the tendency is for it to diminish. Dr. Altino knows everything about that. So what is going to be the deadline? That the cattle or the herds are not going to have the immunity and they are going to become more susceptible. So the health surveillance now is not only the vaccination, but the breeders, the small, medium, large breeders, they have to carry out this surveillance. They see the animals every single day. So maybe they can realize that there is a certain symptom, and maybe this symptom has come from a certain disease related to or the foot and mouth disease itself, okay? And how they're gonna communicate this, is it gonna be fast, is it gonna be quick, and this is gonna be strategic for all of them because the speed with which the virus spreads itself is really fast, really fast. And these things that João is mentioning, they are all very important. That the first 2 days, they are essential. If you suspect the disease, you have to move fast, and then you have to get in touch with the authorities to have the disease being diagnosed quickly, identify an outbreak of the disease, okay? So in the past, it took you 14, 15 days, and now in 2 days, you can get the result of the diagnosis, yes? And something important that Mr. João mentioned, the breeders, they were always the star in this process. They are going to vaccinate their animals, they follow many procedures, and he mentioned that. And now we have to help the breeders, help the owners. They are going to do the first surveillance phase. They are going to carry this out. And they are the ones who are going to be able to communicate this with the authorities. And he has to be confident enough that he's not going to be penalized, he or she, yes? And so that in order for this moment to arrive, all of the states, they created a fund to pay some kind of indemnity if the breeders had some kind of damages. So among the 11 states that are inside this block 4 of states, it encompasses over 160 million head of cattle. Okay, we have São Paulo, Bahia, Sergipe. They are not going to get the vaccines in the month of November because they don't have this fund. They have not created a fund. And this is essential so that we can offer credibility to the program, so that people can rely on the program, so that the breeders are not going to be penalized. Because imagine if you have a foot and mouth disease outbreak. So they are going to lose their capacity of generating income, and this is essential. And the participation of the producers for us, and the reliability that they should have in this surveillance services, it's not going to be a service that is going to aim to punish the breeder. It's the opposite. So since most people in our audience, they are the breeders and producers following the ABCZ TV, it's important to highlight the role that the breeders have inside the farm. Inside the farm, they have to organize themselves, they have to be well organized so that they can anticipate this. They are going to work in a preventive way, because in case something happens, they can have that decision-making power to make the decision right there on the spot. And the breeders, they are the main characters. They are going to carry out the surveillance. And our almost 360,000 livestock producers, they are very diverse. They are very diverse. We have, besides having a diversified number of livestock producers, it's 360,000 livestock breeders or producers, and so they have to have a certain level of control. The level of surveillance is very complex, and the government agencies were able to work well throughout all of these years so that we could arrive at this moment. And João, it's important to understand the individual work that the breeders have to do on the farm. But now, please, let's discuss a little bit the impact of the removal of the vaccines. And just wrapping up this topic, Altino has been coordinating the work. And I said that I started with the program. I was going to talk about Altino. I believe that Altino in our chat, he represents a stakeholder. So he says that the breeder is the main stakeholder, the main character. But this story actually has many main characters. We have the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Distribution, MAPA. They have their agricultural and livestock departments. And I think for a long, long time, Mr. Altino delegated this job to the states. This protection services, how to take care of the animals. So it's the official public sector that played a very important role. They take care of the herds, they observe the herds, they get samples to identify any viruses, they identify any outbreaks. Just to give you an idea, we were talking about history. In the 1970s, between the 1970s and the 1980s, we had thousands and thousands of foot and mouth disease outbreaks announced or identified. We worked with these figures a lot. And in the 1980s and in the 1990s, we had 27,000 outbreaks. And then we had 1,500 outbreaks. And then when you mention one outbreak, people go crazy. And this is so delicate that in October of last year, when there was a suspicion of the crazy cow disease, the price dropped a lot. The price dropped a lot. And that was a problem. That was a problem for the breeders who raised their cattle in confinement. And there was a loss of 15–20% because the crazy cow disease was only suspected. And so imagine if we had an outbreak of the foot and mouth disease and there was a suspicion. And Brazil is one of the biggest players, and the world is rooting for us to make a mistake. When I say the world, I say the competitors. We have the USA, we have Europe, and the ranchers in these countries, they are extremely bothered by our participation in the market. Our Zebu breeds are improving. Our beef has been improving, and so we don't have any problems regarding competitiveness in terms of price. Brazil is strong. Our herds are bred and produced on pastures, and so the biggest issue is always going to be the health surveillance issue. So going back to Mr. Altino, I would like to pay homage to you, okay? I have worked with him. I have coexisted with him for over 30 years. We have already participated together in many events. We discussed health surveillance, how to eradicate the foot and mouth disease from Brazil. And at that time, our greatest struggle was to raise awareness. Come on, guys, vaccinate your cattle. Vaccinate your cattle. We had 60% coverage, and we were able to say that. And I was talking discussing with him the strategy. Vaccinate your herds, and then the vaccination coverage increased, and then the outbreaks of foot and mouth disease decreased, and then in March of 1996, from that time until now, we have never ever had an outbreak of the foot and mouth disease, and we focused on the importance of the vaccination. And now we are going to educate our breeders. We're going to educate the farm workers, okay? We're going to educate them, and the breeders, they have to be aware of this, and they have to raise awareness on their farms. So the veterinary stores, we have 3,000 veterinary stores only in the state of Minas Gerais. So we have to visit these stores, we have to talk to the owners, the bank managers, we have to chat with the bank managers, and the bank managers, we have producers and breeders sitting down, drinking some coffee with the technicians from Emater, from the ABCZ, and so they have to pay attention to everything. We have to offer educational opportunities to them, and that is going to allow Brazil to have great markets in Japan and South Korea. Japan and South Korea pay us well. They value our products. It's going to increase the income and the revenues of our sector, but they are very sensitive to the health surveillance problem, to any health surveillance problems, okay? So we have to do our homework well, right, Mr. Altino? Yes. So the health surveillance and the environmental aspects, we're going to be attacked because of these two things. So crazy cow disease, whenever it appears, this kind of crazy cow disease that we have here, we know that they are older animals that were quite often imported. So it was not, they didn't get the crazy cow disease because they ingested contaminated food. But this can circulate around the world, and this is spread and disseminated around the world, and you cannot hide this. You cannot hide information. The world is fast. The world is interconnected. You have to be transparent. So it's better to have a temporary loss than people not trusting you all around the world, because it takes years and years to eliminate a negative image. And so the Ministry of Agriculture does a wonderful work regarding this. They are highly transparent, and sometimes people don't understand the ministry. They say, no, you shouldn't notify that, and they say, no, we have to notify that. The same thing in terms of the environment, okay? People want to attack the state of Minas Gerais. So if you consider the Amazon biome, Minas Gerais has a high level of environmental preservation. This is where we are going to be constantly attacked. And people are going to test us because we bother people. Our livestock production bothers the world. And the country is trying. So anytime there is a problem, anytime there is a noise, then we're going to have the same problem that we had with the crazy cow disease. And then the prices plummet down. And then we have a production of swines that is very important. Our agricultural sector is important, okay? And we don't have this problem. And so we have to remain vigilant. We have to pay attention. And Brazil is ready for that. Brazil has the best transit controls in the world. No other country has the same control that we have. You trace trace the animals, you locate the animals with the systems that we have immediately. So when it comes to this, Brazil is an example, is a role model. And we have to pay attention to things all the time. We have to become more and more professional, and our salespeople, they have to become more and more professionalized. We have to learn how to sell. Of course. And now to wrap up our conversation, the main message that we want to share is this that Altino said. We have to stay vigilant 100% of the time. Up until November, when we are going to wrap up the circuit, about 160 million head of cattle. We have to include Rio Grande do Sul, Santa Catarina, Paraná, the states in the south. They carried out their last vaccination campaigns: Acre, Rondônia, Mato Grosso do Sul, Tocantins, Goiás, Espírito Santo, the Federal District, Minas Gerais, right, Altino? Yeah. So it's a macro region, so it's a huge livestock circuit. And the last vaccination campaign is going to take place at the end of the year. And so we are going to reduce the costs for the producers, the direct cost with the vaccination. Sometimes they have to be restrained there, and this generates stress. And so this is an eternal surveillance, years and years of observation, health surveillance, education. And we have to include the children, the schools. We were talking about the rural police departments. We have to involve our entire society and also the urban society. And in Uruguay, they had huge billboards, okay? Our animals haven't had foot and mouth disease for the last 2 years. They involve the entire population, and the entire population has to understand that this is strategic. This is the new challenge. It's not just asking people, please vaccinate your herds, please vaccinate your herds. No, now it's constant surveillance. So it's better for you to have a little loss during a short period of time than for you to hide the information. And sometimes a suspected case is not even proven positive, yeah? And so, okay, so we are stopping the foot and mouth disease vaccination campaigns, but the other vaccines, no. All the other zoonoses, you have to continue vaccinating your herds. But the foot and mouth disease is what the world is watching. And it has to do with the herd. So when you stop that kind of vaccination, the world is going to say, hey, Brazil has concluded this. They don't have any more. Japan, Korea, they say, so let's buy their beef.
That's very good, but it will need a huge maturity level from the community, from the EBCZ, from the FAENG, and we are really engaged to work with that the next years. I'm telling you about, we're working with this the next 50, 60, 70 years. You talked about the last 60. Now let's talk about the next 60. Thank you very much, Altino, for being here at the ABCZ TV. Thank you very much. Come always back with so good information. ABCZ TV is open to you always. And now we will have a short commercial break, and then we will come back with more Expozebu 2022.
É que ao consumidor final chegue uma carne de qualidade. Quem é que não quer uma boa carne, mais macia, mais saborosa, mais saudável. Isso tudo num ambiente de preservação do meio ambiente, pensando no bem-estar animal sempre, mas sem esquecer do bem-estar das pessoas.
Conozca más. En Gusera Juice estamos trabajando en la selección y mejoramiento genético del Gusera lechero. Creemos que el Gusera es una herramienta fundamental para el avance de la pecuaria tropical, sea en sistemas intensivos o de doble propósito, ofreciendo al mercado machos y hembras productivos, fértiles, rústicos y longevos.
Conozca más sobre Impreña, una empresa 100% brasileña, dedicada a la fabricación de productos veterinarios, que busca desarrollar productos innovadores, invirtiendo continuamente en nuevas investigaciones, con el fin de traer soluciones al mercado y maximizar los resultados en biotecnologías de reproducción animal. Puedes contar con nuestros productos, porque para nosotros, tu resultado es lo más importante.
Hace 20 años comenzó un sueño. El sueño de llevar al campo soluciones seguras, eficaces e innovadoras en salud animal, colaborando con la prosperidad de la ganadería. Hemos evolucionado, madurado y hoy somos considerados el laboratorio farmacéutico veterinario de más rápido crecimiento en las Américas. Somos JA, desde hace 20 años, aportando innovación y compromiso a la ganadería.
Uma cerveja pode ser puro malte, ou tem como ser 100% malte. Tem como ser suave ou ser 100% saborosa. Ser 100% marcante. 100% colhida no sol do verão. Então, na hora de pedir a sua puro malte, por que não ir na 100% que você sempre quis? Itaipava 100% malte. Tudo o que você sempre quis. Beba com sabedoria.
And we are back here live. It's 1 o'clock and 15 minutes p.m. and we are gonna talk about auctions. We have the results. 1st of May, Labor Day, IPU had a fantastic auction. Strong animals. It is the result of the selection of 40 years of work. It is a 3rd generation of the R-Mark brand. Very functional, precocious animals that were aligned with the perfect racial alignment. We are here in this moment having the 10th edition of the EP Gold auction. Thank you very much for all of you that are here, to all of you that are here. I'm sure that based on the criteria that were used by the supporters, that we are talking about very high quality animals. In the morning we had reproducers, and now we have the matrices in the afternoon. So thank you very much for the invited guests, for the quality of the animals in this 10th edition. Now let's talk about the launching that we had at the Expozebu 22. We had the magazine launching of the Mini Zebu. Tiesa brings us the 7th the group of the Zebuzinho, they had a very nice ceremony. What is the importance of this magazine? The magazine is very important because we are working together with the Ministry of Education, the Secretary of the State of São Paulo, to get this magazine to all the municipalities in Brazil. The 600 students of 5 schools, they sang and had a lot of fun during the launching of the magazine.
Quem curte essa cultura, como eu curto essa cultura, grita hip hop.
Você, Nicolas, o que você está achando dessa cerimônia?
Nicholas, what do you think about this ceremony? Very nice. It was a lot of fun. Very interesting. Sophia, how is it to be back participating? We were so long in the digital world. It's very interesting to me. It's very nice. And so nice to be here to get the places. That's the Zebuzinho, the mini Zebu. And we are back live here. It's 1 o'clock and 18 minutes. It's a short commercial break and then we are back with more information in the 87th Expozebu.
Que importa é que ao consumidor final.
Sepa más sobre el trabajo del grupo Matsuda. Llevamos más de 70 años en el mercado. Proporcionamos numerosas tecnologías para la producción de alimentos y operamos en más de 20 países. Investigamos y lanzamos nuevos cultivares de pastos, además de contar con la más alta tecnología en semillas de forrajes tropicales del mundo. Fomentamos el respeto por el medio ambiente, los animales y las personas. Somos el grupo Matsuda.
Desde hace 55 años trabajamos con el objetivo de una ganadería más eficiente en pastos en Nelore y Sen. Un rebaño con hembras mejoradas por una fuerte presión de selección para la fertilidad, habilidad materna y precocidad. Siempre estamos buscando toros que mantengan y mejoren estas características en nuestro rebaño. Producir animales de buen temperamento, rústicos, funcionales y productivos.
Conozca más de Romancini. Romancini es una empresa del interior del estado de Paraná y fue fundada en los inicios de los años 1970 por el ganadero Luis Romancini, que en el día a día en el campo notó la necesidad de un equipamiento de contención que se adecuara a los diversos ciclos ganaderos y a todas las razas de bovinos. La pasión por la ganadería es lo que nos mueve y nos convirtió en una empresa especializada en el desarrollo de troncos de contención. Romancini, de ganadero para ganadero.
Conozca más acerca de W2R, un establecimiento dedicado a la mejora genética de la raza Brahman desde hace 18 años. Recientemente ha iniciado también la cría del Brahman rojo. Pensando en producir carne de calidad a un coste reducido, buscamos animales de alto rendimiento para satisfacer a un mercado cada vez más exigente. Y el Brahman, por ser un cebu de madurez extremadamente precoz y con alto rendimiento en canal, tiene mucho que aportar a la ganadería nacional.
O mundo está cada vez mais conectado. E nós conectamos pessoas ao melhor do mundo, com tecnologia de ponta. Entregamos internet de alta performance e encurtamos distâncias, aproximando quem está longe. Nós evoluímos pensando em você. Clique Telecom, você conectado ao futuro.
estamos de volta e
We are back, and one of the topics that really had a huge repercussion was the receipt of a sandwich with zebu meat. After the success of Brazilian beef, we have another great production here in our kitchen. At the beginning of the attraction, the specialist Cris Botelho and the very well-known cheesemaker Mrs. França. The idea was to combine milk and zebu meat in a very nice, and that's the sandwich with zebu meat. We have two different meats, assim and brisket. It's 50% brisket and 50% assim, and so you have 25% of fat, and we opted for two types of cheese of Gyr dairy cows. And this is a huge difference when you let the cheese ripe for 1 year. The 1 year cheese has a higher intensity. And the 6 months 6 months cheese will offer a better connection. So you have a mixture of older and younger. We used cornstarch to have a better connection. There's some beer and a little bit of schnapps, sugarcane schnapps. And the end was really done by hand. So you have to really mix it, to have to jump around and dance. And the temperature of 5 seconds that so that's too hot, the grill's too hot. But to have a more homogeneous mass, I got it out of the heat and went to a cooler place. And now everything is ready. The zebu hamburger was done on the parrilla. So here and beneath it's very hot, so it's very quick. And if you want to wait a little bit more with the meat, you can put it on the upper side. So I'm looking to Chef Deborah. So there is beer in it, there is Gyr cheese, it's just marvelous. There's schnapps in it too. So with that cheese you can even have stones on the hearth, it will be great. The ABCZ chicken, that's a perfect combination. Two products of a very high quality that come from our zebu breeds that once again are on the Brazilian table.
Eu queria agradecer muito vocês por essa participação e claro, né, gente, chegou o momento. Vamos provar essa deliciosa parceria, que eu espero que seja a primeira de muitos. Né?
I hope that's the first partnership of many, for certain. Yay, great, congratulations. So it's really difficult to watch a video like that during lunchtime. So I'm sharing my table with Cesar that will be with us and will conduct the VIP studio of the World Championship of the Zebu breed. Now, good afternoon. It's 1:28 p.m. I already had lunch with zebu meat and mozzarella, zebu mozzarella. Good afternoon to you, to all technicians and commentators that will with you at our table, and I will be back tomorrow with some more information about Expozebu 2022. And we continue until 7:30 p.m. The track is empty, but we will have some movement very soon. The break is short. Stay with us.
Da vontade de levar mais tecnologia a pequenos...
Conozca más del trabajo de ABS, el centro de biotecnología más completo de América Latina. El complejo ABS cuenta con modernos laboratorios de semen convencional, genética sexada y embriones. Da para entregar las mejores soluciones de progreso genético con estándar de calidad tipo exportación. La selección de toros ABS lidera los principales programas de evaluación. Durante 80 años, ABS ofrece soluciones y resultados, garantizando la rentabilidad a través del progreso genético.
1:30. Welcome back. It's good to have your company here in this beginning of the afternoon in our 87 Expozebu. We have our third day of tournament on the track. We have we had a brief break now, a short break, and now you will see all our commentators with the details. Last Saturday we began with the ABCZ now, and now we have a special program. We will see more details live there. Who are you? Who is with us there? She is very well with the chairwoman of the ABCZ woman.
Muito boa tarde, seja bem-vindo à nossa transmissão.
Good afternoon, Cesar. I am in the ABCZ Mulher space, ABCZ woman. We have Rosalia here. She's going to tell us a little bit about the program. What can we expect for the next few days? Well, over here, my dear, we can only have joy. This is a happiness place. This is a success, and people who are selling here are very, very glad. I want to invite all of you to come here. From 9 to 9:30, so yeah, it's a long time. So you have clothes, accessories, coffee, you have everything. Right now we have coffee, clothes, porcelain. There are things from India. That's everything to do with ABCZ, because ABCZ, of course, you have cattle coming from India, so you have furniture and everything that's magic that we like, and so we are very much satisfied with the with how people are visiting us, and we do want more people. Yeah, it's very good. People, women should be here. I will have a coffee, of course. Let's have a coffee, please. And we will be back with you later. Alright, Tiesa, thank you for your info from the ABCZ Women space, and that's very nice place. It's a benchmark now for the Fernando Costa Park, now with this multi-use space for women in agribusiness. Very nice. So now we already have our commentators, our heavyweight team that will be with us this afternoon. They are already with us. Let me introduce you to from what we have now. I have Humberto Guimarães, who is in Mato Grosso with us, and welcome. Are you prepared to our marathon? Thank you. Let's work together and make this event one more awesome event. And with you here, it was going to be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Ontem pela manhã, volta nessa tarde, bem-vindo, porque ele ainda não chegou na escala dele de julgamento lá em pista. Então, por enquanto, ele é nosso comentarista.
Marcelo Toledo is not yet ready to go to the track, so he's our commentator now on the track, on the studio, and well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here with you and doing what we like. And starting tomorrow, we will be together and as a commentator. Well, we will be together with you more today. We will try and take advantage of you being here. Good afternoon. It's good to see you here. Greetings to everybody who's watching us. We are since this morning speaking to you here on the board. He already has a free pass here, right? He's at home. Renato, I'm going to ask you to summarize what happened this morning. You know, about the races that have been, the breeds that have been assessed in the track, and what we are going to have today. Well, we had Nelore and Tabapuã. We were not here yet. Today it worked well. I wasn't here this morning. Oh, I thought you were here this morning. No. I was here on Sunday. You want me to be here all day? Well, no. So this morning they had Nelore and also Tabapuã, and I could follow a little bit of what was going on from down there. I've seen the quality of these animals. I don't know where we stopped because I had to go and have lunch and come here. So I stopped before the end of the judgment. I don't know where they were, so I'm looking for the info. So now this afternoon we will be Pakistani Gyr and Dairy Gyr and Tabapuan breeds back with the judgments. And then we will change completely, right? Because yesterday we were transmitting the judgment. We had only Nelore, and today we have 3 other breeds, and things are going to be different tomorrow, right? Yes, from now on the track is going to be full of animals and people right now. We will have Gyr, the Dairy Gyr, and then Tabapuã, a breed that is dairy Gyr, a dairy breed, and then a beef breed too, which is Tabapuã. So the assessment is completely different, right? Yes, for sure we'll be able to observe and see and explore both the selections for the double aptitude, the beef and dairy. Divino, you were coming here today to our commentators team, so you have been following with the judgment from the races up to now. What do you think about this comeback, about the animals that have been presented? Well, it's for sure improving. It's quite evident that it's been improving in all aspects, both in functional parts and also in general, right? So we are seeing cattle raising more lucrative, more productive, so that is the main focus of agribusiness right now. And we can say that this is a championship, a judgment that is very hard to do, right, for the judges, because they are assessing those animals. And to you who is watching now, I'll let you know who is going to judge. We have double aptitude Gyr, Domingos Marcelo Senac Bessi, also Guilherme Queiroz, and Virgílio Camargos. And for Dairy Gyr, we have Alan Marcolini, Campidelli, and Rabelo Fernandes and Alisson Ricardo Magalhães. And for the Tabapuã breed, we have Genésio Jacondo Jr., Iracondo Filho, and Wilson Jr. So there is a huge challenge here with these judges, because we, just like Divino said very well, we have been saying that These animals have been very strong now, and you can see that they are very strongly coming to the track, because these 2 years haven't been years that they have been idle in the farms. You know, on the opposite, quite the contrary. We were commenting yesterday. You know, the animal that wasn't taking part in these events 2 years ago was it a lost animal? No, it's not lost. It just went up one category, right? Yeah. So, and I would like you to comment about this challenge. You know, going beyond that responsibility from the judges to assess, to be equally neutral and independent, emphasizing more and more the characteristics from the breeds, because that's what we want, right? Within this assessment, it's according to the genetic improvement. We have different goals as well, right? Yeah, when we speak about the animal that's coming to the track in order to be judged, what we look for is the fact that we have animals that are showing the potential of the breed itself, right? They have the best conditions, they have the best environment, they have been prepared for a competition and they can show the potential of the breed as a whole. They have high development, they are very functional animals, because it's hard sometimes, because it's a standard that we have to show the standards to the judges, and they can observe, and they can be there can be different opinions, and that's why we have 3 judges, and that's all part of the mechanism of assessment, which is very interesting. You know, the details that we sometimes watch and we can't see them, but we don't realize them, such as spots on the skin, on the fur, and so those details, people define the position of the animal with those details. The detail is the difference, really. So this judgment is very good, and this opportunity is great to comment here. I'm honored to be. It's a privilege to be here. Yes, Divino, it's interesting to hear you say that, because just like Cesar mentioned about the judgment itself and the 2 years of pandemic that we went through, agribusiness doesn't stop, right? In all ways. So don't worry, we're alive. Don't worry about that. The producer who actually came from a sequence of works and preparations for the track animals, they just kept going, right? They still have breeding going on. They are still identifying the best individuals in order to do that work. And if they have 2 years away, the same animals that would come in as a young animal, now they are being major animals, right? They are bigger now, and they are older now, 1 or 2 years. So those animals are still here. In terms of the assessment of the jury, it's a situation of always the responsibility and the commitment with the breed. So we, out of respect to the breed and out of respect to the handler and the breeder and all of the resources that they use, we know how much that costs. And our commitment there on the track is with the breed itself. So we have an analysis and an assessment that is the most correct, as correct as possible, with all attention, fully paying attention, because we have to be focused. You have to pay attention to the essential characteristics here, and the professionals who are here, according to the rule of ABCZ, which is totally democratic, they have been named by the breeders, by the farmers who trust their work, and they trust that they will judge well and represent that role very well. So that's their job, and that's very important. In addition to all of that they said, we can understand the amount of animals that are being represented here. So you can see all of them here. They don't have any more free spots. You can barely walk around them because there are so many animals. You have full categories, regardless of race, so of breed. So they are being prepared. They are evolving more and more. They are evolving in how they deal with it, and especially the dealers, the handlers, know how to do that. Sometimes they don't sleep for 3 days because they are not going away from their animals, and they can see the animals around there. So I'm very glad to be part of this group here. As Divino said, I always appreciate the opportunity, and we can see that in the amount of animals that we see on the track today. So today for the Tabapuã track we will have an amount of females which will amount to up to 72 and in 188 females tomorrow, which will be starting today. So we will have lots of animals of the Gyr breed as well. So this goes to show that the breeders are very much involved with their animals, and they wish to develop good work and to do a very good job in order for us to understand how it works and how it's going to be in the future too. Marcelo, yesterday we were telling about, you were explaining to us this dynamic of when the animal are taken forward in the tracks in order to be assessed more closely by the judges. And you mentioned that this is a way for them to observe something that perhaps wasn't as clear when the animal was parading around 360 around. So and the communication happens, and how they bring those animals. And I would like you to remind our friends who are watching us, and to add another question to it. How the first question is, how does that happen? And the second is, we do have some commentary going on when we speak about the championship from the judges regarding those animals that are on the track. So this morning I was seeing that some of the judges were speaking about each one of the animals, and now more in depth, the choice of the judge is how do they choose that? Well, actually, just to summarize the situation of bringing the animal forth. Well, of course, the three judges who are there, they have a subscription to ABCZ. They are registered, and they have a time for them to be that they have been judges, right? So they have a consensus between the three judges when they start the work. And for each one of those categories that they judge, the animals will start in the parade circle. They will circulate around, and when the judge performs that 360 that you mentioned and go behind the animal, when the category is too extensive, sometimes you will have some animals who are a highlight on one of the given point at the category, and the other one will be on the other end. So, and all of the other animals in between. These highlight animals are it's important to approximate all of them so that they can compare more clearly with more precision. So usually what happens is that the jury in the first category will bring, the older judge will bring the animals forth. The other two are free to, if they think that they should, they are free to get one of the others and say, no, I want this third animal to be compared to. And when this third animal comes, they come in the chronological order of the catalog. It is completely incorrect to mess up with that order. Both when they are in sideways, according to the enumeration of the subscription, and also when they step forth. That that orders should be respected. That is with regards to bringing the animal forward. What is the other question? Oh, how do they summarize that? Well, during the commentary, they do that the same way. When the result is coincident with the final result is coincident with the to what the oldest judge says, because they are the old one, they are going to comment on the result. And then the second oldest, and then the second to last oldest. So only when it coincides, right? So that is a rule that exists in this process. And the commentary is always done, and we do always demand that. It always happens, we always try to emphasize that we should begin from the animal that is in the last position in the championship until the champion. And that goes because you should emphasize the champion and the second place, right? And the third as well, when you have it. So you go from the worst in classification, that is, to the best, always considering specific points. What made you decide for the animal that is in fourth place instead of the fifth place? So you won't be spending too much time with the commentary. During a few moments in this track, we will have some time. Hey, you shouldn't speak for more than 3 minutes, right? And sometimes you have championships for Nelore. Because of the subdivisions of the categories, sometimes they will have 11, 12 animals being commented upon. So you have to be very specific and very precise over the points that you really use to decide from one animal instead of the other.
You must compare the 6th to the 5th, the 5th to the 4th, the 4th to the 3rd, the 3rd to the 2nd, the 2nd to the 1st place. And you must be precise on the characteristic that are definitive for this decision. That's the way it works. You see, maybe when you were watching just from home or from the preachers and you are not experienced in that kind of thing of contest, you will not know how this works. And that's what we want to offer you, to allow this contest to be more dynamic, for you to understand what is happening in the contest. Now, it's looking out our window. We already seeing some animals, and that is for certain indication that the contest will happen very soon. Yes, exactly. They are already bringing the animals to the track, and from there on we will begin all the process to walk in a circle, to call the animals, and then we will get the comments at the end. And they will demonstrate the superiority of each animal in comparison to the others. And we will now see a difference in comparison to the animals from yesterday's, because we don't have these big animals as yesterday. The animals are being prepared now. Please comment on that, Renato. The differences that we will see at the beginning of the afternoon. Well, Cesar, yesterday, as you said, we had animals for the functionality for meat production. The biotype is different in comparison to the dairy production. So the Gyr cattle is smoother, cleaner, having a períneo that is different.
Nós queremos que esse períneo, essas musculaturas sejam cada vez mais compridas e mais convexas, terminando cada vez mais embaixo. Diferentemente
that the perineum is wider, so the breeding is easier. The dairy breeds, it's a more cone-like format, and in the
retilíneo das
meat,
suas musculaturas com suas passagens mais
cattle, we
homogêneas,
more
né? Então a gente vai obter algumas
straight
características bem
lines. So we will see
diferentes
some
no seu
very
biotipo e
different
sua conformação,
characteristics in the
E a
biotype
gente
and conformation.
mudança também no catálogo, né, que
And we
traz,
also
começa a
see
trazer
this
outras
difference
informações para nós,
in the catalog that
que ontem a gente
already
estava
brings
até
other
acompanhando,
information to
fazendo
us. We
uma
were
observação dos animais que
learning
estavam
about the catalog
sendo
yesterday,
classificados dentro das
the animals that
categorias,
were classified inside the categories, some characteristics
avaliadas em comum, outros
there
estavam coincidindo.
were the same in different categories, length, weight, and today we see a difference in the measurements of these animals. Exactly. And using this information you just gave us, we have some topics and the difference of the type, the functional type, the characteristic, what you're looking for in a selection for milk, double function or meat. This context is what is important for the analysis and evaluation in the afternoon. And complementing this information about the regulations, we saw at the beginning of the contest of the Gir dairy cows, they begin with the males. All the other breeds begin with the females. Why is that? It's important to explain this for the people that are watching us. So you begin with the males, and they were analyzing reproducers, defined senior bulls, and all the development wave stopped already. It is a reproducer already. They begin with the males because in the Gir dairy cow you have the track, but you also have the females that are part of the milk contest. And also highlighting, we had a contest for the best udder. So we begin with the male when we are talking about a dairy breed. And when we get to the females, the milk contest will be done, and the females can come to the track. So that's why we invert the order. In the Gir dairy cows, we invert the order, and the other breeds begin with the females and end with the males. So curiosity, this animal that was part of the milk contest and then comes to the track, and they want to know how much milk was produced. Then this animal comes to the track with an empty udder. No, it comes with a full udder. And many other females did not take part in the milk contest. They come with the milk in the udder, and so sometimes they have even a difficulty to walk. Yes, it's part of the evaluation. Yes, it's one of the criterion of evaluation. So there you see the ligaments, you see the udder, you watch and look at many characteristics. Very well, we are warming up here to understand the details. Now let's look outside. How is the movement on the track? The animals are coming to the track. The judges are already at their places, as we can see, and at the desk where the results are announced, we have some movement too. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the animals are, as we can see from here, ready to begin the contest. Divino, yesterday we commented that these animals that go to the track, they are prepared. So allow us to remember how this is done, how this preparation is done, so this animal can go to the track. The preparation of the animals for the contest is a long preparation. The breeder has his herd, and he really, while breeding, thinks about animals he wants to take to the track. These animals are treated differently from the calving onward. So they need to learn to walk while being pulled. They are prepared. The bad animal that is not well prepared, it may get penalized on the track in the contest. So, furthermore, we also need to think about the nutrition. The rancher, as I said before, these are animals that will take part in a competition where all technologies are available. So nutrition is very important for this animal, and an animal that is not fed with quality product, where they do not pay attention to the preparation of this animal, they will not do well on the track. And we also said that in the last weeks, in the last months, in the ABCZ News, in our broadcast, you are already invited in every Tuesday and Thursday to watch the ABCZ News, beginning at 7 p.m. Brazilian time. And we said a lot about the cost of production. And it's been harder last year for the ranchers. And even with this difficulty, the quality of these animals has not go down. And it's a work for many years of these breeders. And the genetic improvement is very important. Animal that is more precocious, has a higher weight, and really has a good response on the property. And a breeder that takes part in the genetic improvement program, and we highlighted this yesterday, that a lot of animals are part of the PMGZ, the improvement program, and it's easier to keep this animal and have a lower cost. So I would love to hear your comment on that, on the expressive number of animals that are part of the improvement program. I see it the following way. This moment in the agribusiness with the pandemics, price oscillation of the cattle, the time that we had to halt, it was very difficult for us. We could not foresee what would happen. But on the other hand, we got this wish to be in exhibitions again. And the genetic is in the properties. The animals were just not shown in the exhibitions. And now the people are back to, they are supplementing the food again, the feeding. And these were 2 years without showing the animals on the track. And if you compare it to the last Expozebu, maybe this Expozebu in this year will have a higher impact, a better impact as compared to the last one. So because people are seeing the animals again, and the genetic is there, they have a great response to the correct handling, to the preparation, to get docile. And continuing in this line of thought, it's extremely important in this process. This process begins much earlier, much earlier. We have dairy cows, dairy cattle, and meat cattle. I just want you to think about it. A rancher that brings a cow to get it to the milk contest, he has to plan their calving where they are in the lactation period so they can get the highest milk amount. So this planning begins much earlier. So you have to plan the birth, not only the mating, so to get a better animal, but also in the correct time to have the right amount of milk in a certain event. So it begins much earlier. A lot of details, a lot of planning must be done. And then, as he said, you have the cost. You see the evolution of the nutritional topics. And you have another problem. The animal may be here. The animal must be beautiful. And what means beautiful? To be in the best shape, he must be in balance, and physiologically speaking, his performance must be according to the possibility of this animal to be functional. Why I'm talking about that? Because with this high gains, this high gain in weight that these breeds offer, if you have a correct feeding, the animal goes beyond the right point. There's too much fat, for example. So the efficiency of this process, including to get the greatest results on the track, it depends on this balance. So it is a puzzle. It's a game of daily observation on the farm, on the ranch, before you come here. But you need to have a correct hoof, you must cut it correctly to have a good posture. You should not force the nutrition. So many details that are important in the preparation to get here in your best form, in your best shape. Many details. So you need to handle the right handler, but you need a bench handler. If your main handler is ill, you need someone on the bench to have a substitute to handle these animals. So you need to ask for the substitution. So the number of people that are involved in this process is huge. You need, since the insemination guy, and with the meat cattle it's just the same. In the meat cattle you want to participate with the calf category, and depending on the calving period, it's not a calf anymore, and you go into a young bull category. So it's a lot of details, and sometimes the excess of food can be bad, and you lose the animal. Or you get here and you are penalized. So there are many details. It's really complex. And there's an important detail inside of all these comments that you just said. You need this bench team. It may happen something. And then we are talking about the right handling of these animals. Being handled the right way in the properties is very important. I'm not talking about the contest only, but a hurt animal, a meat animal, for example, when the animal is hurt, this hurt is seen in the meat, so it really must be handled correctly. It must be well handled in the property, and then you can see the docility of these animals, how they are brought to the track. And one thing that really makes it very difficult is the breeder does the whole work, and when it's really needed that you need to show this cow that, with a pregnancy, she's not, and it makes the things very difficult. I want to ask the help of our friends of the technical part. I see the program, the schedule. So this camera that is moving, I would love to show the children that is here in the park, our Fernando Costa Park, and they want to caress the animals. So these are the first calf category that will be called, or the second maybe, but they are calves. They are really young, and you see that they are very docile, and the children caressing them. It's a huge pet that you can't hold in-house, but it's very docile, it's well fed. So
você manda seu cachorrinho se perfumar, ele também faz toalete e se perfuma. Então, assim, é tudo aquilo.
So everything you do with your dog, with your pet, we do with this cows and with this cattle. So I always joke and jest.
Eu levo meus meninos também para fazer esse tipo de passeio que as crianças estão tendo aqui.
So this kind of trip that the children are having here, this joy time, they want to caress, they want to mount, because it's good, because they become to like this activity. There's no limit, but in this kind of animal, you are able to do whatever you have to do.
And you also do that with equines, and you can do that. Sometimes people like the animals and then they start practicing some sports involving those animals. That is one of the proposals for our experimental farm. Yesterday we had some elderly here participating in our program, and we were showing these very thing. An old lady was telling us, and you will see that she was raised in São Paulo. You don't have any of that, right, in São Paulo, the city, and now I can mount a horse, and the children were telling the same, and the proposal here is to wake up in those children the love for cattle and for the agribusiness that can get to your home with quality. Milk and beef has lots of quality, and that's very important, because you have to understand that this meat doesn't just come from the supermarket. Milk doesn't grow in a box, and everything is a result of very much very well done work from our breeders. Now you will see the seats over there. You see the crowd, and you have some children too as well. And are they also participating? I remember when I was a kid, we would see the animals and judge them ourselves, and we would see that medal, you know, the rosary for the award, and we would go and take pictures with the awarded the premium animal. Yeah, very well. The movement here for the Fernando Costa Park on this Tuesday, where we have also, in addition to our regular program, we also have the children from Zebu na Escola project, Zebu in the school, the state schools of Uberaba. If you want to bring your children here, you can also do that. We have the cuisine fair also in the pavilion in the Fernando Costa Park, with lots of activities, and we also have the ABCZ Women building, where we show all of the news that we prepared and presentations for jewelry, everything that's happening in the fair, everything that's taking place here, everything that has been prepared very carefully for you. That is a 3-in-1 exposition, and since the beginning, since of Saturday, we have been preparing this for you. Well, we already have lots of animals around here, and to the center of the track we are about to start our judgment here, for sure, yes. Now you see the handling, you start with the dynamic form, and then the jury will ask for the static, and then, just like Marcelo said, you have the comments from the jury. Pull them in, pull them out, I want to see from this other angle, and then they compare. And we will start with Tabapuã, right? Yeah, we are following Tabapuã, that's the category that we are dealing with the females. Usually when the category is small, those animals, you shouldn't pull them forward because they are very close together, you can compare them. And if you want to have a queue of animals, it's easy to do that in a regular queue. Let's hear, let's listen to what they're saying. Oh, they're just introducing what's going on. Oh, it's good that we should find the page here. So they are presenting the judges here for this afternoon, and this is he's a doctor in animal production by Jaboticabal Unesp. He's also the director for Brasil Conselho. He's been
já julgou 109 exposições. Wilson José Brandão Júnior.
Wilson José Júnior, 46 years old, he's from Brasilia. He has a result, he's an agrarian scientist in judging Zebu breeds, and he has a master's also in reproduction of cattle for coops, 2005, and he has a master's in agrarian science, animal reproduction, and he's been a judge since 2004. He has taken part in 3 judgments throughout his career. Genésio Jocondo Júnior, 48 years old, from Paraná, Arapongas. He's graduated from Jaboticabal University in 2008, and he has a degree in Zebu races from FAZU, and he is now a postgrad student in reproduction for beef animals in Paragominas, Pará, by Reagro. He's been a judge since 1999. He has been judging already for 25 expositions. So, Gustavo Henrique Reis and Túlio Araújo. Have a good day, judges. Good luck to the presentators as well. Presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, we start now the Gir, a double aptitude Gir breed. Now, Guilherme Queiroz is 43 years old. He's graduated in zoo technique, and he has a postgrad in Zebu judgments, and he's a postgrad in pasture managing by FAZU 2002. He has judged already 71 exhibitions. Domingo Marcelo Sebastião Pesce, 50 years old, from Ponte Nova, Minas Gerais. He is a veterinarian doctor from the University of Minas Gerais. He's postgraduated in Zebu breeds from FAZU, and he has a master's in animal ruminant nutrition by UFMG University, Federal University of Minas Gerais, and he has a doctorate degree in animal reproduction by the food engineering and animal engineering from the University of São Paulo. He is a judge since, well, very well. While it happens, we are going to have a championship of the Tabapuã breed. The animals, we have 3 animals now on track. We have 33, 42, 45. Did you find them in the catalog? Can you bring us the details? Where is it? 33 has been the champion for the minor from 16 to 18 months. No, that was the first award in the category. Yes, and Afrodite, Dois Daga, right? From the Gurita Ideias farm from the state of Goiás. 42 is Lira PJG. Is PJG Agropecuária with now Porto Seguro, São Paulo. It was the first prize for the 18 to 20 months old category. 45 we have Filula from Pozo Alto. It was the first award from Garmachin Silveira Jr. from Rio de Janeiro. He's my friend there. These animals are already on track. They have been walking around, parading on the circle, and now they are going to be positioned in line so that they can be assessed by the judges who are in the center of the circle. Maybe we can show an image from above. I'm not sure if it's possible to do now. We could see perfect here. We can see the animal walking around the judges, where they can assess and talk about the assessment of the stride of the animal. Yes, this assessment allows the judge to understand the whole outline, the part of the hips and the length of the animal, if the animal is a balanced animal. Many things that might be observed from these animals that are walking around the circle. Many things, and especially the outlines, the posture. This is the best moment to observe when exactly when the animal is walking. So these animals are now soon going to be put statically in the boxes, and then they are going to be assessed when they are static, and then they will be able to understand the measures, the dimensions, the musculature, the posterior chain, and so forth. Many things that you can assess then. Actually, this is a sequence of observations that the judges will make. They start with the dynamic observations, some outlines, some qualities of the silhouette you can see right there, and then with the dynamic movement, with the moving of the animal, their stride, if they are closing the angles of the legs, and that is when the animal is looking down, if it has a good posture for each one of their limbs. So this is the moment to observe this kind of defect, of flaw, if the animal has them. And during the dynamic part, it's always nice to see a few lines for balance on the animal, because you can see the animal walking around, and you can see them from laterally. You can see the palette, you can see some passages from the palette we have some characteristics you can see only when they're walking, and when they stop you will add to those observations in terms of the posture of the animal. You can see the chest, the direction of the anterior chain and posterior chain as well in order to see the outlines, and then you analyze the whole characteristic of the breed, such as the skull, the ears, the pigmentations of the fur, and everything that you can get from the racial purity standard. So, and then you can also have the economy part of it, which is, for instance, for beef, you can understand the musculature. It is longer if it's more convex. You have more volume around the ribs. The race, you see the breed, the economy, and the functionality. I would like you to explain now for the Gyr breed what is going on there, right next to the stage there. Well, you had the award of the first category already while we spoke. We didn't catch that, right? Yeah, let's see if I can check who's the first one here. The first place. This is 01, right? This is the front one. Yes. The first one is the 01, and 02 is the champion of the first category, the first award of the category. Now we don't have any more categories, and now she's already the first and second place. It's very common when that happens, you know, in the lower numbers breeds. You have one or two animals only. That's not rare, you know. You can see that when you have minor breeds. When you have qualities and the jury understands that they have qualities to be the first place and they are by themselves, you can already give them their championship, because once you give the award, it is allowed in the championship, and now it's first place. Of course, it's a champion already. It does happen that it doesn't get the first award, right? And if it's the second place, if they're not even in the championship, if they have some grave flaw or anything like that, it doesn't happen on Expozebu, because Expozebu is awesome and it's already filtered out. But it's very common in other exhibits too, right? Yeah. Sometimes you don't have enough number of animals, and sometimes they are the champions in the category already. And here we have again something that gets our attention: the role of the handlers here. It is a ballet. They're juggling with the animal so that the animal can look at them and get the best posture possible in order to be assessed with good presentation. And back then, you can in the background you can see the three juries, and they are always with the blue vest. The other ones are the auxiliary personnel. So this is a very important role, right? People who go with the animal, the handlers, in order to give them a good presentation. Sure, this is the relationship between the jury and the auxiliary is very important, because they are in the track. From the moment they are in the track, and they are going to advise and give support, but they are also learning from the jury. They are observing it, and there you have the responsibility of the effective jury to also deal with the auxiliaries who are with them, to bring information, to prepare that person to deal with this kind of job in the future too. They are going to go through those rules and obeying the ABCZ rules in order to make them effective. And so this conversation is paramount between the effective jury and the others. What gets our attention, so you future judges who want to take the course, who are listening, the posture of the auxiliary judge should be, together with the effective one, should be always, whenever they are provoked, they should manifest themselves, but always giving the support so the jury can make the decision. So this process is, above anything else, it's a learning process. Okay, we now have the animals in the track. We have females here. This is the heifer championship from 8 to 19 months, right? 8 to 9 months. Good afternoon. Now they are going to present the animals, and if it is possible, we could Is it possible to put on the main screen the animals of the Gyr breed and the females for the High First Championship? And in the detail we could have the Tabapuan breed because they are already in the queue for the final assessment. I think we are a few minutes away from the result of this championship for major heifers. So the category of this is a championship, so they will go from 16 to 22 months in the championship, and if possible we should show both together. We can see the first category from the dairy cow, Gyr dairy cow, and also Tabapuan breed, which is taking place here in the front of the track, which is huge. 59. The track is huge, so we can't see both at the same time. He's from Ituiutaba. He's a veterinarian. While we have the yellow guy presenting the judges, who are the dairy cows. We keep going on screen with the Tabapuan animals. That is already that is a major heifer championship, and you have the animals parading around in circles. The females, the dairy cows now for the Gyr championship. That is the first category of heifers from 8 to 9 months of age, and we have 9 animals here. We now can follow along in the main screen. We have the Gyr, and now in the little square there we have Tabapuan. Let's try to see both. Yes, in our team we are live on TV, so we are trying to do the best to you, the breeder, and whoever is watching us. We have it. This is the final of the championship, and we want to see it from the VIP room, right? That's what we want. That's the World Cup, and the females we are going to have them on screen now. And I apologize because we have the logistic going on here with the technical team because we are just starting, right? This is the first one, and we have been evolving since Sunday, so we are evolving more and more each day, doing our best.
So, with the full track, we are talking about different breeds and talking about other breeds, and afterwards we will have every breed together on a track. Tomorrow it really will be a hot track. We really will need a drone to show us every angle. So I will talk to the boss that for you to all be here to help us. So we had a dynamic, we have Gyr, calf category, and now they go to the static part. This is marked on the ground. We have still some animals of the Tabapuan breed. The evaluation has finished already. We are waiting for the results. The grades were already sent to the system, and we are waiting for the result of the championship. Now we just need to wait for the announcement.
Não, o campeonato não, tanto que eles estão na pista, anunciou a categoria. Estão aguardando para que seja para anunciar o campeonato.
They are waiting just for the announcement of the championship.
A mesma nota do campeonato. Pois não, Marcelo.
Marcelo, just a short observation regarding the information on the evaluation sheet. We are talking about the major heifer. So, in the information on the sheet, the 45, that's the youngest female from the last category of the championship. She has all the information about
O animal não tinha chegado na idade ainda de limite de exigência regulamentar da prenhez. Tem alguns animais que estão indicados como prenhez, tem os animais que não têm informação
you have
prenhez. Por quê? Porque o
someone
regulamento ali, naquele momento, ainda não exigia, não era obrigatório. Em algumas raças, tem algumas diferenças na questão regulamentar de uma raça para outra. Por exemplo,
you have all the information about gestation. In some cases, some regulations do not permit that you have the information of the gestation before the 24 months. Some cows are already in gestation, but this information just gets into the sheet when the regulation permits it. In the last category, where we had the Ferola, the first prize, in this category, it really was obligatory to have the information about gestation. A nice image. The animal just lay down and the handler just made it stand up again. Yeah, well, they get tired too, you know. Yet we have to remember that this animal, the day of this animal began at 3:30, 4 a.m. So they're really tired. So, and the handler will think, well, if I'm standing here in the sun, you should too. There's a huge connection between the handler and the animal. This relationship is just like a dog or something similar. So this animal are used to the handlers and to the halter. Sometimes these animals do not recognize the everyday work, they just like as on the farm, and so it's a little bit strange. So both work together. Now let's listen to the result. Expozebu 2022. ABCZ informs. Yes, the breeders, the proprietors, they really get a chill running down the spine right now when this music plays. And the winner is number 33, Afrodite Braga, from the state of Goiás. The champion was the youngest animal. That shows that it is not a meat breed, but the characteristics were correct. And this is so important in the decision when they think about a productive, functional female. Often it's not the heaviest animal, it's the more balanced animal, the more harmonious animal. In the Tabapu race, we had the result, and we now know the champion already, number 33, Afrodite to Bodega.
Vai voltar o 32 aí agora. Já voltou, tá na festa 32 para que seja analisado junto com os demais. O segundo prêmio de cada categoria, quando o primeiro se torna campeão, o segundo entra e para que seja comparado com os outros demais animais, podendo se tornar também um reservado do seu campeão, né? Isso aí é comum, sempre o segundo, né, Marcelo? Com certeza. Isso é feito pelo seguinte. Você pode ter uma categoria, uma determinada
You
categoria.
may have a certain category of the championship where the level is so high that the first, the second,
Pelo nível dela ser muito alto,
since this category has a very high level,
primeiro e o segundo melhor do que os outros
that
primeiros das outras categorias.
the first and second may be better as the first and seconds of other categories. So when you have an animal first prize to be the champion, you need to offer them the second place to compete for the general second place. So in a situation like that, this animal would be the reserve, the second place of the championship. So we must give the second place of the championship the opportunity to compete for the reserve title. It's very common that the second place of the category, so the probability is high. The example that Marcelo just gave us, there may be a category that the animals are better prepared and with a better conformation. So you really need to give the merit to the second place and allow it to compete again. So since we have the Tabapuã breed on the main screen now, and if you look at the smaller screen at the right, on the calf, so you have some animals that were separated and are in a line now, and are being assessed in more detail. And we are walking towards the end of this first part of assessment. So with the geoderic cows, exactly what we explained at the beginning, the calves were kept on their place in a age order, and now they're going back to their original places. And a very interesting detail for this category, the judges must be really in synchrony. In a category with 7, 8 animals, you can pull to the front 3, 4, maybe 5 that are the highlights. But sometimes in a category the animals are so close to each other, you pull out 3. That's what I do. I pulled out 3 animals. I don't go to them. I go to the back first. I will analyze the back animals first, writing down my decision. But it happens that the category is so good that when you see the animals that are in the back are so good that you pull them out again. From 10 animals, you have 8 animals that were pulled out because you began with a lower number. But then you saw others that also need to be compared. So you pull them out, and suddenly almost all animals had been pulled out. That happens when the category has a very high quality level. And for the people that are listening and watching us, we had information, I believe that Renato brought this information to us. A lot of people are following the contest and are also watching the ABCZ TV on their cell phones. It's like the soccer game, you know, they go to the stadium and keep listening to the narrator at the radio. We have 8 animals here on the track. Entering the track is a certain time. What happens if I'm late? There's no penalty. So if there's a certain time to be in, maybe it gets late in the morning. If it took longer in the morning to finish, sometimes the handlers must pay attention not to be late. But sometimes the animal gets hurt and is limping. That's very common. The handler doesn't come. And no, they just present animal on the track and they not appear. There's some punishment if there is a bad behavior of the animal. So sometimes the behavior of the handler is also punished. We saw once on a contest that the handler stopped all animals and answered his cell phone. Well, that is inadmissible. So I do not know. In the next Expozebu, we can have a replay in slow motion even to see better what happened. So we began on Sunday and we are still learning, right? So in the championship of double aptitude, we are waiting for the results. I can't see the numbers. One of the animals fled and came running towards the other animals. The animal did that for us to be able to see that kind of marvelous behavior. In this case, the evaluation just happened, the result is out. This animal came running. Could there be a penalty? No, because the animals already analyzed and it begins from zero again. Actually, the process works following way. The responsibility, the judge on the track has a sovereign autonomy to make the decision that he thinks is the best. So you analyze inconvenient attitudes from the presenter, from the handler. So maybe one handler could be bad for the presentation of another handler. They put their animal in front of another animal. These are kind of behavior that I saw a lot on the track. And we have the autonomy to tell them. And we have a result of the reserved. And it's animal number 32. And exactly happened what I said. It's a second prize of the championship is now the reserved animal.
Exatamente. Agora, aí na ordem da cronológica, na ordem da ponderação dos jurados.
In the ponderation of the judges, in the evaluation of the judges, and now they bring the third place of the other categories to compete for the third place. So they will call for a third animal to be analyzed. So it goes further regarding what we said before. So a next animal is entering the track to be analyzed. In the category of which the champion came, first and second were the best as all the others.
Exatamente. Olha lá. A proximidade das duas. E corre grande risco da entra totalmente a terceira. E ela também é muito...
A gente tem uma... E você tá... Ih, cansou.
Well, got tired. No, I don't want to walk anymore. So this is not penalized, actually. That's not penalized. As I said, regarding the posture of the attitudes, what must the judge avoid? The judge needs to have a good common sense. What happened to this calf? It's the calf of the first category. It's the first fair exhibition in their life. It's the first time that she has fun on the track. So sometimes the animal gets frightened because of the noise of the people. That's very common. And what happens again? What happens? When they're coming back, they just got the halter out of the handler's hand and began to run across the field. But she has to get back to the track. And dear guys, please explain to us how the evaluation works or the follow-up of the judges is done. In football, we have the possibility to see the action again in a video. And you said that the judge here has autonomy to take his own decisions. Is there a control of the judges that are doing the assessment? Is there a higher instance regarding the judges? Yeah.
I've been through many situations. I've been here in the past. We had a judge that was on the track all the time, all day, controlling and observing the actions of the other judges. So this was very particular in one of the Expozebus where I was playing together with Artal before he passed away. So we had Mr. Fausto Lima, and he was there. His job there was to observe, because the judgment itself, the jury should be individually judging, and of course with no communication, because if it is to talk, and make a decision, you shouldn't have 3 judges, right? We just saw a process of a bad judge, right? 1 judge is bad, but 3 is the ideal. It's the fairest judgment you can have. Is the 3 judges, and for sure you have to observe that. You have to be responsible. In the past, you had situations where in the track itself, you had the director there watching, of course, each of their actions. Of course, if they do something that is outside of the regulations, they will have to respond to that, right? Let's get to the side here. Last time we saw the observer, it was with me and Ivo, right? Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was the last time we had this process of that was the opportunity where we had the separate tables and all of that. It was very polemic. And the breeders during that time, we had the observer too, and back then we had myself and Igor doing the assessment. It was really hard because we couldn't communicate, and you had many there are many problems.
Muito bem, a gente está vendo aí então a avaliação, tá lá, ó, um momento bacana que o juiz está colocando a nota dele e já enviando. E ali o auxiliar do lado.
And there you have the auxiliary judge following, and you have a very nice image. I want to see if we can repeat that. For me, it's camera number 5. From above, you can see the 3 championships happening. See there? To your left, you have the females of the Heifer championship, 9 to 10 months. Then you have double aptitude gear, waiting still. And then we have Tapapuã, still waiting for the results for the third prize, third award. Well, if you can leave this image like that, it will be nice. Well, from what I see here, they have been back already to their places, so they are about to announce. Can we leave it like that? And I want to appreciate again the kindness of our TV director Marco Aurelio and the whole team that we have here, and also Kelia, our coordinator, who is listening to us and doing what we ask from her. Let's see the result. Third place. The interpretation apologizes, it's impossible to hear.
Na sequência, 45 e 38.
Aqui entrou agora, aqui a terceira.
Now we have the third. The third.
Agora ela ficou em último no campeonato. Na categoria de 16 a 18. Porque
16 to 18 months, because in that third championship we had the second place, and now we have the third prize of the category. Now we have the comparison with the first award from the next category, and she was the loser there, and in the final result. Marcelo, I'm sorry. We are now going to hear the judge, who is going to now comment about the animals that are there. Now we have the head is good. It's an animal that with good balance, good measures. Let's see from the side, and now we see, when I say it's balanced, I mean the ribs and the depth of the ribs and the height of the limbs, with the sexual and secondary characteristics are very evident. You have the that's very important for a champion. In the fourth place, comparing it. Can you put that on the side? Can we see that from the side? The fourth place is in advantage compared to the fifth because of especially the arching of the first ribs, the upper ribs, and going from the palate to the rump, and when you see from behind you the widening of the rump, especially between the hips. And when you compare that to the third place, The third place is very pleasant to see in the format of the school, and it is as it should be, the standard of the year. It is very impressive to see the volume of their carcass. It is very impressive. You can see it's a very voluminous musculature. It goes back to the hind part of the legs as well, and reminding you that in the females we check for the volume, not necessarily convexity in the musculature. They shouldn't lose secondary sexual characteristics. Can you please put it back here? Therefore, the third place is very pleasant to me because you still have a more advanced neck, a forward hinging neck, more than the fourth, and it is much more due to this bodily volume as a whole. And when we compare it to the second place, the second place is in front of the third and fourth in terms of pigmentation. She is also a bit squared for the standards of the Tabapuan breed. She is firmer than the other two, and she has a good volume without losing anything in terms of femininity, and quite the opposite. She has a very subtle palate as well, even though she has a very large volume of musculature in the posterior chain. Even though that she is a good, I would like the third place to be more delicate with this couple as well. I think that it would help on femininity. And the point for definition between the third and second in favor of the second place, comparing to the third, was the correctness of the lumbar line of the spine. So this is between the anterior and posterior parts, and that the third place loses a little bit of the dorsal structure. Always comparing to the second place because they are all exceptional animals, and they wouldn't be here otherwise. Well, it's a great volume, good characteristic, good definition, higher femininity in the second place for the palate, and also the lumbar and dorsal lines, and also with the volume of the carcass, which is quite interesting. Now we have a difference here of 2 months between them. And now we go to the champion. Of course, it's an animal that, seen from the front, is very pleasant to see in the school. Very delicate skin, very feminine. Can you put the animal by the side? I really like the neck, and I like the delicacy from the anterior chain. The posterior chain, it's not as voluminous as the third place, but it's more voluminous in the in terms of femininity from the anterior chain, and also the correction of the dorsalumbar line. It's even more arched than the other pretenders and contenders, and they are all very good animals. Both with excellent shoulders, good curves, very well developed, very well put together, and the champion is more filled in the posterior chain compared to the other. So another positive point for the winner. Both have 17 months. The champion is already with positive results for pregnancy. So congratulations on the major high fur championship to all of the breeders and presenters, especially for the third, second and first place. Thank you. Now, we had the awards and the ranking from our judge doing the observations of the 3 animals that were in the major high fur championship. Champion was the number 33, Aphrodite 2. Second place was Lira TJG. Oh, 32, I was in a 42, sorry. We have literatura and then 42 Lilia 50 JG. Marcelo. Another commentary here. You have said that they started commenting that it was very well assessed within the championship, and some of the points that we can compare when you compare the second place to the third place. One of the points that were clear from the image is that the animal was stopping right in front of us, and we could see that. You have a higher difference, a major difference in height and the posterior compared to the anterior in the first place, and the second place is more balanced, right? So that is the difference we mentioned yesterday about an Elor, that it should be mostly to the maximum of 10 centimeters difference between the anterior and posterior chains, because once the animal stops growing. Right now the animal's already grown up, and what happens is that the female of the third place is not as balanced as the others, and she's inclined in the dorsal-lumbar region, so we have the fillet there. We have tenderloin there, so that is fundamental to have the balance over there. So that was the observation up to the champion, always highlighting the, and they are the last to be commented, because then you finish your rationale in the commentary, finishing off with the two best animals of the championship. That is the apex of the championship. You have to highlight the qualities. Let's see the emotion of the winners there. We have both at the head of the truck. Elcio is there. Good afternoon, Elcio. Good afternoon to all of you, and all of you who are on the commentator boards in our VIP room. I am here in the track, right next to the Heifers here. They are both the champion and the second place. We are just waiting for the delivery of the award here. I will try to speak to Gustavo Oliveira Souza, who's the breeder. He brought in the award today earlier, and he has won the also Tabapuan, also Heifer in the Tabapuan breed championship. Now he's going to get his second award for the day. He's from Gurita, Edeia farm in Goiás. Now he has an award for the Tabapuan Major Heifer championship as well. He has the award. He took a picture already. Gustavo, once again, here you are. Yeah, again, that's me. I'm very happy. Proud again, very grateful, and we have still a lot to do. Did you expect to get 2 championships in the same day? Well, not really. It was a very nice surprise, but for sure it is the result of a hard job as well. Especially the work from the boys there. Yeah, without them we wouldn't be here out this time, you know. They are responsible for this as well. I was impressed, you know, because I was watching you and waiting for the award to be given. How tame they are, you know. They are so docile. We can go closer to them, right? Yeah, she's very docile. I was really impressed, and she shows her forehead to us, you know. Yeah, that's the work, you know, of the handlers. They do.
Maravilha. Parabéns mais uma vez. Que venha mais, hein, Gustavo? Se Deus quiser. Obrigado. Veio preparado, Gustavo veio preparado, pessoal da fazenda.
They tame the animals, and that's the job that they do.
Valeu, tratador. Sucesso. Valeu.
Congratulations, handler. Good work. Cesar, back to you in the studio. Thank you, also. It's really nice to have this recognition of the handlers.
It is extremely important because it is a work that it's very hard to do, and nobody wins an award like that by themselves. It's very nice to see, as we spoke before. We have seen the commentary from the last to the first place, and the way in which they highlight the qualities of those who are waiting. And I think William was very educational when he said something always commenting about the superior point of the animal, and he was very educational in how he expressed himself, and it was very clear, and that's the judgment work in general, right? That's a good job. Well, following along those lines regarding the handler, because the handler is completely dedicated to that in the farm. Without them daily dealing with the animals daily, they are living with the animals and in a relationship with them. So the breeder can do that in many ways, because we have some costs, and without the handlers, it's not only one, they also have their teams, one that is there during the day, another one for the afternoon, one is who's the washer. So the whole set of the team is for the winner team is we can also give awards for them, because we also award the best handler, and this award is very significant, and they are very excited about being assessed and evaluated too as contenders for an award like that. Yesterday I was seeing the Tabapuã auction. I was waiting for it to finish. The breeders were gathered there, and they donated a heifer for the handlers. One of the breeders donated a heifer to be auctioned, and then the auctioneer got some spontaneous donations from the breeders, and I think they had 12,000 real there from spontaneous donations, and they have been commercialized there. 27,000 that was transferred for the handlers there, from the Tabapuã handlers. Usually they award, but it's the first time I've seen that. It was the union of the coming together of the breeders in order to motivate and award those handlers. I was very glad to see that. That's why they are here on the track, and they want to come back all the time. And they are very tireless. And they even skip breakfast and lunch for taking care of the animals. Before the break, I would just like to say that we already have coming into the track now the young females, also Tabapuã, 12th category, from 22 to 24 months. But we still have the animals there you can see on the screen, and the animals who are still waiting for the results. So Marcelo, can you explain this result taking a while? Because now we can see that we have had the results before for Tabapuã. We had the 3 awards, the first, second and third place, and now we have the new category, the other category, and we see all of those idle on track. So can you explain why?
Normally, when the track has more breeds, you have always 2 announcers, 2 MCs. One takes 2 breeds, the other 2 breeds, if the track is completely full. Inside the logic of the chronogram of the contest, every time you have the results of the championship, he has the priority of the microphone. And the complete process to finish the analysis has the comments, and then you have all the emphasis of the handover of the prizes, of the trophies. The other animals that were analyzed, they have to wait for a long time. Well, it's the way it works. It can't be different. That's the dynamics of the process. When you have a lot of different breeds on the same track, you will see tomorrow. You will have a full track tomorrow with 4 different breeds that will be in 5 simultaneous different contests. So this is what will happen. And then you will have new ingredients for us to evaluate. And that's why the process of analysis evaluation happens as it does. The judge already has other information here, more information to come to his decision. Now you have already cows that have calved already. So you are analyzing a product that is with her. If she had a good calf, she is offering a good amount of milk. These are information that are important.
Habilidade materna da matriz.
Com certeza, exatamente. Habilidade materna. É isso aí. Muito bem. O nosso time de
Very well. Our team of specialists are together with us. The afternoon is just beginning. It's 3 o'clock and 12 minutes p.m. We will have a short break and we will be back soon with more details on the third day of contest in the 87th Expozebu. Stay with us.
Mais sobre AgroExport, país generoso em produtividade agroindustrial. Lo mejor deste Brasil lo lleva AgroExport a todo el mundo por AgroExport. AgroExport exporta por aire y mar animales para reproducción, semen, equipos, animales vivos para engorde o sacrificio. Contáctenos. Tenga la marca de garantía AgroExport en su próximo negocio. AgroExport, tradición y confianza más allá de las fronteras.
Conozca más sobre la calidad JLT Tabapuán, Granja Agua Marinha, por el empresario Julio Laure. Animales de excelente genética con las características más deseadas. Capacidad materna, peso de destete, peso soberano, fertilidad, estructura, precocidad, musculatura y características de la canal. JLT Tabapuán, amor por la raza.
Alta Brasil, líder del mercado de mejoramiento genético bovino, está localizada en Uberaba, la capital mundial del ganado cebú, y es en nuestra central de donde sale al menos una de cada 3 dosis de semen vendido, producido o exportado. Solo en 2021 hubo más de 8.6 millones de dosis. Así crece el agro y nuestra credibilidad también.
And we are back live. The computation is one of the areas that is growing a lot in Brazil. They use technology to project the future of the agribusiness, and they try to foresee the solutions of the problems that the properties have. So we are going to talk to the professor Matheus Zu from the FAZU, and it's a first class, right? It's a novelty. Thank you for being here. It's a huge satisfaction to be here with you. When we are talking about agri-computing, we try to create a great course. We already had the first class, now we're going to the second class. We work with precision crop and cattle growing. This technology is being applied in the agribusiness, and the goal of this course is to school and learn precision agriculture and ranching. But we need to have intelligence to do this in every sense. Yes, exactly. The goal of the course is to use geotechnology that is applied on the countryside for the cattle breeding, for the crop creation, crop growing, and this actually can use all the areas of knowledge. So everything needs this geographical intelligence. We know that FASU has every time always a differential, something different to offer. What are you offering that is different? We have the traditional courses, that is our brand, that is very, very practical. The students will have access to technology, geotechnology, and the combination of geotechnology with the technology of information, they will, in this 2.5 years of college, they will learn a lot. They will be able to use this in other sectors of the economy too. When a student looks for a course where you have so huge access to information, he tries to create his future. And that's a course for the future. When you talk about the market, about income of this professional, what can you tell the students that are watching us? It's a very good question. The agribusiness represents 30% of the GDP in Brazil. So you see that you have a huge expansion possibility in the sector. Ranching, precision ranching, you need the knowledge of IT. And this shows the many opportunities this professional will have, working on cattle ranchers, farms. And the other possibility is the IT area. And together with the agribusiness is the second one that is growing the most in Brazil. And it's a very practical course because the student leaves college prepared for the market. Often, when you begin to work, there's a huge expectation regarding your work, and the student will have the opportunity to be inserted directly into the market. Exactly, that's right. Whatever he learns in our course, he will be able to apply in his work. He is getting together the theoretical knowledge and the practice at the same time. And if you're interested, the course is already happening. We have the next class in the next semester. Yes, that's right. Here in Expozebu, we have already launched the access test, to see the courses, and we wait. And how long does it take to do this course? 2.5 years. And we have a good grade at our Ministry of Education, and we have partnership with many industries. So you can do your internship in the industries because we have also very good partnerships. So if you're here in the Fernando Costa Park, get to the FASU stand and learn more. Thank you very much for your being here, and success for this new course. It's my satisfaction to be here. And now we go back to our VIP studio, the center of the World Cup of the Zebu breeds. Now, let's go directly to the contest track. The judges are commenting on the gear double aptitude. Let's listen to it. The booth apologizes, but the original sound is not reaching the booth.
convidar, em nome da BCZ, para receber a premiação da campeã.
We want to invite to receive the first prize William Zanetti.
Para receber a premiação da reservada.
And Ruby to receive the prize of the second place.
Luiz Ferretti receberá as duas premiações.
Mr. Ferretti will receive both prizes, both trophies.
Nós convidamos o senhor William Luiz Ferretti para receber.
I will invite Mr. William Ferretti to receive the prizes for the first place and second place, representing Ruby.
William Luiz Ferretti encontra-se no recinto, por gentileza.
Mr. Ferretti, are you here?
Muito bem, você acompanhou aí conosco então.
Very well, you were here with us and saw the comments about the judge regarding the CAF championship. We had as a result champion number 2. It's that right? Palestina from Father João, and we have Urabucacaí from Cravinho, São Paulo. And we listened to the commentaries. And our guys already told us we do not have a third place. We just had 2 animals participating. And we have already the result. Now we will have the comments of the judges, if I see it correctly from our point of view. Marcelo, again, the judges went back to the track. What is happening there? Because we thought that this was already done, and now they're back. We're talking about the Gir dairy cows. They were probably they had a problem in the system, and they could not send the grades to the system. So because this is already the second category of calves, so the first category was announced and everything is okay. That's the second category. So that's normal. They are judging the second category.
Já era segunda. Não, eles anunciaram antes do comentário do juiz dupla aptidão. Ah, tá. Eu queria só fazer uma colocação.
So I just wanted to comment. Marcel was commenting on the Gir results.
Ele está chamando a outra categoria.
Campeonato da Ovelha Menor, quarta categoria, de mais de 12 até 14 meses. Uberlândia Bi, Uberlândia Bi e Uberaba Bi.
Bom, então,
na quinta categoria, mais de 14 até 16
uma raça de dupla aptidão.
Since it's a breed with double aptitude, we are used to the Gir dairy breed, and the females of the dairy breed, we don't talk about muscle that much. This conformation that is more triangular, that's what you're looking for. In the Gir double aptitude, he talked about the upper part of the rump. The double aptitude is a function that he needs to produce meat as well as milk. So to produce meat, you need muscles. So, and he says it in his comments. I wanted to highlight that for the people that are watching us, when you have a breed for double aptitude, in the same cleanness between the legs will be different in comparison to the Gir dairy cows. It will be more straight and more clean. In the meat cows, it will be more convex, and you will see have more muscles in the inner side of the thigh. And for milk cow, this will be would be a problem because they need more place for the udder. So these are the differences, and that's what Marcelo highlighted in the comments. He highlighted exactly this. His emphasis was on the muscles and the comparison from one animal to the other. Exactly, for being young animals. So, friends, I had the results of the calves 8 to 9. It was judged. The first prize was number 1, Janete Cabo Verde, and the second sequence number 5, third 3, fourth 9, fifth 8, 7th 8, 7th 7, and 8th place number 2. And the number 6 did not appear. Yes, we said it was one missing. We already said that. So we had Janete, the winner of this category from Cabo Verde, Farm Cabo Verde, from the city of Passos, state of Minas Gerais. And the second place, the Ichi Virtude Five from Mr. Chiari, Farm São José, Morrinhos, state of Goiás. And now we continue in the second category from 9 to 10 months. We are talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 animals. Yes, all on the track. In this category, there's no one missing. Everyone is taking part. And you see in this image, on the left part, you see in a bigger take, on the distance, and on the right side you can see both breeds being analyzed, evaluated at the same time. And you see the Gir double aptitude going in onto the track on the dynamics.
So you can see on the screen, and then behind us, we have a privileged view from here. It is very nice, so we are going to have the privilege to do this, and this is a fantastic image. You will see all angles. Yes, from all angles. Now it's 2:30 in the afternoon, and soon we will have a special guest here. We brought you a surprise today. For this Tuesday, we will have an authority here of a great personality from agribusiness to speak about our transmission history here, our broadcast here at ABCZ. Of course, it's a secret, I won't tell you. And for now, we will go to a short break, and we will allow the boys to get a sip of water. Now we have the judgment, as you saw. This is 2 o'clock, 2:30 sharp, and we are still in the third day of judgments now with Gir, dairy called Gir, and Tabapuã breeds being judged right now. Stay with us.
O que importa é que ao consumidor final chegue uma carne de qualidade. Quem é que não quer uma boa carne, mais macia, mais saborosa, mais saudável? Isso tudo num ambiente de preservação do meio ambiente, pensando no bem-estar animal sempre, mas sem esquecer do bem-estar das pessoas.
Conozca mais sobre Alvo Agro, uma empresa 100% brasileña enfocada em la exportação de animais vivos, com estações quarentenárias estratégicamente localizadas para embarque desde os portos de São Sebastião e Vila do Conde, em Brasil. Oferecemos a nossos clientes uma diversificação de raça e especificação de los animais que Brasil oferece. Pense, Alvo Agro, soluções que alimentam o mundo.
Começar por Rafael. 3h32.
3:32 now. Renato is pointing us now that we have an actor here. We have the support here at the track, because when it happens, like in the championship, for the young heifers in the first category from 8 to 9 months, while we had the interview with Professor Mateus from Vazu, we had the result and the boys were watching. So you can see in our glass here, they have been following closely, and they didn't have any announcements, so the animals were in position and they left the track right now. And they couldn't hear that, but Renato is with us in the track right now, and we can hear the award on the track. So let's go.
Tá, então, saiu o resultado. Mais uma vez.
Right now, so we have the result. Everything was very quick. The animals were in position. They got the result, and now they are back. So I would like to get our colleague Elcio Fonseca here. There is here and the classification. We have the award here. Number 11. The 6th place, number 13, Barbie Fiv FCA. 5th place, number 15, Raquete Fiv WAD. 4th is number 10, Júlia Santa Rita de Cássia. The 3rd is the 14, Renda Fiv WAD. 2nd place is 12, Giri Viv Mutum Farm. The 1st is the 16, Gracier Fiv Estância K Farm. Double aptitude Gear, 4th category, the classification is here. The 3rd award goes to the number 5, Uberaba Beer. Can you put in the sign, please? The 2nd award, number 4, Uberlândia B, and the 1st award is number 3, Pitanga B. This is a category from 10 to 12 months, and we are going to see the animals now. We have Santa Rita de Cássia. The interpretation apologizes, the sound is inaudible.
Meninos, desculpa, deixa eu
So let's, I apologize because our audio was off. Whenever they are announcing, we start our discussion here and our notes, and the boys will close in the audio. And now you can hear us, and I was just saying that the winner of the Young Heifer championship is from 10 to 14 months. The first place is Ubibitangabi from the Café Velho farm from Cravinhos, state of São Paulo, and now I will have you guys commenting on that. Just an observation on the Heifer championship for double aptitude. They just presented a championship for the second category. Now we are in the minor Heifer, and this is the fourth category of the championship. And now highlighting this double aptitude younger Heifer, of course the information here is that because it is a double aptitude, they consider that the weight is and the development of growth and reproduction, everything is considered for decision making. So we can see that the younger animals of the category are the heaviest as well, and they have been awarded best in this category today. So always reminding you that this weight, even in the beef breeds, should be followed by characteristics of balance and femininity and functionality, and those are pertinent to this judgment of the females. Alright, so let's move on, let's move forward here. I want to go to the Gir double aptitude. We just finished the minor Heifer here. Only the fourth category. Now we are going to have the animals from the fifth category, from 12 to 16. We have 3 animals now, and then 16 to 18, until we get to the minor Heifer championship. The minor Heifer, yes.
Quinta categoria, sexta categoria. Você tem a quarta categoria.
You have the fourth category,
sexta,
fifth, sixth,
e jogo campeonato.
and then you have the championship.
Muito bem. Agora você está acompanhando aí os
Okay, so now you are watching the animals once again, having the dynamic. You have the judge or the judges and in the center of the circle so that they can assess the animals, and you will see that differently from yesterday. We had a very busy morning, but it was kind of cozy, you know. It's going to be even better during the afternoon. This dynamic has changed already completely, because you can see the result now. You have the sequence of the other animals coming into the track and the breeder looking at all the time. We won't leave any details out for you, okay? Cesar, we have the result of the category right now. The young female from 22 to 24. We kind of lost that before for the Tabapuã breed. The first award was number 49, Mangussa FIV CCC. The second one was Laguna TJC. The other one was Festa do Gaga. And the fourth was Manguia FIV CCC, number 48.
Muito bem.
All right.
Então foi 49.
Sorry, it was a 49. 49, the first place. 47 was the second place, and then 50. I am following along with my spreadsheet here. Alright, let's go to the young female championship. The first place was 48. 49 was the first place. No, it was Mangussa FIV Triple C, Ponta da Serra farm. So this is the end of young female. No, we just judged the first category of the young female. Now we are going to have the second category of the young female category. A championship from 22 to 24. This is now the second category of the young females from 24 to 26 months, right? Which are 2, 4, 6 animals right now on track. Yes, and then we will have one more category with 2 animals and then the championship. Just out of one curiosity that I'm watching here, which is favorable to our the highlights here.
do nosso PMGZ, né?
Highlight of our program, our PMGZ program. In this category that we just saw, all of the animals, the 4 animals, belong to the creators that, the breeders that are on the PMGZ already. So they all take part in it. For the dairy dairy call, we have 7 animals, and 4 of them are taking part in this Leite Max program, PMGZ program. So in the last category that we are judging right now, we have all of these animals. We have 2 taking part in this. So from now on, we are going to have on the track. We will have the privilege to see that. It will be wonderful to see that on the track. This will be a dream. That's what I would call it. We can see there an animal on the track, and they are being assessed by their productive characteristics, and they are already in the program for genetic assessment. Yes. So you can see now the animals are going around in circles. They are parading very close to our studio here. You can see on your left. Here you can see the amount of animals that we have on track right now, and this changes a lot throughout the day. So as we said before, when we close in the judgment, the Tabapuã contest, we will have only 2 animals there. So we will have a moment when we have this amount when we, like we're seeing right now. For the dairy gear, we are going to have 12. We'll have a full category, right? And how cool is that? We can see the resuming the Expozebu right now, and they are in the limits of the breed. From 12, 9 are in the PMGZ program. So as we said in our initial commentary this afternoon, we can see the volume of those animals on the track. We have seen 198 females being assessed during this championship for the dairy gear. Look at the volume that we have right now. We are progressing in quality, we are progressing in quantity, and compared to 2-3 years ago, and I hope next year we will have even more. Even in our broadcast here, I hope we can also evolve and do some replays, and we will really have a World Cup here, slow motion and so on. Yeah, and the whole process here, this evolution process, it gets the attention because it is important to see how genetics play a role, and it is democratized now. In the past, we would see the supremacy of some breeding grounds in the track. Some of the traditional breeders would select the animals for the tracks in a very superior condition, and that would be very frightening sometimes, And now you have some newcomers. They have been here for 2-3 years. They have markets for these technologies now. Just to add to what you mentioned right now, because this is something I saw yesterday. The breeder from the dairy gear breed that was the winner for the winner and the second place for the. It was the young bulls. It was 25 and 33. They were the first animals born in the farm. He was crying on the track because he said, "Man, it was the beginning, of the animals. I just came in. I was in the track, and we won." That is fantastic. You can see that this openness is paramount. And sometimes you can see that you have the suppressed demand and for its 2 years, and everybody is looking forward to it. I've seen these days, with the Tabapuã, all of the breeders were being together, presenting their animals and having a happy hour and Aftenspiel after the auction. They have been very successful. More than 30,000 being commercialized right there. So it was a very good moment, and that's why we have the democratization of the breeding, and it is possible to have a good female and we have an auction here, it is being valued, but now it's going to be producing, and 2 years from now they will be on the track again. And so today everything is very quickly happening, so it stimulates the small producer, the small breeder, and it gives them conditions to be equal to the big ones, the big guys. They will be together. So if they handle well and they have good advisory, they will quickly compete head to head. And many are already doing that. That's what is happening now. That's the example of Penach, and how many number ones did you have there? You know, you can imagine that on Expozebu, how many number ones we can come back to having here on this track. If we assess that on the field of what we go through on the field, you see the amount of animals on the field and the democratization that we see. You don't have that thing about, we have only one guy with the good animals now. Yeah, we are seeing the commercialization of the embryos, the frozen embryos. So back in the day it was all about semen. Now it's you have the embryos. Everything is almost ready when you get this. So you impregnate the receptors, and next week she will be with the product, you know. And 18, 19 months, it's already there. It's already in the cow. So yeah, exactly. So before we move on, I would like to give you an observation about the comment that I was reading while you were discussing. Jacqueline Chaloup, do you know her? It's my mother, yes. So can you please present the specialists on the board right there? Oh yeah, I'll speak about your son. Our technique, Marcelo, is here from Rio de Janeiro. Marcelo, where are you? Oh, I'm from Brasilia. I am in the ABCZ in Brasilia. So yeah, and Mr. Guimarães, who is always in Bardugaças in the state of Mato Grosso. He's always there, right next to the Araguaia River. Yes, that's a privilege. Hey, you should ask him to go around on a jet ski there and fishing. You should go fishing there. Yeah, let's do that. I'll talk to him after those 12 hours of broadcast. Not to mention the behind-the-scenes part. We deserve that, right? We just have some vacations over there. Let me summarize what's going on the track right now. Let's go together. And if it's possible, I don't know if it is possible, we can have a general image on the track. So we are there, and we have two cameras with an overview of what's going on. Right now we have on the track animals which are double aptitude gear, and we have fifth category for 14 to 26 months, and we have dairy gear. We are in the third category, and I'll stop right here because now we will have the results.
Terceiro prêmio número 6, uma Arioca Five. Segundo prêmio número 7.
Second prize number 7, Penelope, and the father's name is João. Prize number 8, Maabe Ondila Five. So we saw the result of the fifth category from 14 to 18 months old. We had the result, Maabe Ondila Five from Marco Antônio de Barbosa from the India farm of the city of Uberaba, okay? And this is part of the PMGZ. And now we're going to have the sixth category, okay? Yeah, from 16 to 18 months old. We have 3 more animals, and they are not placed at the right place now, okay? in this category that you said, double aptitude, Marcelo mentioned that in that situation, okay, the animals were valued by the weight, by performance. Okay, in this case, the balance of the animals is the opposite because of the phenotype of the animals. There was a change in the results because of the performance of the animals. Maybe something connected to the functionality, and so a heavier animal was awarded when compared to an animal that was lighter. Yes? And from here, we were not able to identify that. And in the comments, we're going to be able to see that. Okay, this is a category, yes? Okay? And we have to emphasize for you who are watching, in the categories, we don't have these comments, and that we are only going to have these comments during the championship because we are in the sixth category now. Since I interrupted so that we could hear the result of the fifth category that we have just heard, I'm going to bring to you what's happening on the arena now, in the arena now. Okay, we can see this on the screen because here we are in the VIP box. We have 8 cameras following up everything closely, okay? And you can see everything with us. This is the third contest day. We are now having the dairy G, okay? From 10 to 12 months, okay? 330 days is the maximum age. And then we're gonna go to the Tabapuã, okay? Now on the arena we have animals that are between 24 and 36 months of age. So we have a few animals being assessed now. The judges are really close to them, assessing everything. And then when we go to the double aptitude dairy G, no. Yes, it's dairy G. The animals have already been separated, okay? And so now they are carrying out this closer assessment. And you can see all of the details. In the first moment, we were talking about the dairy Gir that had 12 animals, and it was subdivided. It was subdivided into in A and G, so you have 9 more and 8 more. And so this breed has the highest number of animals, okay? And when we analyze the females, what happens? Normally, okay, the breeders, when they prepare their animals for an event, they have 70% of the animals that come to the arena, they are females, and 30% are males. So they always prepare more females than males for many reasons, yes? So we have the process, and so when the animal is still has the right age to be on the track, okay? And so the females that are invited, okay, they are more valued. So within this context, makes the breeder program everything that he's going to prepare to assemble his or her team. And that's why for every breed, when there is a judgment of females, you have a higher number of females than males. So we are now going to almost the half and the end of the afternoon, okay? We have some clouds, and tomorrow we believe that the temperature is going to diminish a little bit. I don't remember in the last years of having Expozebu with rain. That's very difficult, yeah? Yeah, we have already had cold weather. Oh my gosh, how I miss the cold weather, yeah? So we can see the animals now being assessed. Our technicians are here helping us out in all of these contests. And I would like to reinforce how the technology allowed us to assess the zebu breeds here in the arena. Because in the past, this assessment methodology was different. A few years ago, we had the palm top. If we go back to Marcelo's time, we had a piece of paper that we used to assess the animals. So, how has this evolution allowed us to make the judgment of the animals a little more transparent inside Expozebu? Marcelo, let's start with you. So, the assessment, okay, and how the grades, the scores, now, how have things become more transparent? Okay, when I was coming to the studio, I met a friend who is a rural auctioneer, and he made the following remark. I had never paid attention to this. So we have a panel with the results, and he said, from the bleachers, there was a breeder that said, how interesting that panel, isn't it? That shows the transparency. He used exactly this expression. And so I believe that this has existed since Paulo's time, maybe. And that shows the transparency of the results, okay? Now, let's have a retrospective of this process. In the past, whenever we use paper scorecards, sometimes a wrong remark, this piece of information went to the booth. The information of the judge had to be digitized in the process, and see the possibilities of having a mistake, a human mistake or human error, yeah? Sometimes their handwriting was not very beautiful, not very clear, and those who do the computing, okay, they came back with a piece of paper and said, so did you write this down? Is this what you meant by this note here? And so sometimes they understood incorrectly, they shared the incorrect information, they upload the incorrect information with the system, and the judge said, no, I didn't say that. Okay, so a young female. 54, Elizabeth with Vivi d'Água.
Quinto prêmio, 56.
50 place, Fortaleza Vivi, 05. Fourth prize, 53, Elizabeth 3 Fividaga. Third prize, 52, Excelência Daga. Second place, 51, Califa Fivi de Tabapuã. And first prize, 55, Firmeza Fivi from G05.
Temos aí então o resultado dessa.
So we have the result of this 13th category, okay, 26 months. So in first place we have Firmeza Fivi from G05, from Mr. João Trivelato Neto, from São Gabriel do Oeste in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. It's an animal from the PMGZ. For this category, gentlemen and ladies, what are your comments? Animal 55 is a heavy animal. It is the heaviest animal in this category. Okay, the first prize. So it is a deviation in the category when compared to the other animals. Okay, the average weight was 692 kilograms. So between 24 and 36 months old. And so there was a standard deviation of 51 kilograms. And this animal was in the standard deviation. And so there was a deviation in this category. And obviously it is a beef breed, and one of the growth characteristics when the animal develops well and the animal is well balanced, okay, it's the ideal situation because it's an animal that is going to be a highlight in the category, and this is exactly what happened in this category. So you're gonna continue there in the VIP box, and you guys are, some people are also gonna be outside, and so we have the auction that is gonna start at 8:30 p.m. I'm here with Gustavo, who is going to share some details. Gustavo, welcome for coming here. Thank you for the invitation. What can people expect from this auction? Okay, because this auction is generating high expectations. I believe this is our fifth auction at Expozebu, and yesterday, today, and tomorrow it is better than you could dream of. And so we try to share with the breeders animals that are competitive in terms of price so that everybody can have access to this wonderful genetics that we have in the dairy Gyr breed. And so we carried out a wonderful genetic selection. We try to democratize the dairy Gyr. So small producers, people who live and survive because of the milk that they produce. So we try to offer to these people high quality cattle so that they can have the best cost benefit on their farms. So maybe they can have a cow that is going to produce 15 liters so they can optimize the food, the feed, the animal feed, the space that they have on their farms. And so we have been seeing the contest of the dairy Gyr animals. Okay, well-assessed animals. Please talk about this because we have some people that are watching us now. And so the Baza farms in terms of genomics. Just a second, Gustavo. I'm going to interrupt you so that we can listen to the result. Okay, so we have the dairy Gyr breed. Garba Bay. 28, Garba Bay. Betel Five, 27. From FCA. Ninth place, 19, Franca Five Agostin. 24, Baza Via Láctea Blenda FIV. Seventh place, 25, Iana Five Cabo Verde. Sixth place, 22, Ais Five Cabo Verde. Fifth, 17, Celeste Five Estância K.
RC Genética.
21, Asia Five RC Genética. 23, ICH Varsóvia Five, second place. 20, Unção Five Mutum Farm. First place, Linda.
Então, tivemos o resultado.
Linda Five do Rio Negro. So we had another contest there on the tracks. So the category now that was assessed, okay, was the third category between 10 and 12 months, subcategory A, from 306 to 330 days old. Now we're going to have the third category between 10 and 12 months old, subcategory B, and between 333 days and 363 days. So this was a huge category and it had to be subdivided, okay? And the age of the calves is between 10 and 12 months. I'm going to continue soon. Let's hear the next result. Third prize, number 9, Maabi, from Daria Fivi. Second prize, number 11, Maabi Obajara Fivi. And the first prize is number 10, Tasca B. Ladies and gentlemen, FIV that they are mentioning in Portuguese is in vitro fertilization, okay? It would be the IVF. And so, we're going to go to the double aptitude year. And something that caught my eye, this category was subdivided and we were discussing the high level of the animals. And it was, so in the first lot we had 12 animals, in the second lot we had 9 animals. So we had subcategories A and B. So in the subcategory A that we had 12 animals, 9 of them, 9 among the 12 are part of the PMGZ. And so, in the double aptitude year, among 3 animals, among all the animals, 3 are from the PMGZ. And it's important to mention this to have the information about the animals on the arena, how quality they are, the high quality that they present, okay? And we always wanted to have this on the tracks, to have this alignment of everything that we know. Looking at the animal, carrying out a visual assessment, but everything has a strong foundation because you have a genetic assessment program, which is the PMGZ. And we were talking about this. How many animals that had the genomic assessment and they are being offered in the market. The reliability increases, the credibility increases, and then you start working with more safety, with more guarantees, okay, because they were selected. And so there is a higher level of consistency as well in the contest, in the auctions. May I say something? Of course, and you also multiply the animals assessed with good numbers, good figures, so you avoid multiplying animals that should not be multiplied.
I will keep going with you guys here on the board, and we are going to take a while now to have some more results because we have the wider image now, and the animals start to position themselves for the next category. So I will keep going from the studio. Here you have the image again. They are getting into position, and as Renato said, now we are back with the images from the track and the details for the beginning to the finish of the afternoon here in the park. And we have Gustavo Jabe, who is from the Baza farm, who's because now starting on 8 o'clock, it's tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow, all right, thank you. Tomorrow, don't miss it. It's tomorrow 8:30. And we're talking, Gustavo, about the quality that we have seen on track, and it will be possible to see that in the auction, right? What the market has been looking for. Yeah, we look forward to multiply whatever we have as the best, right? The market now is very demanding. We don't have any more space for the mediocre animal, and since the dairy gir is the basis for the Girolando in Brazil, and Girolando is 80% of the milk in Brazil, so you have a huge responsibility in producing a milk dairy gir, because from that you do the Girolando. And we will have 12 Girolando animals here that we usually show because the Gyr is a very important breed. I believe the most important part of the Gyr is to be the basic metrics of production for the pure breed used in dairy production in hot regions, warm places. Like here. Oh, we didn't speak about the amount of lots that have been offered. It will be a competition, but it's very it's not fair to highlight any of those. Tomorrow we will have 29 lots, and I think the whole auction will be a beauty to see. We will have quality from beginning to end, and we usually don't sell what we wouldn't buy, right? So we only sell good stuff, and we have been doing that since 2019, and I've been in the first ones when Evandro was still breeding pure breeds, and they would use they would have lots of variability. We cleansed the farm and we started to produce the half-bloods from high quality Gyr. So now they have they are known by the high quality in the farm. We have the first genome, and now they have the top 10% of the Dubazi farm. And we have the responsibility of providing what is best in the market. I remember that in the previous edition of Expozebu, when we were talking to your team, I don't think it was you I talked to the last time. I remember how worried you were with the quality, you know, and now we have even more expectations now because the breeder will be able to buy virtually as well. Not all animals might be here, but this joy of this encounter, this gathering with other people and seeing the animal and seeing the offerings being done, it's very exciting, right? Yes, this year we are still with the auction being filmed. We have a support team here at the Armazém do Boi point here. But I believe that this transition from the pandemic, since we are almost with the now a best time here, now we will be back with the in-person auctions. That will be best for the animals, for us, the participants. The movement is completely different, right? And it doesn't hinder anything, right? No, for sure it doesn't. So, for sure, many of us who are watching today are curious about the participation in the auction. The catalog is already available, right? Yes, the catalog is available. If you want information, you can write me on WhatsApp. I can give you my phone number. Is the 1198931529. That is my number. You can send me a message and I will shoot you the catalog, and you will not miss the opportunity. Because if you see the catalog first, you would will still have more than 24 hours away from it. You can be careful and look at it carefully, and you can talk to him, and then you can decide exactly what you want to try and buy. So the leilão is called Melhor que Encomenda, better than foreseen, and that is in the Terra Viva channel. Now Gustavo is going to invite you, because he is the owner. He knows the lots, the animals, the tradition of the Baza farms, and he knows better than I do. Please go ahead. Well, I want to invite all of the Gyr breeders and dairy Gyr breeders as well, the milk producers or producers throughout Brazil. They will have access to the auction using Terra Viva channel. From 6:30 p.m. tomorrow, we will have the auction, and they are usually better than you can imagine. The WhatsApp again is 1198931529. I want to see all of you there tomorrow. Alright, Gustavo, thank you for coming here, and congratulations again for your work. It is a joy to have you here again with the auction in the official schedule of the Expozebu 2022, with this coming back, and it's going to be a huge difference having you here. Thank you and congratulations for your brilliant work, and commentators. You know, I believe this initiative of ABCZ creating this TV channel is really good, and it brings merit and helps people who couldn't come here in person. They can go through the assessment and commentary, and we have the experience of having a higher efficiency in production and creation and everything that involves national cattle raising. So congratulations to all of you, to the organization, for the TV too. Thank you, Gustavo. We will go on with the VIP room. Okay, we are back with our online friends and breeders who are watching us this afternoon. What's going on? Before I update you all, I would like to show you a detail to whoever is watching us. I don't want to miss my notes here, because I do have a little, you know, we go back and forth in the catalog is quite confusing sometimes. It's a huge catalog. We have more than 300 pages, bringing all of the technical specifications of the animals divided by breeds and categories. And this is very nice because it shows the care that the ABCZ team had preparing this event, which is the World Cup for Zebu cattle. 300 and more than 67 pages exactly. Can you see the detail here for us? You know, we had here, you can see how we are marking. Everybody will mark according to how they. I have a napkin here according to breed. Here I won't let it go because I don't want to lose my markings here, and then I will bring these those post-it adherents to have a better marking here. And here we are with aptitude, and then we go to dairy gear, and here it's marked, and then we risk that, we mark it, and then Tabapuã in order to mark it here. There you go, Tabapuã, with my napkin bookmark here. And then you ask yourself, hey Cesar and everybody on the board, how do people who are checking the data, the info and the notes that come up, how do they follow all of that? Well, and there you have the transparency and seriousness of the work from ABCZ. Our technological, our IT team has a specific software that is closed source. We do have access to that, but and Marcelo knows how it works because he is part of the jury collegiate college. He is aware that we send those notes where we put them in a table, and then we have the results. And I was talking to Dudu, who's the manager for IT, Eduardo Prado, and I told him, hey, we need to have that screen here. How do we do that? We are going to use the catalog. It said, well, there's no way on, because you know, the result will be shown to you before what we announce here, and then we will lose transparency and safety and security and seriousness too from the judgment.
O acesso é para os juízes, o pessoal que faz a tabulação, que fica ali guardado, escondido ali no nosso aquário, e o resultado é divulgado.
And then the results will be shown afterwards, and so nobody has access to it, you know. That goes to avoid, for instance, a person is here and they are in touch. Renato will be in touch with somebody in the judgment track. Let's say he comes here, he wouldn't do that, but he would come here and say, hey, the winner is this one. And the breeder would be aware of it then, you know. That's just an hypothesis so you understand, just an example. This is the announcement that we are about to hear. First award, number 57, CZT Neva. Please stay on track. let's begin the championship. See, he has already announced the number 57 to stay on track. Just commentary here. We have done an interview for the auction. We were talking about this dynamic, you know, how it works, and back in the day we had the form. You had the possibilities of having mistakes and a bad comprehension of from the jury of how it was happening and transcribing the info. It would go through IT to add the system, and then you had the palm-top computer. And for each change, each moment, you have a tablet computer. You have now more safety, more transparency, and more agility to this process. So now we have extreme agility to it. It's very quick, and the timely part of this. The jury themselves, when they send the note, the rate, they don't know the result yet. They will only know the result when it shows on the screen. Not even the judges know. They will only know when it shows on screen. This is double aptitude dairy gear for minor heifers. The champion is number 10.
Conduzir a número 11. Traseira número 11.
This is the second prize on the championship now, and they will judge then the second place and first place for minor heifers. And so that is the result of the championship. This is just the champion right now. We will still have the second place and third place. Just like Renato said, this animal will be called upon the front so that they can assess them, compare them rather, and they will bring the result for the second place. And we will have the first place would be Tosca DB from José Luiz Junqueira Barros, Tasca B for Café Verde Farm from Cravinho, São Paulo. You see how we have democracy here. You have all states, right? This is a democratization of genetics and how it is competitive, right, here in Uberaba, in Fernando Costa Park. They are all competitive, very competitive. Now it's 4:24. Let's see here, looking at the from the VIP room, we have some movement, very intensive movement here. You have a movement that will go on around 6 o'clock now today, and yesterday it was until 6. Usually Uberaba is dark at 6 p.m., right? And it is only the third day. You know, we still have lots of animals to be seen here on our track, and you can follow with each detail that we will show of the animals in position already. They have been already assessed. This is the dairy Gyr breed. What is the category now? This is the 10 to 12 months and subcategory B. Those 21 animals there that we were talking about before, those were 21 animals, and they have the same quality. You see, they come and go, and the quality is still the same. Back when I was seated there talking to Gustavo, the result where the first place was number 26, right? Yeah, because then we can bring the details on, and afterwards we can finish the third category from 10 to 12 months, subcategory A, and now we have these are the animals. We have subcategory B from 10 to 12 months, 333 to 66 days. 366 days. And now we have the track, we have the minor calves, heifers championship for double aptitude, and we are judging the major heifers championship for Tabapuã. Sorry, not major heifer, young females, okay, for Tabapuã. And we can realize how the dynamics of the track will change all the time, right? Because we have judgments going on quicker, some will take a little bit longer, and some results will take longer to reach, and this is the dynamics that we see in the track, right? This is part of the whole process, and we understand also that, and this is something in terms of behavior, how it happens in the crowd. You know, the spectators are watching their favorite animal as well. Yeah, the amount of animals can vary, their uniformity can also change, because it really is hard to have an assessment there. And in the case of Expozebu, we have the amount that we have of animals that are being judged at the same time, and this makes everything a bit slower, you know, to go. But in general, you know, it doesn't take too long. No, we are in a good pace now, and the judgments are happening until Saturday. And soon I would like to talk about a curiosity. As soon as possible, you know, when we leave the break, I would like to bring this special image, because we have a lot of curiosity when the award is delivered in the track, and we always have a surprise that this morning I asked the technical team from ABCZ to do that, and they allowed me, and they said, hey, you can have it, but this is gold to us, right? You should give it back to us. They told me in my ear, hey, you should give it back soon, right? There's a double weight there, right? So we are following this afternoon, this Tuesday from ABCZ, we are following with our VIP room. The third day we have the Tabapuã breed and dairy Gyr, double aptitude Gyr being judged right now, and we are having these three categories right now. We will follow on with tomorrow. It will be a heavier day. Tomorrow, I think you have the notes there. What are the animals that will be judged tomorrow? Before you say anything, let's see the results for the dairy Gyr. Seventh place, number 32, Eclética 2B. Sixth place, number 33, Mona Lisa, Santa Rita de Cássia. Number 536 will be Magia, Santa Rita de Cássia. Fourth place, 29th, Matriarca, Santa Rita de Cássia. Third place, 35, Musa Fiv, Santa Rita de Cássia. Second place, 37, Matriz Fiv, Santa Rita de Cássia. Number 30, first, it will be Umidade Fiv, Fazenda Mutum.
So now we are going to the championship, yes? We're going to the championship. I'm going to make a remark. I'm jotting down all of the scores, and I remembered Carnival. We have just had Carnival in Rio de Janeiro, and when people are going to say the scores, Mangueira 10, Mangueira 10, Portela 10, everybody is quiet, waiting for the grades and the scores, and then after our silence, we started chatting. We are here. We are standing still, okay, waiting for the announcer to announce the results. And it seems like we are waiting for the results of the carnivals, the samba schools during carnival. So we have a samba playing every time we have our logo showing up. So we had the winner, which is the third category from 10 to 12 months of age. So the winner was Umidade Five from the farm called Mutum. The name of the city is Alexânia, the state is Goiás, and the breeder is Léo Machado. Okay, remember that this is the championship for the female calves. For the female calves or the heifers. And so if you are participating, let's go back. Let's go back to the beginning of our broadcasting. We started with the animals between 8 and 9 months old. The winner of this category was Janete Five Cabo Verde from the Santa Luzia farm. And now it's going to go to the championship. Now we're going to go to the second category from 9 to 10 months years old. It was Gracie Five from the K farm or ranch. Now we're going to have the double aptitude Gir breed. The ABCZ informs. We had a champion, which was Tascavi, and now we have the reserved. Number 3. This is the reserved. We would like to invite So now we're going to go to the third prize. Interesting. So we're going to wait and let's reinforce let's restate what Renato said. So the breeder won first place and second place, and this is really, really nice. And that shows to you the quality of these ranches. Let's go to the contest of all heifers. Just a minute, I lost the page here. So we are in the second category between 9 and 10 months old. Gracie Five from the K Ranch, and it has come from the state of Goiás. Now it's going to go to the championship. In the third category, subcategory A from 10 to 12 months old, the winner was number 26. Oh, thank you, Renato. I had not jotted this down. Linda Five from Rio Negro, and she has come from the city of Cafelândia in São Paulo. And then she's going to take part in the championship. And the last one, the third category, from 10 to 12 months old. And so we have this one from Alexânia in the city of Goiás. So the winner was Umidade Five from the Mutum farm. And now we're going to have the heifer championship. The dairy Gir heifer, this is going to be their championship. It's 4:35 p.m. now, and now you can see what's happening. So now we are waiting for the... Okay, we're waiting for the double aptitude Gir breed and also the Tabapuã. Okay, young females, right? Young females. Would you like to discuss the young females? Yes. And now we are in the 14th category, and there are only 2 animals. That's the only thing before we have to broadcast the championship. And the result was 57. 57. Neiva from a farm here in Uberaba, 57. Now we are sharing with you the result of the championship. Let's go back to the beginning. Renato is helping me out. 49. 49. That's the first heifer, young heifer. So we are having the championship, okay, between 22 and 24 months old, Manguça Fives CCC from the Motema farm in Tocantins, in the state of Tocantins. And so this farm is far from Uberaba, yes, so we have animals participating from far away. And now the category is from 24 to 36 months old. So we have Firmeza in São Gabriel do Oeste, in Mato Grosso do Sul. So we are traveling around the country. Now we had the 14th category, up until 24 months, and the winner was CZT Neiva from the Esperança farm located here in the city of Uberaba. So we have the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. No, the first state was Tocantins, and then Mato Grosso do Sul, and then Minas Gerais. So these are the three animals that you can see in the arena to take part in the championship. And then we're gonna have the third prize. And we cannot miss out on any details, okay? So this is going to be the World Cup of the Zebu breed. Marcelo, please update us. So tomorrow after 7:30 a.m. we're going to be here ready to share all the details of the fourth contest day. And so we are going to check out our schedule for tomorrow. So let's see how the tracks are going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow morning we're going to have Field Brahman, the Guzerá, one of the breeds here, Nelore, Cindy, and I'm going to be on that side, Tabapuã. And we're going to judge the model matrices. So the tracks tomorrow, they're going to be filled with animals. In the afternoon, we're going to have the Brahman, double aptitude, dairy gir, and also the Cindy contest in the afternoon. So tomorrow is going to be a busy day. Who's going to work with me tomorrow morning? Tomorrow morning, you're going to be here. I borrowed your schedule and I forgot to give it back to you. Where was I? Where was my mind? And so, let me see who's going to be in the VIP box tomorrow morning with me. Here we go. Wednesday. We're going to have our commentators, Guilherme Pereira, Paulo Camargo. Guilherme Pereira is from Rondônia. So the ABCZ brought technicians and commentators from all over Brazil. So we have the field experts coming to the studio. And this democratic participation of all of you, because we share realities from different Brazilian regions and from different farms, because our technicians, they help different farms, different ranches. They are taking all of the work carried out by the ABCZ to every single place in Brazil. Okay? So, young heifers. Okay, so the 2022 Expozebu, we're going to have the result of the championship. ABCZ would like to inform you. The winner is number 57. 57. The champion animal of the 14th category. Number 54, 57, pardon me, 57. The handler screaming, raising his arms, patting the animal, okay? And so the animal believes in its handler 100%. I'm going to share something interesting with you. During the championship, it had a lower performance. No, not in the championship, in the category. The performance was lower. But when we look at it, it is pregnant right now and it has born a calf, okay? So this is the functionality. So it is producing one calf a year. And so we have another result. So we're going to have one more result coming out now. Double aptitude. Third best animal. So we had the result of the third prize in this championship. So we have concluded this smaller heifer. No, smaller cow.
Vamos ver o Guilherme. Jacozinho.
Translation apologizes. Unfortunately, we're not receiving the audio from the arena. As soon as we have connection to the audio again, we will continue our services. Okay, now we have the assessment work. In the smaller cow championship, the handlers deserve a special congratulations because they did a wonderful work. It's a beautiful animal that caught our eyes because of the convexity of their muscles. It is the most convex animal in the championship. The animal is beautiful and desirable in this category, mainly when we talk about the carcass. But when we assess it compared to the others, it was not perfect because of a little lack of nobility. The neck, and so when compared to the others, the neck and compared to the others was not so beautiful. Okay, so this is 04. This heifer is beautiful. The head is excellent. The neck is pointing forward, and so the ratio beauty. Okay, the ribs. This animal is well balanced. The fur is beautiful. So congratulations. When compared to number 11, you can see that this animal caught our attention because of the lumbar dorsal line. It's beautiful, long, with a good relationship between the ribs and the body, so congratulations. When we assess it, when compared to the second place and to the champion, they do not have the same length, but they have a little bit more arching of the ribs. The ribs are a little more arched, and when we assess them in terms of race, or the ratio features, they are beautiful, they are expressive, the horns come out in a beautiful way, okay? and this is beautiful in the Gyr breeds. Now, regarding the posterior limbs, okay? And so the back legs are very beautiful, very straight, and so the champion and the second place in this presentation, they are equivalent when we talk about their length, the limbs, and the torso, but the champion is a little more convex when compared to the second place. Otherwise, they are equivalent, and so the champion and the reserved and the other animals. Congratulations to the breeders, congratulations to the handlers. Thank you very much. So we had the result of this championship, a smaller heifer or cow. And so we have Tasca B from the Café Velho farm, and then we have the second place, which was Ubi Bitanga from the farm, from the Café Velho farm, from the same farm, and Maabi Popajara Fivi from the Asia farm in Uberaba. And with this, we conclude this championship of the smaller female calf. Now we're gonna move on to the larger calf animals from 18 to 20 months old. In this category, we only have one animal. One animal. May I say something regarding the last comment? Those who are watching us, they can see this. When he was comparing the three animals, and this was the decisive feature, the champion and the second place, they were chosen because they were extremely well balanced when comparing the dorsal and the limbs. And the third animal, the third place was a little higher. So the productivity characteristics, okay, in the longer ribs, in the more arched ribs, and the functional characteristics, okay. Now let's get to the results of the dairy Gyr. From the Mutum farm, from the state of Goiás. Umidade Five Mutum was the winner of the 87th Expozebu. And it was the winner of subcategory B. So this shows that when you do the pre-selection, you can find good animals, competitive animals. Let me go to the arena to talk to reporter Elcio. So which breed, Elcio? Because we can see the results of the Tabapuã. You have the results, so please update us. Who is beside you?
Yes, Cesar, I am next to the minor heifer for double aptitude. What is your name again? Fabio. So what is the feeling of going through this and winning a championship here? It's very good. Feels nice. Did you expect that? Well, we always want that. We work to that, right? How was the preparation? It was great. It was a lot of work, and we wanted to present well here. Okay, congratulations. Let's show the trophy here to the camera. Here, Cesar. You have a commentator team here at the VIP room. We have the Café Velho Cravinhos São Paulo farm. This is one more championship now. Great, Elcio. Thank you so much for the participation here. We have a very shy speech from our handler. He's a very important person there, as we said before, right? So, very well. Now we are able to Right in the Asbia stand, we will show that the Asbia is every year paying homage to Asbia, which acknowledges. Well, we will be back with Asbia soon. Now we are going to see the Tabapuan breed because we have the results from the second place. The second place is animal number 49. Also first place for the 12th category from 22 to 24 months. So this is the third championship. The championship was out of the last one. It was the oldest animal, and the second place was from the first category, the youngest in the championship. So there you go, that was the analysis from our breeders, and here this is the news from the 87th Expozebu in this through the ABCZ TV. Well, overall, so far we had the assessment from PGCZ, and we have the evaluation of functionality. The champion is that one, you know, she's the only one who has given birth already, right? And pregnant. Very well, so this is now the presentation of those animals, as we have seen. Elcio has brought us very closely this emotion that they feel, and now we will have the Derrigier result. We will now have the second place. And the second place is number 37. We can see that this category was very heavy, you know. They are very strong, and the champion is from Goiás state, and second place is from São Paulo. The champion is also a participant of the PGZ program. Very good. Now we have double aptitude gear, major heifers, 7th category. First prize number 12, Oriana. Keep moving, keep going. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have the heifer championship here. We have the final considerations of the judges, Alan Campider. Let's see. So all of you who have been here in the track with these excellent animals, now we have the females that are those who are the donors in the future. We have 5 beautiful heifers here with a lot of expression, well put together here within what we seek in the race, in the breed, and here we have the minimum details. Let us see here those 5 with the head over there. When we see those, the 5th place has the same biotype. However, when they are compared with the next, we can see that the 4th place has best development right now. So we can see the barrel here, the rib, the hips, the rib cage is more aligned, and the neck is more leaning forward. So this is the reason why we put it together with the 5th place, but it is with the disadvantage in terms of development. So please, congratulations. When we compare the 4 animals here, we can see on the stage of similar age, so you have a similar biotype, and the size is also very similar. In terms of between the 3rd and 4th places, the choice was done because when we see the 4th place, She's very impressive because of her length, and she has a forward-leaning neck as well, but she is strangulating a little bit on the first ribs, so they are a little bit tighter. And now the third place is more is younger, and she has more loose ribs and more arched back too. So another thing is the belly here. We have a more pendulous belly in the fourth one and a more corrected one in the third. So a more precise navel. So this is congratulations for the second, the fourth and third place. And now we can see that the compared to the second place, the third place has good ribs too. So the second place is a better rib cage, and also with the arching of the last rib, you have a more forward-leaning neck and a more lengthy body than the third place. And when you go to the champion and the second place, now this is the definition point, the turning point here in terms of overall balance. If you see the champion with the anterior part, you have a better torso than the others that were here before, so they are better sustained. They have more elongated hump and more elongated ribs too. So they have more lengthy ribs and more arched ribs compared to the others. Another point of turning here is in terms of the rump angle. The angle there on the rump of the champion is better leveled, so the square rump, the distance between the hips is better between is better in the champion compared to the second place. So they have a stronger lumbar region, longer ribs compared to the second place, and we also have the square rump, which is more leveled. So you can see that the second place has a more lengthy angle in the rump, and the ribs are also shorter. So for sure, all of the animals here, I would like to congratulate the breeders and the presenters, because they are all awesome and they are great in the biggest exposition of Zebu breeds in the world, Expozebu. So congratulations to all of you, gentlemen. Now we invite Lel to receive the award for the champion. And Carlos Alberto Damasceno, Faustão, also known as Faustão. This guy cried a lot yesterday, you know. Yeah, he's a newcomer, he's a beginner. Very well, so you have been following with us the considerations for the last assessment here, the results. Boys, do you have anything to say about what has been said now? Leo, please come here. Well, in this championship now, we for the dairy year, we have the champion and the second place are very functional. For dairy, you know, they have been very different, and also Alan has highlighted the comparison between the champion and the second place, the dorsal-lumbar region of the champion, and they, especially the hump, you know, we could see in the root of the hump, we could see a differential there. When you see a dairy cow in the productive part, in terms of production, these anterior chain characteristics are linked to the length and the width of the dorsal, so that goes to reproduction, you know, because it gives sustenance to the animal. And the superior part, you will have between the legs the mammary system, and then if you have no strong strength during in that part, the longevity is damaged. So that is a highlight. And from the commentary that we could see, they are animals with the same volume, the same characteristics that you mentioned, you know, and they would be with higher rumps and longer ribs too. And Let's see the result. Let's watch.
Animal número 55, Firmeza FIV da G05. Expositor João Trivelato Neto, Fazendas G05, São Gabriel do Oeste, Mato Grosso do Sul. Na sequência, 58 e 47.
The considerations of the Tabapuan breed with the Judge Genésio Jr. Good afternoon. Now we are back to the championship of the young females. We have 5 animals that are surely adding a lot to the genetic improvement that you have been doing at the farm level. So here at this championship, you might have occasionally some divergency in the votes between the 3 judges. So in our case now, we, by coincidence, in my assessment, we had an inversion of the 5th place with the 4th place from the young females championship. Now in our assessment for the young female, this is the we extrapolate the phenotypical assessment, and we also insert in our assessment the functionality prerequisite for the female, how much that female will reproduce efficiently and how much they will be a good mother and generate superior individuals in terms of the motherly capacity and in their genetic potency. So this is here we have the 5th place, in the 5th place, an animal with good harmony, with ribs and members that are very good. They are very strong, very large animal, very wide. They are very good with the expression. They have the good drop in the ears. They have good musculature in the carcass, and they preserve femininity with all of the their presence and posture. Here, the animal that was very well assessed by the 3 judges, unquestionably, if we would assess the phenotype of the animal with the measurements that this animal has, with the racial aspect, the good neck and ribs, and the carcass is exceptionally well covered, and they have a dorsal line which is strong. As we look for in a reproductive animal for meat, for beef, we would be able to have a better positioning of this animal even to the championship. And the penalizing happened here in this female, the 4th place, in the valuing of the group of the mother and the calf. So we do not penalize this animal, especially due to the quality of the offspring that they have. So adding up the phenotype it is for sure a great highlight, but in the complete set of mother and offspring, it is penalized due to the others too. So, thank you. The three best animals here in the young females championship. We have the third place, the female, which is with exceptional structure, got our attention, very well defined, with the ears, and the skull is very good. The front is very clean. She is very clean. She's growing from the front to the hind parts, and she's also very wide, as we look for in the efficiency of the beef animal. And of course, we always go back to the functionality as well that I mentioned during the fourth award. Of course, in this aspect, this is the turning point here for the third place compared to the second and first places. Now this animal has 25 months, and we want to project at least one more month for their next pregnancy, so she would be bringing us a new newborn with the 26 months. So we have two contenders here with good offspring, which is a recently born calf here. It has been shown, you have seen it. So here we have an efficiency for reproduction from the champion and the second place that is at least 3 months more than the third place in terms of efficiency. And they are also improvers of the race, because they have a quality of the offspring that we could see too. No questions that, again, if they were giving birth with a good offspring, another animal that might be contending here for the championship. But in our understanding, we think that is correct to say that we should penalize this animal in the championship. In the third place, valuing the functionality of the first and second places. You can take them off. Thank you. When we get to the second place and the champion, the second place is we brought in the calf here. It is exceptional, very, very good calf, and it had the first birth with 23 months, just like the champion. In the prerequisite for reproductive functionality, for high impact in the efficiency of beef cattle raising. The two females, the champion and the second place, are exceptionally good at their playing their role. So when we see the champion, according to my understanding, I think I would like her to be more proportional. In terms of the length of the ribs with the substernal space, of course, this is a little bit closer to the ground, and if it was in proportion, that would be slightly superior. I would see that in the second place, maybe even better than the champion. This animal has more stature, which is closer to the ground, which is also in the field. That doesn't show as a bad thing either. It's a characteristic that we value. So we are here in an assessment that is on the track. We always want to report to the animal that is closer to the 50% of limbs and ribs proportion. So when we assess the champion in the Uber composition, the champion is in advantage compared to the second place. The carcass as well. Let's think about it for the recently giving birth. Of course, the champion shows itself to be more exuberant and more with a better structure of the carcass and with more composition. So when we assess the animal, with the quality of the posture. Again, the champion is, according to our understanding, is in advantage compared to the second place, especially to regarding the parts of the heels and they are. We would like to have more angle in the heels in the second place, but here we have in the young female championship, we have to value the phenotype as well, but we shouldn't let go of functionality, efficiency for reproduction, and the capacity of the female to milk and be a mother. So this is our indication of the winner and the second place. Congratulations to the proprietor of both animals during this championship, especially the champion, the second place, and also the third, which were very pleasant to see.
So it's with great satisfaction the ABCZ would like to invite the owners to receive the prizes. Mr. Júlio and also Mr. Sérgio Junqueira Germano. So we share the results with you, and I would like to invite you guys back into the studio, because when the judge was giving the final remarks, we already had the results of the 8th category that only had one animal to be assessed, Odara from the Pai João da Boa Vista farm in Atibaia, the city of Atibaia in the state of São Paulo. And so the animal has already been assessed. And now we have the 9th category from 22 to 4 months old. We are waiting for the results. So as soon as we have the results, we are going to invite you back into the studio. And now, at the moment, we are having a tribute to, we are going to talk to the reporter Chiesa. She's going to share information about this event that is happening right now. Hi, Cesar. I'm here at the ASB stand, and we are paying a tribute to the personality that moved the agribusiness chain. So some criteria are considered, and they also they chose the people that received the prize very well. We have the president of the organization. People have already arrived. I'm going to stay here and follow up this event closely.
Tá certo, Chiesa. Muito obrigado pelas informações.
Thank you, Chiesa, for that, all the information. And now we are going to have the proven elite auction. Jairo Machado Jr. is here with me, and on the 6th at 8 p.m. on Friday, okay, we are going to have the auction, this auction, and we are going to give you the highlights of the auction. Thank you for being here, Mr. Jairo. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with all of you. And I'm going to take advantage of this situation to congratulate the board of directors of the ABCZ, because this fair has gone beyond all of our expectations, yes? So what have you prepared for this coming back of Expozebu? The auction is going to happen online, right? It's going to be a virtual auction. Veracruz, jointly with Colonial Farm and companies, they have the same focus whenever they select the best animals. And we aim at having sexual precocity in our animals, and also precocity in terms of the right moment for them to be slaughtered. And on these two farms, we try to find short cycle animals. So we're going to be offer cows that are pregnant, young cows that are pregnant, animals with genetic superiority, high superiority, And so the name of our auction is Proven Elite. So by the name of the auction, you know that the animals are going to offer high quality. And they were assessed they were assessed by the PMGZ as being high quality animals. So how was this partnership between two farms that are similar joining forces, and the PMGZ was a program that was essential so that you can show the high quality during this auction, right? Yes, exactly. We joined forces, okay? So for 22 years now, the PMGZ, Divino Humberto, technician, okay? He lives in Barra do Garças. And so we also have a friend here. Divino, okay, is right here. So besides the support that the program offers to us, all the information, we also have the visual aspects, okay, in the field. We have an internal assessment, and we use a quality seal on the animal called Cifra Vera Cruz, and most of the animals, they receive the Veracruz seal. It is a genetic superiority seal, and so it shows to us that we are on the right path. And we assess them internally and also externally. And the organization that the program that does that is the PMGD. So our herds are extremely functional. We respect and enjoy these pieces of information that the PMGZ brings to us. So we have the visual assessment, we have the phenotypes being analyzed, and we work with tools that bring to us. We work with researchers that focus on sexual precocity in males. And the animals stay in the same group, in the same contemporary group, and we carry out testicular ultrasounds in them every 100 days, okay? In the females, they are challenged between the ages of 11 and 14 months. Only the females that get pregnant precociously, they remain on our farms. And we also have the aid or the support of carcass ultrasounds, and we identify the elite animals, the superior animals that have these characteristics. And what we have been seeing in the program,
conseguiu com essas ferramentas chegar a animal que traz mais lucro pro nosso cliente e mais precocidade, enfim, o que a gente pode oferecer é uma ferramenta para quem queira entrar aí no ciclo curto de produção. E toda essa qualidade, todos os melhores animais.
And so all of this quality, the best animals, we're bringing them to the Proven Elite auction that is taking place here at Expozebu. Okay, so all of you in the audience, if you're trying to change the characteristics of your herds, increase the quality of your herds, this is the moment. And so you're going to be able to see the animals that are going to be auctioned on Friday night. How many lots are you going to auction? 35 lots are going to be auctioned. We're going to be selling 3 bulls. We're going to be selling donors, mothers of Central Farm bulls, pregnant cows. And this is an opportunity in the work that we do. This year, we are celebrating 1.8 million doses of semen that have already been traded, yes? And the bull that we are going to sell, okay, so it was part of our intra herd. It is the son of a bull that was also very important for us, and he's also the grandson of another important bull. So it has the consistency of the work that we have done for quite some time, and Embrapa Cerrado also assessed our bulls. We have a partnership with Embrapa Cerrados. Cerrado in Portuguese is like savanna in English, okay? Similar to the savannas. And so the genetics that we are making available in our auction, proven elite auction, is a fruit of all of the work that we have carried out, that we try to work hard with the ABCZ, with the PMGZ, okay? And so it is truly the elite, and it is the proven elite. So is the catalog available? How can our audience have access? Oh, you can surf on the Veracruz website, or you can surf on the tab that says auction. The freight is going to be made easier to all of you guys. All of the animals, they have been insured, they have life insurance, okay? So our responsibility is not going to end on the day of the auction, okay? Or we are going to deliver the animal, we're going to help the breeders that acquire our genetics. We make it a point out of helping them, and we want to see our clients happy, satisfied. And this is unique of Veracruz, of Colonial, okay? With all of these unique features and support. So don't miss out on this opportunity. It's going to happen on Friday at 8:30 p.m. The rural channel is going to broadcast the auction, and it is the elite of our genetics that has already been proven. So you are all invited. I hope that you can all come. Jairo, thank you so much for your participation, and I wish you all the success in the world. Thank you. My regards to you. And congratulations to everybody who is working here to transform this fair into a wonderful party. And so let's continue with our Zebu World Cup VIP box.
Muito bem, estamos de volta.
Excellent. Now the afternoon is almost ending. It's 5:23 p.m. Gentlemen, let's update everybody. What happened on the tracks? Come on, help me out. Who's going to help me out? Okay, so I'm going to start by the double aptitude Gyr breed. So before we went to the interview, the category between 20 and 24 months, so Odara, and now we have the 22 to 24 months, and we had 3 animals that had already been judged, right? Yes. Tacunabi, belonging to José Luiz Junqueira from the state of São Paulo. The second place was Tagarela B. The owner is Marco Antônio Barbosa, and the third prize went to Tacurubabi. Also, the owner is also Marco Antônio Andrade Barbosa from the city of Uberaba in the state of Minas Gerais. So dairy Gyr breed, smaller heifer. 4th category between 12 and 20 months, subcategory A, which was a very, very heavy category. You had several animals being analyzed, yes? And category B, we have 10 animals as well, 10 animals. So in subcategory A, the result was first prize was Unita Vivi Mutum from the farm called Mutum, 47, number 47. And the second prize went to number 41, Objeção 2, Vivi, from the city of Bela Vista in the state of Goiás. So these were the results that we had, okay? And you can see on the tracks now from the dairy Gir breed, okay, the fourth category, subcategory B, and we have 10 animals. And so let's see the championship. Let's see the championship. And so we also have the larger cows, the larger calves, female calves. And from Tabapuã, okay, we are going to start the adult cows, okay, the adult cows championship. We have 8 animals. Let me see with our broadcasting team if we can have a break, a brief break, because before we go to the special interview that I mentioned to you previously, we have prepared a surprise with the technical team for those of you who are watching us now. And so can we have a break now, please? Okay, so we are going to have a break. It's 5:26 p.m.
Agropecuaria Baguazú desarrolla un excelente trabajo en el mejoramiento genético de la raza india en Brasil. Tras 10 años de inversión en genética diferenciada desde los criaderos más tradicionales del país, conseguimos un ganado de alto valor genético, multiplicado por donantes como Babalú y Fortuna, aparte de todos de destaque nacional como nuestro premiadísimo Canrifif Baguazú. Agropecuaria Baguazú, lo mejor de la genética india nacional en medio de la exuberancia natural.
La Coima, una empresa 100% brasilera con 70 años de vida, siempre contribuyendo con los avances de la pecuaria en general. La Coima ofrece para usted ganadero 5 modelos de cepos, 2 modelos de balanza electrónicas y también las balanzas para la carretera. Nuestro objetivo es contribuir con los avances de la pecuaria para producir más carne que el mundo tanto necesita. La Coima, ubicada en Dracena, Sao Paulo, Brasil, atiende a toda Latinoamérica. Visite nuestra página coima.com.br.
Olá, conozca CRV, con más de 140 años en el mundo y más de 50 años en Brasil, siendo pionera en mejoramiento genético en el país. Somos el proveedor de servicios más grande de la América Latina, elegida la mejor empresa del ramo en Brasil. Ganamos el selo ICAR y creamos el selo IFERS, que atestigua la fertilidad superior de los animales. Por lo tanto, CRV es garantía de evolución para el rebaño. CRV, Better Cows, Better Life.
Estancia K presenta un proyecto de pecuaria lechera moderna que reúne mejora genética de las Gir Lechero y Girolando con producción de leche de alta calidad, además de toros en centros de acopio. La Estancia K tiene el foco en la comercialización de paquetes de embriones, embarazos, machos y hembras en eventos comerciales durante todo el año. Estancia K, evolución continua.
Reconocida en el mercado nacional e internacional, Genial brinda grandes inovaciones para el sector agropecuario. Somos un canal de proximidad y referencia con el comercio exterior. Genial es habilitada para la exportación en diversos países y realiza servicios de clonación animal, banco genético, FIV, ADN y beta-caseína. Desde hace más de una década somos un laboratorio completo, somos Genial.
Conozca más. En Gusera Yus estamos trabajando en la selección y mejoramiento genético del Gusera lechero. Creemos que el Gusera es una herramienta fundamental para el avance de la pecuaria tropical, sea en sistemas intensivos o de doble propósito, ofreciendo al mercado machos y hembras productivos, fértiles, rústicos y longevos.
Conozca más sobre Impreña, una empresa 100% brasileña, dedicada a la fabricación de productos veterinarios, que busca desarrollar productos innovadores, invirtiendo continuamente en nuevas investigaciones, con el fin de traer soluciones al mercado y maximizar los resultados en biotecnologías de reproducción animal. Puedes contar con nuestros productos, porque para nosotros, tu resultado es lo más importante.
Em Uberaba, capital mundial do Zebu, estamos de volta com
We
muitas
are
surpresas nesse bloco.
back to the World Cup of the Zebu. And what I promised to you, I called Glader, that is our superintendent for genealogy, and we wanted to have here in the studio the trophies that I hand over to our champions. And I want to show you these trophies. And we begin with the smallest one. I don't know if our team can follow me here and show you the details. This is the smallest one. That is the prize for the category here in detail. So, Renat, please help me. Then we have for the champion of the championship, first place. Then we continue for the reserve, the second place of this category. And then we get to the next one, to the big champion. We will just know who is the big champion on Saturday, on Friday. We will know the Gier dairy cows and the other days. And then we have here the second place for the big champion. So this has a double taste because it's signed by Romero Brito, very well-known designer worldwide. So this, in this edition of 2022 of the 87 Expozebu, we brought these details, the richness, the beauty of the trophies that are received by our breeders. That is the translation of the genetic improvement of these properties. This is the recognition of their work, of their high standard. Now we continue in our studio with our friends, commentators. I will ask for you to excuse me. I have a surprise for you that are watching us, because we are very happy with this visit. We have a short introduction and we will see you soon. Essa música é tapa na orelha toda vez. ABCZ TV has the honor to receive in the studio one of the biggest names of the rural agricultural journalism, José Newton Ribeiro. He has 60 years of experience in the countryside journalism. It's an honor to receive you here. Thank you very much. Please tell us. So I have many stories to tell with José Newton Ribeiro, and I will tell you a very nice thing. We are seeing each other personally after 17 years. When I was in college, we get acquainted, and after 7 years we are seeing each other again. And in this very special place that is the house of the Zebu, the world capital of the Zebu, there are so many things to talk about, but unfortunately our time is short. Maybe you can tell our watchers, our viewers, how you began as an agricultural journalist. Well, it's difficult to say. I was a young professional. And they had big magazines in Brazil. And there was one called Reality, and we had the magazine called Veja that is still on the market. And I thought to myself, well, I want to create a magazine called Big Farm, Big Ranch, Fazendão. We had Uberabão, Castelão, we had Pelezão, I don't know where. So it was a time where everything was big. And I thought about having a Fazendão. In Portuguese that means big farm, big ranch. So it's not a technical magazine. It should highlight the human value of people that are working the land. That is the actually hard work that exists. And the person on the country that has not the capability, the intelligence, and has not the resilience to get through the hardship of that life will not keep their place on the land. Because this is a land of tough people. That's true. That's how you began to work as a journalist, right? Yes. So you are a reference to all of us that work in the agribusiness as a whole, because you allowed us, you were able to bring what is technical. You wanted to create a material that is not too technical, and for so many people watched what you said in the Global Rural. You brought all the technical part, and you could translate it in a very simple language that the person, the simple person, could understand it too. So it's an audacious question I have for you. For all the subjects, you talked about birds, you talked about water, sustainability, you talked about Zebu breeds, but was a subject in all these years, of 60 years of professional life, that was a topic that really was close to my heart. Can you select one? I really had to get this in my memory. It would take a long time because I did so much, but the truth is, the best subject for the reporter, as long he is alive, it's the next one. You always hope to have a better one than what you already did.
Que maravilha. O senhor também tem uma importância muito grande para a literatura.
You also are very important for literature, because you are also a writer, you're a journalist, that you began in the magazine, in the printed form. You were also very known, but you also wrote some books, and you love to read. Yes, exactly. Tell me, please, how does this love for writing appeared? Well, my son, I had the luck to have an aunt that had a little bookstore in a very small city. I come from a very small city that is Santa Rosa do Vitello, and there's a memorial that keeps a little a little history of yourself. Yes, it's true. There's a memorial about me there. And this aunt of mine had a little bookstore, and beginning at a young age, she always gave me books. So I began to read early, and I always read something I could understand at that point of my life. And my reading was changed, and at the end, I was reading grown-up books. I did not learn it completely yet, but I'm still in the fight. Let's talk about Zebu now. Let's talk about Zebus, right? How has this changed in the last years? Right now we had the contest of GR dairy cows, and when we go back 30 years, a cow that had 5-6 liters of production per day, nowadays we see 15-17 liters due to the genetic improvement. A genetic improvement that came out of this house, the ABCZ. And you followed this development and the bovine culture in the 6 years. So there are some circumstances that helps me a lot, that I got to know through parentship. Zé Caetano Borges, one of the pioneers of the Zebu import. He was alive back then, and he had more or less 85, 86 years, and he was old, but his head was still very good. He was still active, not commercially speaking. At a certain point of time, he handed over to the sons, and the sons were observers. And I got to know him at that time. He had a lot of time. Farmer, rancher has a lot to do, work always a lot. Every day you have a new problem to handle. So you must be available. You need to be or have a clear head to survive from day to day. But Zé Caetano was already retired. Retired in the means that he was not working anymore to make ends meet. He had enough income. His sons had a good job, and so he enjoyed the free time of the elderly days. But he was a very active man, very up-to-date man. And I was talking to him at his home, a huge house that was close to the main church. And it was a huge house, and the doorbell rang. It was a 3-story house, and we were talking on the 3rd story, close to the kitchen, having a coffee, and the doorbell rang downstairs, and he had a butler, and Mr. Lipio, go down, I think it's Benedito. And the guy went down and came back. Yes, it's Benedito actually. So I will go down to receive him, to welcome him. It was Benedito Valadares. He was not governor anymore. He was a former governor. But he still had a strong leadership. Benedito was a strong, huge man. And it was a man that was really connected to the agribusiness. So, and I was talking here to him, and the bell rang and he said, could it be the Benedito? And it was Benedito. So that's a joke we tell between us. So we are really privileged because we can see the contest track. We can see the best animals. The best animals come to Uberaba, to Expozebu. And there's another specific reason. In the last week, in the opening work of this studio got the name of Luis Cosar, that left us unfortunately this year. It was also a very important person, and you were very close to him. Cosar was a simple man, humble man. He had always leather sandals on, and walking or passing in on the street, he would never guess how important he was. He was a very nice person, a man that loved the people of the agribusiness. He knew how to value this agribusiness people. Sometimes they saw a leader on TV, a leader from the agribusiness, from the ranching business, but they never knew how much work, how much intelligence is behind that. Once they asked me, what is easier or more difficult, to be a journalist or to be a rancher, a farmer? So, and that's what I'm being now. I have a small farm, and I am still here. And I said, it's much more difficult to be a farmer than to be a journalist. To be a farmer, you have to kill one lion a day. And this experience that you have, for knowing, actually two experiences. You have the experience as a journalist, and you have also the experience as a rancher, as a farmer. Now, I want you to give us a hint, a tip. We have many young breeders. Tomorrow we have the 13th young breeder meeting, and people come to us to see the new technologies, the new tendencies, and they will be the future of the agribusiness. With the experiences you have on this coverage, visiting the whole Brazil, so many properties, so many special places that you have seen in our country, what is your tip based on your experience from someone that really lived the rural experiences and from a farmer, a rancher? What can you say to this new generation that is coming? First, in the agribusiness, there's nothing easy. If you're soft, don't do it. To handle, to manage a farm is hard. It's one new problem each day. So what was the question? What is the tip for the new handlers, for the new farmers and ranchers? Well, the first one is don't be soft. The second one is to trust in the people that have experience, to have this balance, the new with the old. Exactly, yes, you have to believe in the simple folk, the people that can understand nature, the reaction of the cattle regarding the height of the posture. There's some observations of nature that can be used in a property that's so valuable nowadays. So it's difficult to be good. It's very easy to inherit a farm, but to be a farmer,
e depois vai ter o dissabor de ver que outra pessoa, tipo assim, da própria família, se for possível, Aí, quando não é possível na própria família, uma pessoa de fora, para tocar o que você não conseguiu
It's
tocar.
very hard for someone to hand over his own land to someone else because you were not able to do what you have to do as a rancher or farmer.
Okay, Mr. José Hamilton, another very important point in the news reports that you have written throughout the years, you always highlighted the importance of preserving the environment and sustainability. And we know that livestock production was always seen mainly a few years ago as the villain that was destroying nature. And so what the breeders do on their farms, what they do on their properties, okay, is different. And your farm is an example. How have you seen this marriage between the environment and the environment, sustainability, thinking about what's going on, thinking about nature? So the people who don't take good care of their farms, and they allow River Spring to be destroyed, those who don't fix their fences and everything is just abandoned. The person that does not take care of what they have, of their assets, ends up tripping and falling. So we have to take care of that because it is a difficult activity. Taking care of a farm is no easy feat. It's delicate, filled with risks. And so those who don't feel capable of doing that, those who don't have intelligence, heart, stamina to face all of this, so eventually they're going to trip and fall. So today, with lots of joy, we received one of the greatest journalists that we have ever had in Brazil. He has received many awards, and he has created a beautiful history in terms of rural journalism. Mr. José Hamilton, this house here is always happy to welcome you, to receive you. ABC, ZTV, the BCZ is always happy to receive you here because important people such as you and the important work that you do allows our agribusiness to be known not only nationally but also abroad. So in a simple way, in an objective way, in a smart way, share information that is always wonderful for our audience. It's always a great joy. Thank you so much for having come here and for having chatted with all of our audience. Thank you. And I feel so comfortable here. I feel good here. And maybe someday I'm going to say the ABCZ is also my home. Yes, feel free to do that. I'm sure that President Rivaldo that asked me to give you his regards, okay? His schedule was very busy, but this home, our home is also your home. Okay, thank you. See you next time. So let's continue with our Zebu World Cup VIP box. So once again, I'm back at the podium, and I had a wonderful chat with journalist José Hamilton Ribeiro. Wow, what a present! Was sensational. I loved it. Fantastic. So thank you for having posted your remarks and comments here. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time to read all of the comments because the work on the tracks they have concluded, right? Yeah, so guys, can you please update our audience here? So we have the category from 12 to 14 months old, and we concluded the dairy shear breed categories. So it's 5:54 now, okay? So we had the heavy category. There were 10 animals in this category. So animal number 51, Ato Gengis Khan Five, by Richard Alabati. The owner was Richard Alabati. Is his name French? Is his name French? And from Caetanópolis in the state of Minas Gerais. And the second prize was given to animal 57, Baza Five Via Láctea. And so the name of the owner is Baza SA or Limited, Baza Limited. Okay, so when we turn around to check out what's happening in the arena, where's the camera? Ah, it's way up there. So today we have concluded the dairy shear contests and championships. So animal number 47, Bonita Five Mutum from the Mutum farm, and Dua Gengis Khan Five, Genghis Khan from the Ipes Valley. They are gonna go to the championship. And we stopped in the double aptitude G breed. We were seeing the championship, and we had the result, yeah? The winner was animal number 16, Tacunabi, and the owner José Luiz Junqueira Barros, okay, from the state of São Paulo. And the second place, or the reserved, was number 14, Tagarela B. The owner was Marco Antônio Barbosa, and the third prize went to animal 13, Odara. Wonderful. Now let's go to the Tabapuã breed, because we were now in the championship of the adult cows. The first prize went to animal number 64, TJG. Oh, TJG.
O segundo prêmio ficou por conta do animal número 60, CZT Malibu.
The second prize went to CZT Malibu, the animal. And then we have the list of the animals, and the third prize went to number 65, Estátua da Pouso Alto. So please repeat the first place of this category, number 64, Mira TJG. And so we conclude in this adult cow category, and only one animal did not participate from the PMGZ of the contest, of the Tabapuã contest. But we still can see animals on the tracks. Yes, the Tabapuã breed. So this is the 16th category, from 30 to 36 months old, 2 animals. CZT Madeixa Five from the Esperança farm. We look at the tracks and they are empty, and then suddenly we have many animals. And then Quati TJG from Nova Granada in the state of São Paulo. The state of São Paulo was present all the time on the tracks, right? We had many animals from Tocantins. Tocantins is the state that is the furthest away from Minas Gerais, from the city of Uberaba. And then we are almost wrapping up the broadcasting for today, but we can wait for the results, yeah? From 30 to 33 months old. And so now we are having the adult cows on the tracks. And at this end of the afternoon, at the beginning of the evening in the city of Uberaba, and we believe that the temperature is going to drop in the world Zebu capital. The judges are still there.
Posso só fazer comentário e parabenizar vocês? A gente olha daqui para a pista
We can see the tracks. The tracks are a little dark. Yes, they are a little dark, and people believe that it's light out there. But the quality of the images of our cameras, oh my goodness. And so you think that the arena is light, but it's a little dark. We have prepared everything with lots of love to all of you. So we're going to wrap up our broadcasting because we're going to have the Made in Brazil. It's going to be our international program. And tomorrow I'm going to be here at the podium, okay? Tomorrow morning, and I promise that I'm going to share the results of today's final contest to you. So Divino said, no, I'm not going to say many words, and you cannot say any other words, okay? You cannot say anything else. Otherwise, we're going to run over the next program, the next show, okay? So thank you so much, guys. Come back. So, Marcelo, is this your last day with us? Yes, today's going to be my last day with you guys, and I'm going to go to the other side of the arena. Congratulations, you guys are awesome. And people want me to come back on Thursday, but I have to check my personal calendar. Okay, bye-bye. So bye-bye, good night to all of you. Thank you for watching the program today. Thank you for watching the Zebu contest today. So this was the 87th, this is the 87th Expozebu. And see you again at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow, 7:30 sharp. And I promise to bring the final results to you. Zebu, the passion that moves us.
A melhor faculdade agro é a FAZU, faculdade da ABCZ. Se você está aqui na Expozebu, sabe que o agro dá dinheiro. Construa um futuro de sucesso fazendo zootecnia, engenharia agronômica, gestão do agronegócio ou agrocomputação na FAZU. Acesse agora fazu.br e se inscreva em nosso vestibular. E se você já é formado, confira no site as melhores opções de pós-graduação para sua carreira. FAZU, a melhor faculdade agro.
Raça Tabapuã, vaca adulta, 16ª categoria, classificação. Segundo prêmio, 67 CZT Madeixa FIV. Primeiro prêmio, 68 Coate TJG. Com o julgamento dessa categoria, nós paralisamos os trabalhos do julgamento da raça Tabapuã no dia de hoje. Retornaremos amanhã às 7h30.
Hello, it's so good to have you here with us in this show made in Brazil. It's a satisfaction to count on you anywhere in the world. We are in Expozebu and we are reaching you virtually, but we are also here in person. After 2 years, we are here once again with this full house, with breeders, with technicians, full of people, full of participants, everyone that is moved by the love to Zebu. And we are here again with you to bring you technical information that are really important for the pasture. This segment is really important because for us to produce with quality and efficiency, we have brought a agency that supports the Brazilian Cattle Project for 19 years, MAPA, the Foreign Affairs Ministry, Itamaraty, MAPA, ABCZ, and its studio that always receives us here, the board from ABCZ, where we always make our Made in Brazil shows, and all of our partners that take this to the world, because it's through our partners that we get all of the genetics to the world, living animals, and anything that you need in a tropical country so that you can produce with quality and efficiency. And as I said before, today we have a very important topic that we work with a lot here in Brazil, which is regarding the quality of our pasture. Here in the studio with me, I have the partners, Edson José Castro Jr., the technical coordinator of Wolf Seeds. Welcome. We have also Emerson Ferrari Neto from Barimbu in Brazil. Hello, how are you? Welcome. And I would like to also introduce and call our friends, researchers, and technicians that are here with us virtually participating in our program Made in Brazil. Hello. It's a great satisfaction to have you with us in our program. We're the agronomist engineers Flávio Salles in production of seeds in Jaboticabal, postgraduate in the management of seeds. So it's a satisfaction to have you with us here. Thank you very much. Also with us, Professor Janaína Martucelo, I think that is it. Professor of the University, the Federal University of São João del Rei. Welcome to, and thank you so much for accepting our invitation. I am very happy for the invitation, and I think that it's going to be a great conversation. I'm very happy. Let's move on. I'm sure, because the expertise here is huge. So, André Tadal, agronomist engineers from the Department of Seeds of Matsuda. Hello, how are you?
It's my pleasure to be able to collaborate with such an important topic.
Exactly that. And our partner, Alfredo Osorio, director, and Macrosul Papaloki, it's always good to have you here with us.
Good. It's a pleasure, especially with so many experts around here in this topic. And to talk about such an interesting topic, which is the quality of the seed and the pastures as well.
We thank you so much, and we are extremely happy to have you with us. And let's go, because the topic today is really important, and it makes all the difference when we are talking about productivity, especially in tropical areas of the world. We know and we understand that in Brazil, in a very tropical country where we improve our zebu herd, we wouldn't have the same results if we didn't have pasture with so much quality. Today, we take that to the entire world. Not only the technology of genetics that we work here in our country, but also the genetics and quality and technology of the seeds that are here worked as well and that can reach you anywhere in the world, aiding you in your process of production. So, guys, let's go. I would like to start speaking a little bit with Professor Flávio for us to understand a little bit more about quality of the seed in the establishment of a pasture. Flávio, could you direct us a little bit more about this topic? What are the items that are important? The producer that sometimes is in another country should be attentive to when he thinks about establishing a new pasture.
Well, initially, I'd like to inform the factors that influence the pastures. Differently from the species in agriculture, flagella today, in a very simple language for everyone to understand, we use the commercialized species that we export to the rest of Latin America, Africa, and some countries from the United Arab Emirates and these grasslands. What we have to understand what we are producing, what we are discussing here. Starting from the premise that these species are the same ones that were introduced 20-25 years ago. They are species that were introduced and genetically they didn't have any genetic modification due to the genetically it's the same species that was introduced in the country. And we're talking about a material that only was perfected, was improved genetically. I'll give you an example. The grass cultivated in the pastures is the same one that came from Africa. So, starting with this concept, it has characteristics that are intrinsic, that are connected to its reproduction. That is, it's a species that presents characteristics for maintenance of the species. It has dormants in its as a characteristic. Why? Because it is a defense of the plant that it does so that everything doesn't germinate at the same time, and then it cannot keep this species. So these grasses that are forages, we have the first and the second, and after you can add numbness or dormancy, and it can be physiological, it can be different one. So genetically, we're talking about of seeds and species that were introduced, and we currently sell the same one. And starting from this point, another factor that is important is that we do not sell, and now we have the technical part. We commercialize, we sell productive units. We sell groups of seeds. Why is it important? It's actually the dry fruit that we commercialize. So this fruit, it matures in time. And if you get green fruit, it goes after some times with ethylene, it makes it mature. And the same happens with the grasses. You read with you reap the seed, you get it to the storage, and after some time the seed starts to mature, and then it has this dormancy. So that's one point. An important factor in terms of the quality also is connected to the purity. That we're going to discuss this here, and that's a factor that influences the definition and
Liability is a factor that is also a topic in quality assessment that is considered a physiological factor, and but it's a factor that many countries in Central America, many of them, and there are a few exceptions, but they don't take into account the base of analysis of physiological quality is the germination. So it's the seeds that have us that are healthy. And another factor that we don't value a lot here in Brazil, even though it's a very important area, it's concerning of the health of the seeds, and they are usually produced in these areas that plant soy, and where you can, in the system of mechanized harvest, you can take the presence of some weeds, that it's also likely that you will bring some seed and that will be a host of a few diseases that you might introduce. So you remove the seed of unit of area, production area, you sell it to another region, and together with the seed might bring some diseases. Even though we have very serious criteria in terms of weeds, we don't have the sanitation enough. And in some countries, probably, there is a demand in terms of physiological quality and especially the phytosanitary quality. That's more or less an introduction for us to start discussing topic by topic, besides what I think it's very important, the origin of the seed. That is, as there are many species in the market, it's hard to identify what the phenotypical characteristic of that species or the type of species. Sometimes you plant one, there are many types of species, and it's hard to identify which one you're planting. And you might want to plant A, and in reality, you're planting type B, the species B. So that is a problem to identify, and we have to try and find a solution. So it's important for that in the selling part to have the quality. There are many factors that will influence its quality, and to identify whether what kind of species being sold. So that's something that we might have to something for us, some food for thought for us to start thinking, talking about.
Very good, Flavio. You could help us very much. You gave us a line of sequence, and that's why I would like to invite Professor Janaína for her to point to us from all of these items that were mentioned by Professor Flavio, the ones that she really believes that are very important technically for this development and the establishment of pasture and seeds of quality. Professor Flavio already introduced this topic really well. I think that it was really good, but it's important for us to highlight that there are some things in our cattle breeding and the quality of the seed that changes a lot in this process because we have a myth when it comes to the seeds that has a lot to do with the quality of the seeds, which is the myth of the first pasture. That we should let the seed be sown at the first pasture so that we can fill in the gaps. And that has a lot to do with the quality of the seed. And I think it's important for us to highlight that because before this practice of our cattle breeding was very applied because we had low quality seeds. We only had low quality seeds. We didn't had We didn't have a high cultural value seed with a capacity of germination that was good, so it justified that these plants needed to be there occupying the gaps. But now, with the quality of seed that we have, we don't need to have the pasture be with the seed sown before. And that is excellent for our cattle breeding because we start making this grass being with quality. And this is what's going to make our cattle breeding competitive. So when the breeder buys a seed, he needs to buy a seed from reputable companies, the ones that are registered, that have already gone through all of the capacity of germination and the benefits that are necessary for the quality. Because, as Professor Flavio said, if you buy a seed with low purity, you're taking to your property a plant that you didn't want, and many of the times this grass is more competitive than the one that you wanted. And then you keep with this problem for the rest of your life with the plant that you didn't desire. That is why it's so important for you to have the quality of the seed and the integration of your purity, integration and capacity, and the capacity that is going to be provided by the breeder, the producer. And not always the cheapest seed is, in fact, the cheapest. Because what becomes a plant and what's going to become a grass is the pure and viable seed. So I need to know how many pure and viable seeds I'm going to have in a sack of seeds, and that's going to be provided by the cultural values. So the quality of the seed is that knowing how many viable and pure seeds are going to become pasture and grass to really feed our herd. Wow, how fantastic! You said it in such an objective way, and you could show all of us, and when I say us from all over the world, how important it is for us to look for this quality. And Professor Janaína also gave you a word as well. I'm sure that you have many comments to make after her speech, right? About this quality.
Definitely. Professor Janaína mentioned something very interesting, which was the issue of the cattle raiser still has the tradition to leave the seed, and then there is the pasture, and then for after that to put the animals to graze the pasture. And we have to tear down this myth because then it worsens the quality of this forage. And every type of cultivar has a specific quality, and it depends a lot on the interception of food, light, and it's a topic that is very interesting. That we don't have to put the seed, and we just have to respect the point of entry and out according to each area.
And I'm sure you have a lot of experience in your side, right?
Yes, yes. And what's most interesting, according to what was mentioned to, and in a first point, it was that the physiological quality has to be made in the field where it's going to sow the seeds and it's where they are going to be commercialized. So that's something that the producer needs to know, and it's important to get companies that are well known until so they will have this care in this with the seeds. And a second point that the professor has emphasized very much, but we have to insist very much on the cultural value to know how much you're giving that are viable, bring into the field. There is a technical concept that says that where seeds that are viable and pure, they are necessary for you to have a good pasture. Why is it necessary for you to seed your pasture so you can have a passage and with enough light, and after that it's going to the forage quality is going to be very low. And so these are topics that are very important in terms of quality of the seed, and where the companies are going to produce, and where in these fields they are going to try to have quality seeds of quality until they have pastures, and to get amazing results that we get to in our tropical country, in Latin America as a whole. Yes.
Exactly. We always take these seeds with quality to the tropical world as a whole, right, André? I would like to hear a little bit from you and your experience when it comes to this worry with the quality of the seed.
Yes, the quality of the seeds is one of the most important factors that's going to interfere, as Professor Janaína has mentioned, in the issue that to have to close the soil to be established well enough in the soil. So the quality of the seed is one of the factors that the producer can worry about, and you can look for companies and seeds that have quality, unlike something such as plagues and that we cannot control. And the quality of the seed, as I said, we have the physical part that has to be something that you, and the purity as well, how pure it is in the seeds that are in the lot, and the physiological matter that was mentioned, the germination, viability here in Brazil that we call now viability. And if we think about other countries that export and that buy the companies from Brazilian, the seeds from Brazilian companies, they are sold by germination, commercialized by germination. This is something important for when we talk about something physiological. And Professor Fabio was also very emphatic in the genetics. So there is no mix with other seeds. So if you buy a marandu in a specific lot, to have the exact the seed and to so there is no other kind of seed. And another topic that is important when we talk about quality of seed is to trust when if there are no fungus and meloidogeno that cause problems, especially when we talk about the integration of agriculture and cattle raising in forests. And that's a factor that it does influence in the establishment of the pasture. And not only because if we think today, when we have an investment in pasture, the cost of the seed, I'm sure it's going to be one of the smallest ones that we have, the shortest ones. So if you get the ground and the soil that has to be prepared, the diesel, and the seed is usually the smaller cost, and the producer doesn't pay attention to the quality of the seed. We have to be very attentive and to acquire seeds of quality. And if we consider all the investments, it's one of the lowest investments that we have. And there are many companies nowadays and that have all of the control that is necessary, that bring quality seeds to the market to meet the demands of this producer. Because the worst investment is the investment that you have to make twice. So in difficult times, the ones that we're going through, in which investment in any sector, especially in terms of pasture, it's an a high investment. The producer has to be effective and has to be specific, and the margin for error is very small. So, and look for, whenever you look for a quality seed, all of the factors that were mentioned, they can minimize, and the probability, the problem and probability of success is a lot larger.
André, you said a word that I really like, which is efficiency. I think that we need to look for this efficiency in everything that we do, and also in the establishment of our pasture. Right, Osório? I'm sure that you know a lot of all of these efficiency cases and the use of this implementation of the pasture, right?
Hi, my friend. In reality, Professor Flávio and Professor Janaína have talked very well about this topic. And it's true that Brazil and Latin America, in spite of the size of the cattle breeding conditions, they're very similar. Professor Janaína talked about a topic that we mention every day. It's the bad habit to hope that a seed in the first pasture and to wait for the growing of the first pasture. So that comes from an old tradition, and it's regrettable that until today you still hear this and you see this. And that's something that we're fighting against in our daily lives. And if we work with a good seed, using all of the criteria that were mentioned here, definitely they won't have any problem. And they will see that the cost of the seed is the lowest one, considering all of that hectare of the farm and the property. Professor Flávio mentioned something that is fundamental. If you work with genetics that is differentiated, you suffer more of this problem. More and more in Latin American markets, we see in some other places around the world, we see problems concerning the purity. The purity is not so good as it is described in the presentation. Seeds that have varieties that are not, and weeds that don't even exist in that region. So that is a main concern that we have here. But the companies that are developing different seeds, they still have the problem of forgery and counterfeit. So we have this problem in many different countries, forgery of products that are sold in an exclusive manner, be it by a company individually or individually. That is something that the producer has to worry about, always looking for reliable sources, certified sources, and a seed that can generate a cost benefit that is expected.
Indeed, this is very worrying and it's something that we need to be super attentive to. But before we continue this conversation and continue hearing everything about the quality of the seeds, for us to have good pasture, I need to call for a break really quick so that you can get to know the members of our project Brazilian Cattle, okay?
Learn more about the work of the Matsuda Group. We have been in the market for more than 70 years, providing numerous technologies for food production, operating in more than 20 countries worldwide. We research and launch new pasture cultivars in addition to having the highest technology in tropical forage seeds in the world. We encourage respect for the environment, animals, and people. We are the Matsuda Group.
Get to know us better. At Gujará Juice, we work with selecting and genetic improvement of milk in Gujará. We believe that the Gujará breed is a fundamental tool for the improvement of livestock production in the tropics, in both intensive and double-purpose systems, by offering bulls and cows that are productive, fertile, rustic, and long-living.
No Better Agro Exports.
A country with generous agricultural production. The best of Brazil is transported to the world by Agro Export. Agro Export ships by air and sea. Breeding animals, semen, equipment, live animals for fattening or slaughter. Contact us. Count on the guarantee of the Agro Export brand in your next deal. Agro Export. Tradition and trust beyond borders.
Learn more about Romancini. Romancini is a company for the interior of the state of Paraná and was founded in the early 1970s by rancher Luis Romancini, who in his day-to-day life in the field noticed the need for the containment equipment that will be suitable for the various livestock cycles and all breeds of cattle. The passion for the livestock is what moved us and made us a company specialized in the development of cattle crush. Romancini, from the rancher to rancher.
Alta Brazil, market leader in bovine genetic improvement, is located in Uberaba, the zebu capital of the world, and from where at least one of every 3 doses of semen sold, produced or exported comes out. In 2021 alone, there were more than 8.6 million doses. This is how the agro grows and our credibility too.
Get to know Alvo Agro, a 100% Brazilian company exporting live animals, with strategic located quarantine farms loading from São Sebastião and Vila do Conde ports, offering to our clients more options from Brazil's market. Remember, if you're interested in taking to your country the quality of products that Brazil has to offer, think Alvo Agro, solutions that feed the world.
We are back now, and we're going to continue our conversation here. So important for you that is in a tropical country. Don't miss it. There are many details that are being mentioned here by our partners, by our professors that are part here of our program, bringing a lot of important information for you. Okay? So for us to continue, I would like to know a little bit more if there is any difference between the quality of the seed of hybrids than from the conventional seeds. Edson, can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes. First, for your question, the answer is yes. There is a difference between the seeds, not just morphologic, in terms of the characteristics of the plant, but we compare to other the characteristics of the seeds as well. So the measurement and the commercialization of seeds is according to the viability. The viability and of the seeds in general is around 75–80%, and it might be over this 80% of viability. But there are seeds that are hybrids and they can get to 70–80%, also with a situation that a number that might go higher. And remembering what Professor Flavio mentioned about the field and the physiological quality, this is going to match how the field was treated, what the treatment, so that the quality of the seed gets to the producer, and also the weather conditions, because we unfortunately depend on St. Peter. Sometimes he helps us, sometimes he doesn't, and that is an important factor. And the producer has to be mindful to this, and the term of compliance to if the patterns are there. And this is going to be the main difference that the hybrids are going to have compared to the conventional ones.
Emerson, I'm sure that you have a lot more to say as well, right?
Yes, I'd like to mention what Edson said about the quality of the seed, comparing the hybrid with the conventional seeds, and with not only about the quality of the seeds, but also in the practical part. Also, there are differences. Cattle raising in Brazil or in Latin America or anywhere else in the tropical world, more and more we have to intensify high productivity, and hybrids are here for that exactly because it's more and more complicated with these issues of deforestation, and we have to increase the productivity in the areas that the person or the producer already has. And so, in order to get the best results, we have to change a traditional seed to a hybrid one. And in this way, we can have better productivity. For example, there are hybrids of brachiareas that produce 7 to 8 arrobas more in the same condition than Marandu. So it's a great alternative and for the breeder to improve his productivity without having to work different lands. And not only the physiological issue of the seed, but also the other issues. It's very superior to other seeds. So I believe that the future of cattle breeding it's on top is depends on the hybrids. We're getting new genetic, especially Barimbrugge, the Wolfi, and Papaloto too also has seeds that were developed and definitely are going to change the productivity that the producer looks and the cattle breeder needs so much.
Exactly. And I think that we need to have a lot of criteria to be able to make this choice, right, Osorio? Because this is a sine qua non condition, right?
Sure. And what was mentioned was very clearly mentioned. I believe that when we talk about hybrid seed, the commitment of a company like this, it's a lot more than to be born and to be the variety that is mentioned. So, if you offer a different quality of pasture that has some, they're going to produce more and a larger production in the same area that are going to be able to resist certain climate situations. And what is the proposal of value is a lot more than the conventional variety. The quality of the seed is something that has to be very basic, especially because it's going to grow and blossom. It's going to establish itself. So that this can be real. The quality is a condition that is indispensable. So we have to adopt qualities of control that will allow good establishment so that the proposal of value is expressed in the handling, and this is basic, this is fundamental, and we do believe that all of the technology included in this will allow to get to as what we see today and growing of corn, and now we can see the number of seeds that is going to be necessary. And I think that we're going to get to this situation, and that's where we're looking for. And the factor of establishment is something that it's basic and it has to be established, implemented.
Great. And André, this criteria, I'm sure, that are part of your work there, right?
Yes, they explained very well in terms of hybrid and seeds that are in the market for a long time. And this is a main concern when we talk about hybrids and the quality of seeds. And regardless of, and I definitely agree that both topics, one seed that is in the market or a hybrid, that we have to follow up from the very beginning, from when you start planning to get the seed, and When, and even something that I wanted to mention is the issue of the lab, right? So that the genetic that has a very good quality, the physical and physiological quality, that phytosanitary, regardless whether it is a hybrid or not. I believe that the hybrid has this some challenges, but it must get to the producer the way that the company is selling it. That's the quality of the seed, and that's something that we were talking about, and it's very important today in Brazil, whether it is in Brazil or in other countries. It's of the utmost importance to have this work, regardless of being hybrid or not. As we mentioned, it has all of the tools to get to the producer with quality. And talking about another topic that Emerson mentioned, introduced in the conversation, today is easier not only for producers but also technicians that were in the field to have more variety. And many companies are working with hybrid seeds, and the more seeds, the better, and the more assertive we can be in the choice and the indication. And there's a a wider range of choices for the producer to produce more in the in the same areas that we have, so we don't need to get other areas. And the hybrid seed came into this market, especially to try and cater for to look for better productivity. The quality of the seed is really important, and this verticalization of this production is also very important.
É algo imprescindível, né? Mas eu tenho certeza que a doutora Janaína tem muito mais
Great. Okay, so now we understand that seed quality is so important. And I think that Janaína has many more items to bring us. After all, that is her expertise, right? It doesn't mean that we don't have forages that are not hybrid that have potential, because what has sustained the Brazilian cattle raising were not the hybrid. That is just improving now. And just complementing, our pressure is a little bit higher. We need to produce more in the same area. No, I don't think that. I think that we need to produce more in smaller areas, because the cattle raising has the condition to having more space for other things, reforestation and other cultures, for example. So all of this thing related to the quality of the seed becomes almost an obligation for the companies, and the serious companies have put quality seeds in the market. But what doesn't matter is that you choose a good quality seed but don't know how to manage your pasture, because that doesn't solve the solution. If you have a good quality seed with this good reputable companies putting it in the market, and then the management of that pasture is done in the wrong way, you don't have consistency in the pasture, because sometimes the technology is burned because it doesn't have a good management. And that is one of the greatest worries that I have now. The plants have a new technology in the market, but okay, the forages that are available in the market, they have good technology, and it's a technology just like fertilization and electric fans, or putting a chip in the to feed the animals, and it's a technology that needs to be known how to use. And so whenever we have a forage with a technology, we need to have a capacity building, a training for these breeders to use it, or else it's not going to be good. And there's this package that needs to be thought about in our country to bring to this breeder the new plant, but knowing how to manage it, because that's going to change our cattle raising. How knowing how to take care of our pasture and knowing how to manage it in the adequate manner. And completing what Flavio said, it's really important for us to have this great portfolio as forages that are available on the market because we have a continental country dimension and we export seeds to many countries. There are people that are watching us from different countries. So it's really important for us to have this portfolio so that we can attend these different ecosystems because only one type of cultivation, a culture, is not good for anyone. And it's important the same farm to have different technologies, different ways to avoid plagues, to avoid diseases. So we have said in many of our lunches that is really important for our cattle raising, and this is something that increases the breeder capacity to make decisions. Some forages that are in the market occupy the same niche, but in the same way, they have one or another differentiator. We have hybrids that are the Embrapa and the other companies that are here with us as well. And Embrapa is developing one too. We need to understand that we are entering in the hybrid market. We work with this Viger hybrid from each one of the plants that are going to be used for this type of use, but it's the management of this plants that effectively is going to make our cattle raising to go to another level. And I have noticed that our breeder is starting to notice that as being necessary to give this step. And the quality seed is the first step. Professor Flavio, I am sure that you have some information to complement Professor Janaína, right?
Yes, the first item that stood out in my opinion is the diversification. It's a very important factor in the property because some properties have specific activities and the same species might not adapt to different properties, such as I'm talking about fertility, areas with a drainage problem. We have to direct the species that adapt best to this condition that is very productive. And I also agree with him when he talks about the growing corn. And I see, and that's my own experience, when we talk about corn in Brazil, if the hybrid hadn't evolved, we would still be producing what was produced 100, 150 sacks or for a hectare by hectare. And with the current technology of the hybrids and the investment in improvement, performance, adaptation, and the hybrid vigor that is very important. We're talking about today 250 per hectare. So that is very significant. Uh, but and I see the hybrids in with this expectation, and I think that the responsibility is common for people who commercializes the hybrids and the quality of the seed has to be according to the law, and each company has to follow the quality patterns that are established to keep their image of the company. And I see the hybrid with wonderful eyes, meaning I believe they have a lot of potential. But as I also work in types in the improvement area, I think that there are many factors that we have to work with. So this is something for people to think about because we focus too much on the production of dry material and quality and nutritional quality. They are important factors without a doubt. But when we see the size of our biome, which in Brazil, as Professor said, we have to try and identify what the problems are that we have in these seeds, in the current seeds, for us to improve the performance or to try to have solutions with hybrids. Meaning the distribution of the blossoming, we have species that produce 80% in summer and 20% in winter. So what is the distribution? persistence and range. Quality is also an important factor because if you have a hybrid that doesn't have a higher quality, it doesn't make much sense. And adaptation to the climate conditions, that is nutritional, that has a lot of acceptability by different breeds and types of animals, be it horses or other species. And that is sickness resistant. These are factors that, like in Tanzania, that it's a very interesting species that's very highly productive, but it's very sensitive to sicknesses. Tolerance to salinity, especially the regions of northeast, where they have a serious problem not only of drought, but also the high content of salt in the water. So there are many things, and also resistance to drought as well. We're trying to do this, and for soy and corn. So I think that for the opening of the hybrid might solve even probable problems that we might have using technology of hybridization, adding resistance to drought, and or well, there are thousands of applications. So it's really welcome, and I think that we're just starting now, and I think that in the near future we're going to have more specific material, such as the corn and the soy, that adapt to specific regions, and they might have a better productivity and performance and quality, and everyone gains with that. So that's my point of view of this technology and the responsibilities that are common. And I hope they're welcome and they maybe for us to understand better in relation to this. Up to 2006, according to the Brazilian Association of Improvement of Genetics, 83% of the people were these academics were in the universities and in the research institutes. With these companies, we have been focusing on improving genetic improvement that is very significant, that it might probably be important to mention that we are the largest exporter of tropical grasslands and grasses in the world. So besides being something important, it's a responsibility. So I have the responsibility to have a company that will export better with best qualities in their seeds. And I will end here by saying that responsibility is very important for us to keep this topic, and so that Brazilian products will go to other countries the due pattern of quality.
Fantastic. Professor Flavio, that's it. It's a challenge one after another, especially when we are in this position of the greatest exporter, greatest producer, with the responsibility and of the quality, producing and offering quality. Our conversation is going to a path that is more and more interesting, but before we continue, I'm going to call for a break for us to know a little bit more about our members from Brazilian Cattle Project.
Hi everyone, my name is Emerson Ferrari Neto. I'm going to talk about Sabiá and Caiana. Those are two new cultivars launched in 2021. They are tropical hybrid grasses designed for livestock production. They were developed in Badenbroek Breeding Program, the largest private breeding program for tropical grasses in the world. For more information about these two cultivars, access our website badenbroek.com.br. Thanks and see you.
Know better. Coima, a 100% Brazilian company with 70 years of life, who is contributing with the cattle breeding advances in general. Coima offers you, cattle farmer, 5 models of cattle crushes, 2 models of electronic scales, and also road scales. Our objective is to contribute the cattle breeding advances in order to produce more meat, needing it worldwide. Coima is located in Dracena, São Paulo, Brazil, but we provide services to each Latin America country. Visit our website, coima.com.br.
Estancia K presents a modern project of dairy cattle breeding that gathers genetic improvement of dairy gear cattle, high productivity cows that are multiplied with high standard, along with bulls and collecting centrals. Estancia Ka is focused on the commercialization of embryo packages, cow pregnancy, male and female cattle in commercial events all year round. Estancia Ka, continuous improvement.
No Better Agro Exports.
A country with generous agricultural production. The best of Brazil is transported to the world by Agro Export. Agro Export ships by air and sea. Breeding animals, semen, equipment, live animals for fattening or slaughter. Contact us. Count on the guarantee of the Agro Export brand in your next deal. Agro Export, tradition and trust beyond borders. Recognized in the national market and abroad, Genial provides important innovations to the livestock productive chain. We are a link of reference with international trade. Genial is certified to export to many countries and provides services in cattle cloning, genetic data banks, in vitro fertilization, beta-casein, and DNA testing for over a decade. We are a complete laboratory. We are Genial.
For more than 55 years, we have been working towards a more efficient pasture-based livestock in the Nalaristan. A herd with females improved by a straightforward selection for fertility, maternal ability, and precocity. We are always looking for bulls that maintain and improve these traits in our herd, producing animals with good temperament, rustic, functional, and productive.
Once again, we're back. We're going to continue now our conversation here. And I am sure that it's really important for you from the other countries, not only our breeders here in Brazil, because many relevant points have been mentioned here, and you can be attentive in the establishment of a new pasture with the criteria and characteristics that are really important and should be taken into account. But as we have already had the comment from Professor Janaína, it's not only important for the seeds to be of quality when we establish this new pasture. Of course, that without this quality, we are not going to be successful. But besides this quality, we need to have quality and criteria in the management of this pasture. And now I'm going to pass the floor to my friends here. Emerson, you're going to be the first one for you to bring more tips for you guys at home about this.
Cool. This topic of handling of pasture is a very large one. We could be here for hours and talking about the handling of pasture. But I would like to comment on something that Dr. Janaína mentioned, that it's no use the good quality of seed and a hybrid that produces more if the producer doesn't, or the farmer doesn't know how to use or handle this pasture. So, even more important is at the beginning, it's the establishment. So if you get a seed that is conventional and you have the hybrid, and there is a difference between the establishment of the hybrid, and the hybrid have a specific characteristic that after germination, they stop growing the aerial part, and the cattle breeders get scared and says, "What's going on? It's not growing." But that is a physiological characteristic of the hybrids that is completely normal. So the cattle breeder has to know that after germination, this plant will have the longer roots. So that is a differential for the traditional seeds. So it's going to have deeper seeds And when it is at a point that it can absorb a lot of nutrients, it'll keep on growing the aerial part. So it's important in the meantime for the owner, the property owner, to worry about a weed, because since the aerial part stops growing, some weed might come because there will be the interception of light, and might be a seed bank that will enable the growth of weeds. So I just want to make clear that it is normal, this delay in the growth in the aerial part, because they're growing their roots deeper, and he has to be careful about plagues. And if he thinks that there is a plague that is growing, it's important to have a chemical control so that it doesn't compete with the hybrid material.
It's an important tip, especially to show this characteristic that the hybrids have, right, Edson? Tell us a little bit about your important tips.
And I just want to continue what was mentioned by him, the control of weeds. This is the challenge for the producer, because the same way we had the myth that the plant has to grow to continue spreading throughout the area, we had a second myth that is still believed now, and we have to bust this myth, which is with the hybrid, this is going to be different because it's physiological. So when the weeds come, it is necessary to control them, but it's always important to get a guidance by a technician to perform a better control, so you don't lose the pasture that you're planning, because the cost of implementation of a pasture is very high, and we always have to plan, and we do have to make the math to see if we're doing this. And the second tip that I can give you, and I would like you, the audience, to recommend the page of Professor Janaína that talks much about the pastures and handling of pasture, is management, also is the size of each seed. Why? Because the plant doesn't correspond to days. It's going to correspond to that microclimate, and it's going to answer to light, water, and temperature. So when it starts answering this situation, it grows up to a point. There is a hybrid or a fawn, and it can be handled grows up to 40 to 50 centimeters, and it shouldn't grow further, because when it starts growing further, it's going to project shadows to the top, to the bottom of the page, and it's going to get more dead material, and it's going to worsen the conditions for it. So we always emphasize, and in the page of the professor, you're going to have not only the avon, but also other seeds, and how to do the proper handling.
André, tips about management of pasture, I'm sure that you have many.
It's an important tool, right? As Professor Janaína mentioned very well. And there's no use for the producer to invest in a high quality of seed and to choose a hybrid or a plant that produces 20, 30 tons by hectare. And this producer cannot reap or harvest. And it'll take 3-4 years, and there will be degraded pasture again. So what we see is this producer to know this, and also to transform, as what Professor Janaina mentioned, to transform the forage or into other things. And the management, as Professor Flavio said in the previous part he mentioned, there is a distribution of forage, the difference between the dry and the wet season. Of course, that it depends on each place and the characteristics of the place, but in general, the The forage seeds are the ones that are concentrate more in the wet season, in the rainy season. So if we have the 28 days in the rainy season, it's completely different from 20, 30 days in the dry one. So if the producer works with the same methodology in days, and I'm going to take these turns, 20 days in dry and 20 days in the rainy one, depending on this, you're going to make a mistake in the management of the pasture. You're going to have a degraded pasture. So the tools for the producer to be able to avoid this problem, to be able to use the best way the forage and to not have a degraded pasture is to think about the management of on height. And regardless whether it is in the dry or the rainy season, the height will be the same. So that is an opportunity of management that the producer has. Many producers have this the idea to produce the most and do not have this problem. And as it was mentioned by the weed, there are two different problems in the establishment of the pasture. When the producer toils with the soil and it changes, and there is a seed bank, and there is the weed that comes, and the other one, the different technique when you manage, and there is and other that reduces this forage. So they give the opportunity that the weed has to develop. And there is a competition in that area. So these are two different moments that the producer has to worry about. This control is necessary, and something else that Professor Janaína and Professor Flávio also are going to comment about is that production is that not only production but the nutritional value. So if the producer has to find the balance between the production and the nutritional value, because if we get a forage that is regardless of what type it is with a very low height, it's going to have a nutritional value that is probably higher but with lower production. And the same way, if we get a forage that is already sowed and that is a little bit taller, it's going to produce a lot, but maybe the nutritional quality is not so good. So in the management by height, we're going to find the balance between production and nutritional value. That's why our colleagues and the professors, they using the management by height to find this balance to transform this pasture into milk or meat.
Professor Flávio, what about your tips?
It's an important topic because we have the premise of the quality of the seeds, and if we have a good quality of the seeds of high performance, we have a problem which is the establishment of pasture. So we have as a criteria that to determine its function after forming the pasture. And with 20 or 30 plants in a square meter, we have the sustainability that of the pasture and the function of the seed. In theory, was achieved the mission. So, but however, we know that the seed is a primary factor, and as technicians, as professionals, we have the right we have the duty to guide that it's not only this, because as it happens here in Brazil, to have degraded pastures in terms of nutritional factors and because of lack of management of pasture. As it was mentioned before, in terms of the management, the main factor that I see now, they are mentioned, the weeds, a slower development, but the management of pastures starts in the first pasture. The first pasture that is going to provide the correct and or the pasture grazing, and using the criteria of height. And it has a specific, the species has a specific height with a productive potential is connected to quality. And you see where there is a height and this moment, the plant presents a high quality of nutrition and many other good characteristics. So the first grazing pasture, the first grazing, pasture grazing actually is not nothing more than the initial management with the animals. They're going to remove going to bite the bits of the grasses, and the plant is going to suffer stress. So you cut down the height of the plant by reducing the tips, and there is a stress because the grasses, most of them in terms of production of energy through photosynthesis, it loses the basis of productivity of what is the plant going to do. They stop the growth and they encourages the production of new leaves. And you can see that a place where there are 200,000 stands, plants in by hectare. If each one provides 6 new plants or leaves, we can talk about over 12 or 1.2 million new leaves. And starting from then, we can identify, and we adopt the criteria of management with adult animal, be it for beef or for milk. This is a pattern, and that it has to be used regardless of the species. One of the factors that stands out is not only the height. No, as it was said, the plant starts its development. We don't see very often the manure of the pasture. It's a slow answer because it develops all its roots, and after that to produce leaves enough and to continue with its development. And after this development, one of the deadlines that happen is when you go to the grassland or in the pasture in different points, you look and you try to remove the plant. And if the plant is fixated in the soil and only your grasses, the leaves are removing it, it's a time to get the animals to eat them. And if you try and pull it and you pull it from with the roots, it's not well established yet. So this is very important. The handling and management is very important to have a better performance of these grasses and the production, as it were, and as our colleague mentioned here, to change all of the pasture, we won't have to change it. So to try and preserve the longevity and to adopt the criteria of management according to the investment and the region, according to the segment in which you're working with. And I see that the seeds are a primary factor of all the procedure, but a factor that is going to provide sustainability and the formation and the future management with the goal of productivity, regardless of the way, and it's the management. And the management using the criteria of height is the best one. That's the collaboration that I wanted to give.
Great. I think that I have called everyone. I think that there's just Osório before Professor Janaína. Okay, so Osório, your tips.
Okay, Osório. Well, Professor Flavio mentioned things that complete the importance of the management and the formation and in the use of this for forage. My collaboration, so I don't have to repeat what was said before, is to say that it doesn't exist There is no magic forage that is going to be used for any climate, for any soil, or for any environment. So everything starts in choosing the correct forage according to the correct soil and the correct climate. So if we do that with the correct seed, with that is guaranteed, with a good management, as it was mentioned by Professor Flavio and other colleagues, and choosing well this variety of the seed and the pasture, be it hybrid or the other varieties, that is basic to get successful. And to know that the diversity is fundamental, and that was mentioned over and over by Professor Janaína, and we have this diversity that is so good. And there are hybrids that can develop as well as their roots and its aerial part, and to occupy their space, its space, and to be ready in a shorter time than other varieties that are conventional. So, and they know if you know how to choose well these materials that are going to be used in your property, I'm sure you're going to be able to have cattle breeding that is sustainable with better production and to show that it is possible to produce milk and meat in a sustainable manner and in good balance with the environment. That's what we work for, and that's why technology is so much more advanced now, and developing techniques and varieties and hybrids and materials and managements that allow to produce more, not only in the same space, but actually in a shorter space of the property. Choosing well, knowing how to use the correct material in the right soil, will be able to produce much better.
Very good, Osório. Excellent. How many wonderful tips. And extremely important. And for us to finish, of course, Professor Janaína, the expert, to bring her the last tip. Thank you so much. My colleagues have already spoken really well about this management, but it's important to compliment Professor Flavio. We have already questioned ourselves. What is the management of pasture? What is the definition of this? By its definition, is to manage a very antagonic procedure because it fights with the area where you need to maintain the plant, but you need to raise the cattle. It's catastrophic when you manage the area. It's bad for the plant, but it's good for the cow. But afterwards, it was able to deal well and survive this stressing procedure. So to manage the pasture is to be able to manage this area with the plants and to have quality of food to the cattle. It's a fact that the plant doesn't respond to the human, but to the temperature, nutrients, and water. So the management of plant is going to go through all of these procedures. So I was saying to Flavio, if you have 20 days of rest of a pasture, when you have the transition between the water and drought, you cannot have enough time for it to do reserve. And if we insist to be putting the cattle there, it's not going to be good. We will start degrading the process and have to change the plant afterwards. Even if we choose the adequate plant and if we do everything right, when a pasture is well managed, it starts with a well formed pasture. It's very important for you to do that beforehand, for you to manage it later. It's important for us to manage, but it's important for us to form it well, to suit a right seed and to do a control of pests and all of the different procedures that Flavio has mentioned for you to start managing afterwards. And pasture, what we need to think is that the concept is a little bit different from For example, grains. When we cultivate grains, we want to harvest the maximum, and we know exactly where we missed in the harvest. In pasture, I don't want the maximum production of my forages, and sometimes it's difficult for us to understand. I don't want to maximize my production of forages, being it hybrid or a conventional seed, because if I maximize, in other words, if I put my forage to produce its maximum, I will have more stocks and I will have more plants under the ones that grew too much, producing shading and dying because of it. When I increase the height of this pasture, this tendency of prolongation of stalks makes the plant below it look for light and the other one also, and it does this movement. So this prolongation becomes a priority for this plant, and those are not plants that my cattle will choose to eat. So I don't want the maximum. When I get a forage producing its maximum, a brachiary hybrid that reaches 70 centimeters, for example, of height, it can even be apparently very beautiful. But when we evaluate outside, it's very good, but inside it's not. Because when we open it, there's a lot of dead material in stock and not a lot of leaves. So I don't want to maximize. I want to optimize, because when I optimize my pasture, I am able to marry production with quality. This maximizes the production of the animal, because when I maximize the production of the grass, I do not give the most to its cattle. On the contrary, when I optimize my grass, when it comes to quality and production, then I optimize the cattle. This is the objective of the manage. You maximize this criteria, and this criteria of height of the plants, we are able to find this balance. So this height balance allows us to support our pasture, because the stocking rate doesn't tell me much, because how many animals do I have per hectare? This is part of the management, this type of question. If someone tells me that there are 5 animals per hectare and this is forcing the pasture, this stocking rate is wrong. On the other hand, if someone has 2 animals per hectare and doesn't force the pasture, this person is with the right management. So the stocking rate on itself doesn't tell me much. I have to see the amount of grass that I have to offer to this animal. So that is how I understand my pasture. So when I have a pasture that is maintained by height, this means that I have a lot of animal and I'm not respecting it. And if it's too high, then I cannot put more animals, because then I will have the right support. So I need to manage this antagonic process without having a lot of grass and not a lot of animal, for you to have a balance. So choose the right grass. That's why it's good for us to have this great portfolio to support this continental country that we have, and to be able to export and manage the pasture. That is the way for us to have a sustainable social, economic, and environmental sustainability for our pasture. Wow, I'm extremely surprised and happy. What a class did we have today, right? You have provided so many important information for us, and I'm sure that you that is here with me on the other side is really happy to receive so many information that are going to be really relevant for your process of implementation of pasture in your lands. But before I say goodbye to my colleagues, I would like to start a break for us to show you the members of our project, Brazilian Cattle.
Baguaçu Agribusiness has performed an excellent job in the genetic improvement of the Red Cindy breed in Brazil. After 10 years of investments in differentiated genetics of the country's most traditional ranches, we now have a herd of high genetic value, multiplied by donors like Babalu and Fortuna, besides bulls of national prominence like our award-winning Canary Fiv Baguaçu. Baguaçu Agribusiness is the best of the national Red Cindy genetics in the midst of the exuberance of nature.
Hi, learn more about CRV. With more than 104 years in the world and more than 50 years in Brazil. Being a pioneer in genetic improvement in the country, we are the largest provider in Latin America, and we have a full portfolio with improving results. Therefore, CRV is guarantee of evolution for the